Today, Melbourne launches Formula One into the new millennium with the Qantas Australian Grand Prix. The world watches as season 2000 erupts off the grid on race day down under. Defending the crown, world champion Mika Häkkinen. Hot on the chase, Schumacher, Irvine, Barrichello, Coulthard, Villeneuve, Frentzen, and the new kid, Jenson Button. The big teams are all back for more. McLaren, Ferrari, Williams, Jordan, plus there's another force in town, the famous Jaguar. We'll pick up the pulse in pit lane with all the news, glamour and behind-the-scenes excitement. On the track, a fabulous support cast featuring the touring car heroes in their mighty V8 supercars. The park will pulsate with the roar of the wild when the international supersports take to the streets. And it's strictly amateur hour when the social set comes out to play in the BMW Celebrity Challenge. Our reporters will deliver special insights on the major stories behind a brand new season. Then we'll count you down as the lights go green for the greatest show on four wheels. The 2000 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix on the one and only Wide World of Sports.
Hello and welcome to Albert Park on opening day of Formula One Season 2000. Ideal conditions, as you can see the chopper shot looking over Albert Park Lake from the Port Phillip Bay back towards the city. This is the other view looking away towards Frankston, and the track in ideal conditions today. Smattering of people out there having a bit of a sail on the lake there. The red flags of Ferrari, huge crowds in yesterday, 107,000 people through for qualifying. We expect to get more obviously through today. David Coulthard fans too. He'll be starting on second position on the grid in the McLaren, with his teammate Mika Häkkinen, of course, on pole position. Weather forecast today as we look over the Albert Park Lake and towards Pitt Straight there. Mostly fine. 29 degrees today, so a little bit cooler than yesterday's 33, but it'll be hot. The track conditions at the moment, 20 degrees, but 24 degrees on the track, and it'll get considerably hotter throughout the afternoon, a humidity level of 79%. Well, on today's program, a tremendous undercard of support races, including the V8 supercars and the BMW Celebrity Challenge. But first on the grid, some legends from the glory days of Can-Am racing and the Le Mans 24-hour race. But Darryl Eastlake, there is more than a touch of tragedy about this Shannon International Sports Super Sports event today.
Yes, there is, Eddie. Unfortunately, we lost Robert Shannon, who was the managing director of Shannon's Insurance, last week under tragic circumstances, and it really did put a cloud right around the circuit and the amount of people that we've been approached by to make sure that we did mention it. So our sympathies go out to the organisation and the family. It was quite a shock. He was only 48 years of age and a marvellous ambassador for the sport in this country. But the cars are here because he bought them here. And Alan Jones, it's fantastic to look down and see cars like this. You race Can-Am. In fact, one of your cars is sitting on the grid.
Yeah, Daz, I think it's the UOP Shadow, the black car, which we might get a look at a bit later on. Huge amount of downforce, and at one stage had an 8-litre engine in it, so there was plenty of horsepower and plenty of downforce. They were good fun to race. But there's a great mixture out there. We have 8 litres, 7 litres, 5 litres, 2 litres. Some of the cars out there, like John Watson next to me, I raced a Chevron 2-litre car. I actually did some sports car racing on some of the tracks in Europe before I went into Formula One, so I could learn the circuits driving the 2-litre car. But John, you've raced a Chevron 2-litre as well, and they were good fun cars, weren't they?
Yeah, I took part in a number of the 2-litre sports car championship races, and in fact went down to South Africa for their Springbok series in '73, but the fuel crisis interrupted, only got to do 2 races. But that car, I think, is actually here. It's a B26 Chevron, absolutely brilliant little 2-litre sports car, and really one of the finest race cars I've ever raced in.
John, really, this was the North American answer to Formula One. They needed something to have a category. The Americans love the big V8 engines. Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme, once they got the McLarens going after year one, basically dominated. They used to call it the Bruce and Denny show. Very
much so, but of course in North America, the sporty car set would love sports car racing on the East Coast and on the West Coast, and that's really where Can-Am had its sort of foundations. It then moved into the middle of the country, but it provided in the 60s great racing. Some of the best motor racing in America came from some of these Can-Am cars.
It's certainly brutal. There's one engine here I'm just looking at here. It's the March 717, which is a Class A car. We've actually got 3 different classes. And have a look at this, James. It's 9.1 litres. I mean, that's a big block Chevy.
I'll say, Daz. What is going to be interesting to see here is some of the smaller cars. I mean, for instance, the car with the 9-litre engine, they're not going to be able to use all of that horsepower around here. So you really will see a giant killing exercise here with the two little 2-litre chevrons. I'll be catching them up under brakes and all over them through the corners, and then you'll see the brute horsepower whiz away from him in the straights. One
of the great names in Australian motorsport is racing here, Kevin Bartlett, and he's in a GT40. It was a car that actually was prepared for Dan Gurney.
Well, of course, the story goes that the Ford Motor Company tried to buy out Ferrari, and Enzo Ferrari said, no thanks, it's not for sale. So they went back to Detroit and built about 130 GT40s, came back to Le Mans and got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th and said, cop that.
There's a great story, John, that I remember with AJ Foyt. He came over and he said, what's so hard about this track in France? He said, it's just a series of little twisty roads around the township. He said, this is not hard, and they went out and won it.
They did indeed. His first and only time at Le Mans. He won it. A great victory for Ford and for AJ Foyt, and he doesn't let you forget it either.
Well, this will be a rolling start, and we don't see a lot of that in Australia.
No, well, I mean, there is such a great mixture of cars. As I said before, we have 2-litre cars and 9-litre cars and 7-litre cars and so forth and so on. I think to do a standing start in this instance might be a little bit A, dangerous, and B, a bit too tough on some of the suspension. And all of the Can-Am races in America were rolling starts anyway.
Great feel. Look at that as they come around, John.
Daryl, that car 58, the Chevron B26, I think that's the car actually raced in 74 at the Nürburgring. It was absolutely brilliant. So I'm looking to see that B26 make its way up through the field. There we are, brown and yellow, absolutely glorious. I haven't checked the chassis number, but I think it's the very same car.
Lots of money out there, Des.
Yeah, that's terrific. I think that they're not supporting every Grand Prix around Europe, but they're certainly a part of a travelling show just to bring the cars to Australia, to let people have a look at them. That's a big exercise. And look at this, the GT40s, I mean, no, just so special. The McLarens, there's a whole mixture of models and makes from McLaren, and what an amazing man Bruce McLaren was to go and build a car like this and then just totally dominate a series.
Well, Bruce McLaren, a legend, and we see it on Formula One, the 2 McLarens in front row of the grid for the Grand Prix this afternoon. But those Can-Am cars really with Bruce and Denny, and of course the customer cars that were built by Trojan, which was a subsidiary of the McLaren company. That's something just flying off the elephant as it came round there in its sort of warm-up lap. But they provided customer cars that could win as well as the factory cars, but the factory cars always had the edge, just that little bit more in terms of technology and development. And only when the Porsche turbos came in 72 did that domination begin to end, Alan.
That's right. It's interesting to see Kevin Bartlett out there in the GT40. That's the old Golf petrol colours. And they were very, very successful in the early days of GT racing with John Wyer, I believe, was team manager.
Yes, I used to call him Death Ray. He had that look when you made a mistake on the car. You came in, he never spoke to you. He just looked at you, and those eyes went straight through you like a pair of laser beams. And you knew that you'd done wrong. You had to go away, say nothing, and then come back, get into the car and do your job. And if you did it properly, well, at least you didn't get the death ray.
A real motivator.
Absolutely, but he ran a great team, great motivator. In fact, through Aston Martins, through GT40s, and of course with the Golf Porsches in the early 70s.
Guys, you might explain to the people at home how some cars are winged, other cars aren't.
Well, the Can-Am cars particularly, you see they've got those huge rear wings. Those are the big 8-litre, 9-litre engine cars, where the little Lolas and the Chevrons, they really had to rely on just the aerodynamics of the bodywork.
Well, here we go. They'll come up for a race start now, rolling start. Nigel Barrett in that pretty pale blue or the turquoisey colour. That's a McLaren M8D. Away he goes now, racing. Oh, listen to it go, listen to it.
Missed a gear. Yeah, he missed a gear.
Start another one too. Bang, crash, bang, very lucky. Hit one, hit two. Cars every which way here. Arms waving everywhere. We said the rolling start was a bit safer. Boy, oh boy, it just let go.
No, he missed a gear, Daz. He definitely missed a gear or selected a much lower gear. I mean, I think he's probably gone from 3rd to 1st or something, because if we have a replay on that, you can actually see the car lock up its rear brakes, and then, of course, the guy behind him had nowhere to go.
Race has been stopped. Red flag is out. Well, we're talking about having a safer start. Boy, oh boy, there was Plenty of horsepower went down. Here I'm saying, listen to the roar, the thunder of those V8s, and then bang, here we go.
Oh, it's an engine. Oh, it looks like an engine. He got tagged by the March from behind. Nowhere to go. Then the toy, it spins. The car's going to the right, to the left. But 6 cars in total ending up.
You watch this now, look. Yeah.
Oh, what a shunt.
That is a big accident.
That was definitely some sort of a lock-up, because instead of just losing his momentum, it was almost like if the back locked up on it.
Yeah, there's something that did mechanically went wrong. There you can see the golden toy. It is in the bank. The March of the bodywork number 9. It's out of the race. It's not going to get it ready to restart.
Here we
Let's
go. Look, here's
again.
another view. You watch the back left-hand side of that pale blue car. Here he goes. Now, see how it slows immediately?
Yep. Just a lock-up, wasn't it? Something seized. Gee whiz, but watch this as he spins here. He's so lucky here. Now, watch this. Oh, so close.
Well, I feel sorry for the guy in the golden toy, because he just literally clipped him, and I thought, well, he's got away with that, but then he went on to hit the fence. Now, here's another view, look.
There's the gold car coming up now. Here he is.
You watch the gold car, literally just touches him, not a bad one, and now, unfortunately, drives into the fence and does major damage, so that's very unfortunate.
But look, all behind that, everybody behind, they just locked up. Chevron, that green Chevron spinning another little Ginetta G12. It spins to a standstill. The cars still, they haven't realised, they haven't even seen the yellow flags out to the right
Good
of the
bit of
track.
driving by Kevin Bartlett on the left-hand side of the screen there. You can just see him going out of sight on the left. He successfully avoided those cars on the top left. So a good bit of avoidance by Kevin.
I was about to say that. KB just came through nicely. Well, massive damage here. Look at that. That's the car that Alan said just glanced off and just went straight into the wall. Well, what a shame. I mean, we're just saying what an exercise to bring them all out from the various parts of Europe and America for this to happen. I mean, major carnage here.
Yeah, and Ian Barrowman and that golden toy, I mean, really doing a great job. Superb start and suddenly involved in somebody else's accident. Well, everybody steps out of the cars uninjured, but a lot of expensive damage to the cars.
I tell you what, I reckon the old heart rate will be up on a few of them.
Yeah, well, amazing stuff here. Motor racing so unpredictable. We were thinking that the rolling start was a safe way to go, but as Alan picked so carefully and so quickly too, that something definitely locked up. That car just virtually stopped. All right, we'll take a break, come back to Melbourne shortly. Stay with us.
Great party, although I had no idea it was fancy dress. There's Lenny the Lion. Hi. Fantastic costume. And Susie the Hyena. However, there's no disguising the unique taste of Schweppes. Ah, perfection. Hello, dear. Care for a drink?
It's me, George.
Cleaner, crisper Schweppes. Just a little more bite.
Relax. I'm a pro. Light ice, mate. You better make that turn. This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
It's on Decorama store-wide clearance. 10 to 25% off all in-store stock.
Fabrics?
Yes.
Continuous lace?
Yes.
And ready-mades?
Yes.
Wallpapers?
Yes. Everything in stock.
Welcome back to Albert Park, and what a sensational start to today's racing. We didn't even get across the start line there before the super sports cars all concertinaed into each other there. And Daryl, you were just saying before how the rolling start was probably the safest way to go, but it just points out once again what a dangerous sport this is. Even in the best intentions, things can go wrong. I mean, that is the safest part of the track, if you like, just rolling up, and before they could even plant the foot on the accelerator, suddenly they're into each other.
Well, Eddie, yes, here's a replay again, and you'll see this car as Alan picks so quickly. Like, there's the lock up there, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. Look at that, totally airborne.
The only thing I can't understand, the only thing that sort of confuses me a little bit, it looks like the front right-hand wheel was locked up and pouring a bit of smoke out of it. Now, if indeed he did put the brakes on because he thought he had mechanical problems, that is a major no-no. I mean, the last thing you do is jump on the brakes when you know that you've got 35 cars pouring down behind you.
Yeah, I agree totally, but it looks a strange situation. That smoke poured off. It did look like the right front, and I think poor old Nigel Bartlett didn't really have much choice, and Chris Charles behind him in that huge 9.1 litre march, he had nowhere to go. Suddenly the car ahead of him was stopping virtually. He just drives into the back and watch the gold toy coming behind that.
What I did notice, actually looking at them, because I was standing up in the commentary box looking down, is the back of the car seemed to lift up a little bit, like if he did miss a gear or the weight transferred to the front of the car very suddenly.
He certainly did seem to stop having that forward momentum. There's another view. We haven't seen this one before. Now look, there you see, look, there's the smoke coming out. Is that bodywork or is that mechanical?
It's bodywork now.
And look at the in-barrelman and the toy, the gold toy BMW side slams. And look at the Elfin, just literally, you couldn't get a piece of paper between those two cars.
Well, we're coming back for a sixth lapper. They will be reforming on the grid for a sixth lapper. Unfortunately, we've lost most of the top contenders up the front, but I think we're going to have a pretty amazing. Well, while we're waiting for the carnage to come off, AJ, we're going to look at John Lacey on a lap, and we'd like you and John to talk us around this lap. But here we go now. So you're riding now with John Lacey.
Okay, he's coming here. He's just past the start-finishing line into the first right-hander. Very slippery through here. Very important to get the power on nice and early. See how the car's just twitching a little bit? Because it's such a long corner. It's very important to get the power on early. But if you get on too early, you can lose it through there. The car wants to swap ends. Now, this is a very difficult corner. It tightens up on its off. You have to take quite a tight line, get back over to the right reasonably quickly, through this left-hander, let the car go out nice and wide, then scream back over the left again as quick as you can. This is a very quick corner through here. And then you go down under the trees, and you're no sooner on the brakes, and you have to brake in a funny sort. It tightens up again. And now, from this point on, you should be flat out all the way down until you get to the chicane. All the way through here, braking quite heavily for the chicane. Keep it in nice and tight, and then from this point on, flat out again, changing up through the gears, letting the car go wide near the fence, come down to the next left-hander. Probably, I would think, about a third gear corner, John.
I think it's a bit quicker than that, Alan. In fact, they're coming through probably
third gear for me,
gear.
I meant.
Third gear for you, yeah. Fourth gear for these guys. But it's the quick change of direction and running right out over the curbs and the exit, then the final back section of the circuit, running down up into turn 12. Hard on the brakes, important. Easy place to be attacked by another car. So we saw that in the touring cars yesterday. Then accelerating out up to fourth gear. Here's where David Coulthard had his shunt yesterday. Lost it on the way in, hit the bank on the outside. Hit more banks than Bonnie and Clyde, some said, Alan.
This is a very important corner, obviously. This comes onto the main start-finish straight. Now, you've got to get the power on nice and early. See the car twitching a little bit, just protesting under acceleration, if you will, and then down to start another lap.
And isn't that a wonderful look at the track from Albert Park, just following from the chopper there and the blimp, the Goodyear blimp, just fantastic. Well, there we are. I'm told the race has been cancelled. And I think the program will get too far behind, so from we're told that it's been cancelled. That's a shame.
Well, it is, Daz, but I mean, at the end of the day, I guess we are all here to see the Grand Prix and to present it, and I think that's the major consideration. And if the organisers feel that this is going to hold that up, someone's got to suffer.
All right, folks, wherever you're watching us right around Australia, love to have your company. Not the start we wanted, plenty of action, of course, but a full day of racing coming your way. From Albert Park, stay with us right throughout the day for the Australian Grand Prix.
The Pokemon frenzy.
It's not going away.
Driving parents crazy.
We all get sucked in.
Beware, there's more to come.
It's almost unstoppable.
And why Nick the Greek made a movie and a matzo.
Who's having the last laugh?
Tonight on 60 Minutes.
It might surprise you to know that the best-selling beer in London today is Foster's. It's also Duncan McGregor's favourite beer, but I wonder what the Scotsman would say if he knew that every time he enjoyed a Foster's, he'd be helping our Australian athletes beat Britain at the Sydney 2000 Olympics. I think he said, "Come on, Ozzy."
Get ready for GST at Harvey Norman. Get started today. This small business value pack, including Microsoft Office Small Business Edition upgrade and MYOB Accounting Standard, is now available for a low $5.99. That's Microsoft Word, Excel, Publisher and PowerPoint valued at $459 and MYOB Accounting Standard valued at $3.99. All for the one low price of $5.99. Plus, exclusive to Harvey Norman, you receive a bonus Microsoft Small Business Edition at a glance book valued at $29.95. Over $880 worth of value for only $5.99.
The Commonwealth Government's new tax system is for your benefit, so take these steps. Register for an Australian business number now if you're a business or charity.
An Australian business number is a must for business.
Register now.
Prepare now for a better way of doing business.
Get ready for the new tax system now.
Put the new tax system to work for your business. If you need a registration kit, grab one from any newsagent, post office or major bank. Or call us and we'll send you one. Or register electronically at our website. And step up to the benefits of the new tax system. The new tax system. Make it your business. Authorised by the Commonwealth Government, Canberra.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
Excuse me, is the bread Helga's?
Naturally. It's Helga's new classic seed loaf.
Helga's premium range of breads, now available in classic seed.
You know, I prefer Helga's too.
All puppies are special, but they need a lot of help to become guide dogs. For each barcode they receive, Pedigree will donate 50 cents to the Guide Dog Association. So please help, and together we can really make a difference.
Keep fit this winter with great sports at the Moona and Clarence Sports Centres. Come on your own, bring some friends, or join a team. There are weekly rosters for badminton, volleyball, netball, and basketball, or just book in for a game of squash or tennis. For bookings and inquiries, phone 6228 4204 and have some fun and keep fit this winter at the Moona and Clarence Sports Centres.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Beautiful scenes here, as you can see, across Albert Park Lake towards the city and back over the footbridge as thousands, in fact hundreds of thousands or 100,000 people turn up here today for what is going to be a magnificent day's racing. We've already seen plenty of action. I think the race only got going about 30 metres, Tim Sheridan, before we ran into trouble. And let's go down to find out just what happened with our reporter on the scene in the pits, Tim Sheridan, speaking with Nigel Barrett.
Yes, here with a very shaken Nigel Barrett, Eddie. He was on pole here in Melbourne, ready to take off. The car took off, Nigel, and then suddenly it stopped. Do you know what happened?
I've no idea. I mean, it sounds from what people are saying like the brakes came on, which I can't believe that. The brakes don't just come on. I'd made a good start, cracking start, got into third. Glanced over at Richard and suddenly I'm slowing down. You know, you're looking around wondering what's happening. This is happening in nanoseconds. Richard hit me, spun round, don't know, maybe a drive shaft or something, but it didn't feel like that because normally if you have a drive shaft go, the car changes direction and it just slowed down and,
Yeah, funnily enough, it didn't change direction, but as Alan Jones was saying, it was the right side that appeared to lock up from where we were.
Maybe, I mean, were you looking at the front or the back? Maybe it was the right side, maybe the left side as well. I don't know. It's just,
After that, you spun across the track and really a lot of luck there not to be hit badly.
Well, I guess I think Ian Barrowman got hit quite badly. I think most of the drivers are okay. I banged my shin, but it's okay. I mean, just one of those things when the pole car has an accident like that, you're just very grateful that nothing really serious happens. And, cars are all full of fuel and it's just bad news. As you say, we're just very lucky, really.
Yeah. I mean, to get to the bottom of this, obviously you'll be going straight from here to the car to try and investigate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really sad for the organisers and everybody here. We put on a great show the last 2 days, fantastic cars, and as you say, we've got to get to the bottom of the problem and find out what it was.
I mean, that sort of thing on a grid, when you're in front like that and you're off pole, it can be catastrophic, can't it?
Absolutely, and and when it goes so well as well, sometimes if the car dies on the way, you have time to pull out of the way, go on the grass. But when you've got away well and then it goes, it's even worse because everybody's right on it, and you've all got your head down. We're just really lucky.
Okay, Nigel, we'll leave you to go and find out what you think might have happened. Thanks and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tim Sheridan down there with Nigel Barrett. Obviously very disappointed after his car just getting about 30 metres off the start line there before carnage ensued all around him. OK, let's get our mind back onto the main game today. Formula One racing. It's going to be fantastic today. And please welcome one of the greats of motor racing, Jackie Stewart. Jackie, welcome aboard Wide World of Sports coverage again of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix.
Well, thank you very much. I've enjoyed many happy years with Channel 9.
You have indeed, and looking resplendent in the green of Jaguar today.
Yeah, the green's really taken on. Just quite interesting, I think. Between green and the white of the Stewart Ford team last year, I think we've sold something like, I think it's like 800% more in product just because of the Jaguar green and the new passion. It's quite interesting.
That'll be interesting for Jack Nasser as well, the head of Ford, being a Melbourne boy, coming here with his new team. He'll be very excited today.
I've just left Jack.
Yeah.
He's down there. He was down there with the Premier, and of course it was his idea to go the Jaguar route rather than stay with the Ford identity on the car. So I think he must be feeling quite happy.
And pretty happy too that Eddie Irving's in 7th position today. He was in 6th last year and got up and won.
Yeah, we were a little disappointed. We've had some mechanical problems and we certainly are not as sharp as we should be, but it's the first race of the year. Johnny Herbert's had a dreadful weekend of failures, nothing to do with him at all. I'm afraid we've had a lot of engine and transmission lubrication problems. It's affected both drivers, so we're not just as quick as we could be. The team will be good though.
All right, well, Jackie, let's have a look at the Formula One grid for the year 2000 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix, and it's the same old up the top there. McLaren, Ferrari, Hakkinen, Coulthard, Schumacher, Barrichello, but Schumacher, we saw on a flyer yesterday. Unfortunately, he was red flagged. Coulthard's unfortunate collision probably saved him the front row.
Yeah, but it's quite interesting. You see, you've got 2 McLarens, 2 Ferraris and 2 Jordans. They finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the championship last year. And then we come. And we're really in contention. We were 4th in the championship last year. There's the rest of the grid there. Eddie Irvine, of course, in the Jaguar racing car. Then the Villeneuve speed is up. They've got Honda with them this year. Fisichella did a good job in the Benetton. And then Mika Sala and the Sauber, I mean, that's about where they were last year. Ralf Schumacher and the Williams with BMW on board, I think they might have expected a little more. And the rest of the field, really it filled out fairly well, and what you would kind of expect, although we might have expected Prost to be a little bit higher on the starting grid. There you see Johnny Herbert, I mean, 3rd last in the grid, no fault of his. He lost engine after engine yesterday, but Jenson Button, a young boy who has attracted so much attention, had a difficult day yesterday. But this is what pressure does in Formula One. It's not easy. It was a mechanical problem, but you've got to deal with that, and then you've got to nail one lap. And that's something that you've got to learn to do.
Well, here's Jenson Button. It didn't get any better for him this morning, Jackie, in practice either, having trouble with his engine straight off today. So obviously that would be causing a fair bit more than butterflies in the stomach of the young man. 20 years of age, youngest Brit ever to race in Formula One.
Yes, I've been on record as saying that I think he may have been wrong in coming in this quick. Because he's so young, he could have given it more time before he did come in. But on the other hand, it was a golden opportunity, and he is a very talented young man. I think we're going to see more of him, but we've got to be sure that, you know, he's got all the right education to take him to that next stage.
Well, Mika Hakkinen really only had one flyer yesterday. Let's have a look at him in action this morning. But he had engine trouble all day yesterday. They had to refit the McLaren. One lap was good enough, but he'll need 58 of them today.
Well, he had, in fact, an engine failure, as did David Coulthard yesterday. So they're not without their problems, and they're quite nervous about it. Ferrari have been fairly reliable. They've done a good job so far in reliability. And oddly enough, the Aros team have had good reliability throughout the 3 days so far, as have the BAR team. That's the Jacques Villeneuve and Zonta car. They've been going well. But McLaren really are the people to look for and Mika Hakkinen seems just to have that little edge on David Coulthard.
Well, Jackie, one man very close to your heart is a guy who drove for you the last couple of years, Rubens Barrichello.
Yeah.
He's now in the Ferrari. We'll have a look at him in action today. And up in the second row is exactly where his team would have wanted him to be, wouldn't want him any further back. How much potential has this guy got now that he is in the upper echelon of Ferrari driving?
Oh, I think he's got great potential. He came to us, I would say, scrambled mentally, because he hadn't had a good time with Jordan. He lost Ayrton Senna, a great friend of his. His mind management was not good. Last year he came alive in that way, and he's really shown now that he's gone to Ferrari, and we lost him, and he was right to go to Ferrari. I never tried to stand in his way, and I would help him as much as I can, because you see him working hard with the car there. He's a very calculated driver, and I think he'll give a good push to Michael Schumacher.
And the crowd favourite here, a lot of people getting around with the St Andrews Cross, of course, is the Scot of David Coulthard in second position in the McLaren. Yeah. Let's have a look at David Coulthard. Yesterday, again, he pranged into the fence, a pretty heavy shunt into that wall. Does he make too many mistakes for a guy at this level sometimes, David Coulthard?
Well, David has made a few mistakes. You would call it in tennis an unforced error in many cases, but on the particular lap that he had the accident, he was pushing very hard and he was going for pole position. He's a very calculated young man out of the race car, but occasionally I think he has drop-offs that allow him to make the mistakes that we've seen him make. He's perfectly capable of being world champion, and of course he drove for us originally in his early years as a young racing driver.
Jackie, it is wide open though, this race, isn't it? How hard is it the first race, given the fact that they've all got new cars, trying to get used to things, new drivers, the whole situation there? Last year we only saw seven finishes out of the total field. It's not easy there, is it?
No, but historically the first race has a high attrition rate. However, this is the closest race as a grid, timing-wise, that I've seen. And I think we're going to have a real good season of motor racing. I think it's going to be closer than it was last year. But of course, you're going to get some of the big teams taking advantage of their technology and their money as the season progresses. So some of the smaller teams that may be more competitive today than they will be in the mid-season or towards the end of the season. So we'll have to wait and see. But the first race, first of all, we test in the cold in the winter in Europe. Then we come over here and suddenly, like yesterday, it's 31 degrees with a track temperature of more than 40 degrees. So some of the stuff we've never tested, or any of the other teams have ever tested at that type of temperature. So they're all new cars. None of these cars are a leftover from last year. They're all brand new. They've got new technology. Much of it has never been properly tested.
Well, Jackie, thanks very much for taking us through that. It's certainly been a race of attrition the last couple of years here at the Australian Grand Prix. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more action as it starts to hot up here at Albert Park.
Monday on A Current Affair, bad debtors beware.
Sheriff's Office, if you're not paying your debts, I am the last person that you want to see on your doorstep.
On the trail with the sheriff.
Sergeant Cochran from the Sydney Sheriff's Office. You're Mr. Hooper, are you?
The lawman who won't take no for an answer.
We keep stacking up stock until we get the cash.
Plus Australia's fountain of youth.
Welcome to the river of life.
Promising to wind back the years.
I feel healthier, more alive.
Anti-aging breakthrough or costly quackery.
It's a waste of money. Stay well clear.
When Nissan presents A Current Affair.
What do you reckon? That's not so bad. Light ice, mate. Perfect. Oh, that's the worst of it, be honest then.
From the Coogan stores comes True Comfort with the Cosy Suite. It has recliner chairs and jacquard cover and is only $16.89 per week. The Callum single bed package in Baltic or Blackwood stain includes timber bed, mattress and Manchester pack for $3.37 per week. Or for $5.22 per week, the easy-to-use Ramsden Metal Action Sofa bed comes in a range of the latest fabrics. And this handy wine rack stores up to 49 bottles of wine, finished in rustic stain and $3.80 per week. There's free delivery to most areas, so see your Coogan store today.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
Bonjour! Why is Yoplait Light so popular in France? Because he's so creamy, so fruity, with just 0.5% fat. She have seen the light. Yoplait! It's French for yogurt!
Today, Brand Power looks at the latest in stain removal from Napisan. New Napisan In-Wash Liquid Stain Remover. It's specially formulated to be used in every wash every day to help remove tough stains. Just pour some on the stain and add to the wash with your regular detergent. And unlike chlorine bleach, it can be directly applied to a wider range of colours and fabrics. Try Napisan In-Wash Liquid Stain Remover. The power of Napisan in every wash. Brand Power, helping you buy better.
Buy a 12-month membership before Easter and receive a $50 gift voucher.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. As you can see, the world media now in position to take the first photograph of the year of the year 2000 group of drivers. Alan Jones joins us now in the commentary box with Jackie Stewart. Gentlemen, this moment, the last bit of relaxation really, I suppose, for you before you get down to business when you're driving.
Well, it's a great idea. It's the class of 2000. This photograph will probably be used now right throughout the world for the forthcoming Grand Prix. It's the new driver-car combinations, and it's great.
Jackie, at the moment, you're down amongst it all the time, obviously, with the Jaguar team. Is there a good camaraderie between the drivers, or is it business and dog-eat-dog?
Well, in our team, there is a good communication system. Both drivers get on well. One lives in Monaco, one lives in Milan, but of course we do so much testing nowadays, they spend a lot of time together. But it's really nice. I mean, there you see the guys. Obviously, we're waiting for the two Ferrari drivers. There's a real ballerina job.
Is that a psycho?
Oh, I mean, wait for me, baby.
Yeah. And who's going first?
Rubens will have to go in first, and then everybody will wait for Schumacher, and then everybody will boo.
Yeah, he wonders why.
It's a great psych-out job by Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello. The Italians, the Ferraris, they're fantastic. Daryl Eastlake is down on the spot. Daryl, what do you think, mate? This is a last-minute go by the Ferrari boys.
We certainly hope so, Eddie, but when you think about the world press that's sitting over to my left, every magazine, if you go into a news agency these days, there's hundreds of magazines. Well, in Europe, there's hundreds and hundreds of magazines, and all the photographs that'll be taken here today will find their way all around the world. So it's a very special moment. It is the class of 2000, the brand new lineup for this season. And it's all exciting to be part of it. And I mean, when you have a look at all of the crowd here, and I heard Jackie talking about the Jaguar support, Eddie Irvine has just been cheered everywhere he's gone down here. The following for Jaguar is unbelievable.
Yeah, I just see Eddie Irvine walking in behind you there, Daryl, as well, and walking over now. And, well, he is a crowd favourite, last year's champion, and he's going in to take over the Ferrari position there by the looks of things. Jackie, now he's up in the back row there. Tell us, Jackie, a little bit about this man in the green suit.
Well, he's highly strung in many ways. He's been with Ferrari for 4 years with an immense amount of attention around him, and to some extent when you're with Ferrari you get spoiled because you get more attention, you get more commercial benefits because of the pull that Ferrari has, and Eddie has been used to that. So he's now coming to a relatively small team by comparison. However, he's adapted very well. He's been very productive with us. He's brought a lot of knowledge from Ferrari to us. And the Jaguar people, our engineers, Gary Anderson, for example, and here's our two stars coming now. And of course, Ferrari do get an immense amount of attention. There is nothing like the following that Ferrari get anywhere.
But no wastage in the Jag team with Jackie in charge, would
No, well, exactly. But it was interesting talking to Jackie before about the emotions that Jaguar have brought into Formula One. I mean, Ferrari have an enormous following throughout the world. Their merchandise is probably the largest selling merchandise in the world. And I was talking to Jackie a little bit earlier on, and he said last year they sold, I don't know,
$25,000 here of the Stuart Ford. And this year we sold, until last night, $400,000 worth. Here in Australia alone.
And that's just the change from Ford to Jaguar.
Exactly.
So, Jackie, how much do you look like you're going to sell it for the British Grand Prix?
A lot, I hope. I mean, I'm depending on this, Alan.
This is your super.
There he is. He exudes tremendous confidence, Michael Schumacher, doesn't he? He sits there, he has that arrogant stare, the big chin jutting out. Does he psych some of the drivers out?
I think just the body language alone right there with Mika. You know, the shoulders are down, the head is not up, whereas Schumacher, the shoulders are back and the head's up. I mean, he knows he's on parade and he plays it, but he actually plays it naturally. I don't think it's something that he's been coached on, certainly not, and something, just look at the difference there.
I think Mika's head goes up and his shoulders go back when he gets in the cockpit.
Oh, for sure.
And that's where it counts.
Oh, for sure.
If you're looking at that photo for the first time and didn't know anything about motor racing, you'd pick Schumacher as the defending world champion, wouldn't you? He just has that aura of a winner. But as you say, it's the bloke next to him in the Team West colours there who's on pole position.
And the last two world championships. I mean, that's no mean trip.
Jackie, I think the gap is broadening a little bit between David and Mika. I think he's asserting his superiority in that team more and more.
Well, we were speaking of it while we were doing a lap or two following the drivers, Eddie and I just now. And in fact, we think, I think that David does make the odd unforced error that's unaccountable for, whereas, now Mika last year made some errors too, but I think he picks up on it and it doesn't happen again.
Exactly.
Well, the driver's breaking now from the photo session. Let's go down to Darrell Eastlake now, who's with Heinz Harold Frentzen.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Well, Heinz, it's getting closer now. The strong team performance in qualifying, you're both together. Looks good, you're feeling good?
I'm feeling pretty good now, yeah. Just warm up. We did just run our car in slowly, and this race is going to be a hard race for us. We have to be reliable. We want to achieve just good points right in the beginning, yeah.
What goes through your mind this close to a race? Are you going around the circuit in your mind at this stage, or all of the photographs, the interviews, you just want to get them out of the way?
Well, certainly a lot of things you have to be in mind. Race strategies and pit stops, trying to identify other people, what they're doing. And we're trying to solve more or less the strategy before. Of course, there's some interviews like right now, and also visiting the sponsors and the paddock club. There's all sort of things we have to do before the race. Quite busy, actually.
So when does the mind click into gear? When you actually come around on the grid?
Yes, in this moment you are focused on the grid, and you just concentrated. You have not much time really to look around.
Thank you very much for your time. John Watson.
Thanks, Des. I've got young Nick Heidfeld with me. Nick, first Grand Prix, first time in Australia. How are things going?
Quite well, I would say, especially after practice. I was last nearly all the time. In qualifying it was 15, so we were quite happy about that.
Now, you're not a stranger to Formula One. You did testing last year with McLaren. What are you going to expect out of the Prost Peugeot this afternoon?
I hope that we're going to make the distance. I think that's going to be the most important and also most difficult thing for all the teams, because everybody had big reliability problems.
Very hot here this afternoon. That'll be a problem for you?
I think it's not as hot as it was supposed to be, and it's not as hot as yesterday. It shouldn't be a problem.
And physically you're in good shape?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nick. Have a great debut Grand Prix. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. And good to see Nick Heidfeld there, who has been overshadowed somewhat by Jenson Button. However, he will start in 15th position. Dave Button back on 21, and the other debutant, Gaston Mazzacane, at the back of the grid in 22nd position. The gentlemen now, the drivers, going back. They'll be going around in a few moments' time on the slowest lap of the day, the parade lap. That's coming up next when we come back here for the Qantas Formula One Australian Grand Prix.
in a most incredible rescue mission.
I don't think this is about hostages.
Time to make an executive decision.
Are you saying the nerve gas is on board? Yes, sir, I am.
Between a plane of hostages.
What are you doing up here? Who the hell else is going to do it? You?
And 40 million civilians on the ground.
I'm losing control of the airplane.
Starring Kurt Russell, Steven Seagal, and Halle Berry.
Stop the attack. We're not going to make it. You are!
Executive decision, 8:30 tonight on Win.
Great party. Although I had no idea it was fancy dress. There's Lenny the Lion. Hi. Fantastic costume. And Susie the Hyena. However, there's no disguising the unique taste of Schweppes. Ah, perfection. Hello, dear. Care for a drink?
It's me, George.
Cleaner, crisper Schweppes. Just a little more bite.
Modern China's on the move. They're even brewing Fosters here. But mate, if Chung Lee knew that every time he enjoyed a Foster's, he was helping our Australian athletes compete against China at the Sydney 2000 Olympics, I think he'd have a pretty big decision to make. Thanks, China.
Nissan challenges you to find a car with more extras than Pulsar for $19,990. Well, the Daewoo Nabira is not only better equipped, but also has a powerful 2-litre engine and free care.
Not much of a challenge, really.
At Regal, we guarantee it's easy.
That's right, Regal. Our garages, sheds and fences are constructed from first-quality BHP products. Sheds for commercial or domestic use and a range of designs to suit your needs. Built strong with fully welded trusses for strength, durability and ease of construction. Finish off your property with an attractive fence made strong and stylish from Regal. Regal product range comes with everything supplied and all are competitively priced. So call us on this number and as Regal says,
we guarantee it's easy.
Just listen to what people are saying about Stallard's fantastic Monday processing offer.
Well, I'm a professional photographer, but I also take a lot of snapshots of my family and my children when they're playing sport or at family functions or even just at home. My daughter has a camera now and she regularly takes photos, and I'm really happy that Stallard's use the high-quality Agfa Prestige paper. I think it's great value on a Monday at Stallard's because you get your photos twice the size and it's only $1 extra.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Year 2000, beautiful scenes here, ideal conditions as we see the drivers on their parade lap right now. Jackie Stewart in the studio here with Alan Jones, 4 World Championships between them. Let's talk to a couple of guys who are very keen to get off to a great start today. And first of all, we welcome the man who is on the front row in second place in the McLaren, David Coulthard. Welcome, David, to Widewater Sports.
Hello, hi, how are you doing?
How are you feeling?
Well, David, no ill effects from yesterday's accident, no sore necks?
No sore neck, but I've lost my no claims bonus, so I'm already out of pocket.
Typical of a Scot to think of that straight away, Alan.
David, were you in this morning, were you in that car or the backup car?
I drove both cars this morning because I have the T car for this race, and I'm pretty happy with the performance of both. Clearly, the Ferrari's in good shape, so I think we've got a real race in our hands.
So, are you starting in the T car?
I'll be starting in my race car and hoping that I don't have any problems when I go to the grid.
David, the Australian fans, obviously with the 2 McLarens at the front of the grid, will want to know, is it the case of who gets to the first corner again with Mika, who will get first go at winning this race?
I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear you that well there, but I guess it was some sort of positive question.
Hang on,
so
we'll just put somebody on that you can understand.
Right, this is the interpreter speaking. With regards to, is there any race strategy on this one, David, because of the controversy that was a little while back there? Is there a deal where the first man to the first corner gets the best opportunity to go ahead and win?
To be perfectly honest, at this moment, there's been no talk of that at all. We don't have our race meeting until after this parade lap. I don't think, given the situation with how quick Ferrari are, that there'll be any talk of that. I think we have to drive this race 100% every lap. So it'll really be a case of who gets the best track position and who does the better job of the pit stop. So I think we will see a true race.
David, how hard is it to concentrate, knowing that you've got to keep up the front, obviously, but with those two red cars right in your rear vision mirror?
Yeah, that does make it difficult. Obviously, the pace that they're showing, they're definitely a lot closer than we were here last year, and maybe even potentially they could be quicker than us during the race. So it is going to be an incredibly hard race. It's going to be warm, so there's going to be physically tough as well. But if the cars all run to the finish, I expect you'll see us all running quite close together.
Well, that in itself's another question, David, isn't it? I mean, reliability, you're quite confident there?
Yeah, we had a little problem with the engine yesterday, but that's something that we hadn't seen through our winter testing, so we're hoping it's just an isolated case. Otherwise, we're in better shape than we were this time last year for the first race.
Thanks very much, David. Enjoy the rest of the lap and good luck today in the Australian Formula One Grand Prix.
Thank you very much.
David Coulthard, the star driver of the McLaren team, starting on second position today when we get underway later on this afternoon. Now let's go down to the man who is on the fourth row in eighth position, Jacques Villeneuve. And Jacques, welcome back to Melbourne in the BAR team. Last year, this was your debutante race. It was a disappointing season for the BAR team, but you're looking a lot better already.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better because the car this year at least is reliable. We can do a lot of laps, and that's a great thing because we can at least get the car ready, where last year we couldn't even do laps and testing. Now it looks like we can actually finish the race, so that's great.
So, Jacques, it's Alan here. You're obviously not worried about reliability at this point, having a brand new engine car combination?
No, I'm not too worried. The car is strong and the engine has been running a lot of laps in the whole winter testing. We went to South Africa where it's high altitude and high temperatures, and it didn't seem to give any problems to the car, so it's looking good for today.
Where you are on the grid there, Jacques, obviously is a place where there can be complications if there's a little hookup for the couple of lanes in front of you. Obviously, quite difficult, that first corner complex, and it historically has been very congested. Any concerns in that direction?
The first corner is tough at the start because the track is very wide into the first corner, and then it's pretty sharp. It's always been a little problem there, and I'm starting next to Hedy, so the one time I crashed in the first corner was with Hedy, so it's going to be exciting.
Jacques, last year 21 drivers started, 8 finished. The year before, 9 finished. Is it a case for you today to just keep yourself neat for a while and let the McLarens and maybe the Ferraris put each other out of the races they've been able to do the last few years?
Well, at least the McLarens now seem to have competition with the Ferraris, where in the past they were by themselves. And then there's the rest of the pack, and that includes us. But it looks like a lot of teams have a few reliable problems, so hopefully it's going to help us out this year, which is the opposite of last year.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate if you give Eddie Irvine a little courtesy on that first corner there, Jacques.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I'm just saying, I'm asking you to be really courteous to Eddie Irvine on that first corner.
Yeah, well, just tell him to take it easy.
Good on you, Jacques. Thank you very much for joining us on Wide World of Sports. Enjoy this lap, and good luck when you go a little bit quicker later this afternoon. Jacques Villeneuve there, and what a great character he is, and hopefully impressing the future in-laws as well. His fiancée Danny Minogue in town, so there's quite a fair connection between Melbourne and a few of these teams here today. We're talking to Jackie earlier about Jack Nasser, the worldwide head of Ford these days. Of course, grew up in Brunswick here in Melbourne, and his brother Jamie Nasser runs a number of the top nightclubs in Melbourne. In fact, Jack's Bar down in Toorak is named after Jack Nasser. And there's the man they have to beat, though, the two-time world champion, pole position the last couple of years here in Melbourne, Mika Häkkinen, out in front, and that's where he'll want to stay all throughout the day.
I certainly will, for a number of reasons. I think it's going to be a lot of cool air out there. It's a very hot temperature. The ambient temperature is quite hot. These cars are obviously designed to run fairly closely, but if you do stick very close to the car in front of you, it can heat up a lot more than what you would normally like, Jackie.
Oh yes, temperatures now, with all the telemetry we have, we got information, whatever temperatures are involved, we know about it, but of course we can't change them while they're out there. But when they do come in for a pit stop, we can certainly make some modifications. But you're absolutely right. If you're sticking close to the car in front, it is a problem, and it does raise in temperatures. With this temperature and this humidity, it has a big effect.
There's Verstappen from the Arrows team. New sponsors, good to see some of the smaller teams actually getting some money behind them. And Jenson Button, who has received enormous publicity right throughout his campaign coming up to today's race. He'll be off 21st position. And as we said, Nick Heidfeld in 15th, the best of the debutants.
Well, he's had a real baptism of fire, hasn't he, Jenson Button? I mean, you couldn't write a worse scenario for him.
No, but I tell you what, he showed this morning in the warm-up. I think he was on new tyres, I think he was in low fuel, but he was second fastest in the warm-up, and I think that shows that the boy can do it. I have no doubts about his talent. I'm slightly concerned that he's been pushed in too deeply too soon, but it was his decision at the end of the day.
All right, well, there's still plenty to work out before we get down to business later on this afternoon, but boy, I think this one is going to be a competitive Grand Prix. Since arriving down under in 1985, the World Championship has left us with some amazing images. Here's just one of them. See if you can recall the year.
In the final round of the championship, the scene was set for a world title showdown between front-runners Michael Schumacher and Damon Hill.
Australia is go! Mansell slides away. We're Windhacken and Damon Hill on the left. Schumacher leads.
But before the contest had settled into its rhythm, the rivalry got way too close for comfort.
Schumacher's lost time. Yeah. Hill goes by. Oh, out goes Schumacher. The German is out of the Australian Grand Prix, and Damon Hill only has to keep going to be world champion of 1994, but can he keep going? Because he hit Schumacher's car, and if Damon Hill has to retire and you see smoke pouring off the wheel, that will mean that Schumacher will be world champion. What an incredible development.
Hill limped on for another lap before his title dreams finished in the pits. Teammate Nigel Mansell picked up the spoils. But the mid-race crash ensured the crown went to Benetton and Schumacher at the Australian Grand Prix of 1994.
This Monday, after 5 years together, they say goodbye.
You were so great. Now you have to leave. And I have to live with a boy!
Friends, Monday 7:30 before Spin City on Win.
And the latest technology, 24-hour-a-day backup, support, 7 days a week, and backed by the world's leading IP network. WinNet is the internet service provider that gives you the world. Call 1-300-139-949 and get online with WinNet. It's a big world.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
So you don't think you need Febreze? Well, think about this. Day in, day out, your furniture is absorbing odours. And no matter how thorough your regular cleaning is, the odours stay trapped in the fabric. That's why it's time to spray Febreze. And just like that, you can make odours go away. Really go away. So your whole house will end up smelling clean. A fresher clean everyone notices. Febreze cleans bad smells out of fabrics. For good.
Giffards, your Tasmanian-owned store, bring you fantastic catalogue specials like the Florida 3-piece leather recliner suite, the Peppermint Grove 7-piece dining setting, the Winchester leather lounge, the Bordeaux desk and chair, and the traditionally styled Stockman range for every room in your home. There's even more in the jam-packed classic style showcase catalogue out now. Plus, you can carpet 3 rooms for just $699. Check the Floor World catalogue, but hurry, it finishes at the end of March. All at Giffards, open 7 days a week at Main Road, Moona.
Destinations with Wendy Kennedy, returning in April to Win Television.
Welcome back. The Qantas Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix, Albert Park, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, and a beautiful shot there. Warm conditions, as Jackie Stewart was saying before. That's the shot from the Goodyear blimp. And there's a shot of the Goodyear blimp. And as you can see, the clouds behind it, nice and high. No problems with rain today. It is going to be ideal conditions for racing for the big boys. Also, for some of the junior burgers as well, because no Australian Grand Prix weekend would be complete without the local version of Amateur Hour. That is the BMW Celebrity Challenge. This year, another cast of closet Fangios are living out their motorsport fantasy. On pole, our very own Richard Wilkins. In there amongst all the male testosterone, RAAF pilot Joanne Meehan. But the man with inside mail and the most likely to create his own brand of havoc is Russell Revhead Gilbert.
Russell! Russell! Here I am with Thomas Muster, former #1 Austrian champion, tennis champion. How are you enjoying the race, mate?
Oh, it's all nice and tidy, I would say. Been practicing a little bit.
Champion decathlete. How do you say that?
Decathlete.
Decathlete. See, I was only good at 9 things. That's why I couldn't go in it.
No, sure.
And
that's why you got no kids. Yeah, go on.
A lot of people hate sitting behind you because they reckon you're going slow. Is that true?
It's true.
I hear a lot of people yelling out, "Get a wiggle on! Get a wiggle on!"
New grade car goes high tech. We usually just run in it, but it's got an engine and everything. This is scary.
I actually think the suits do me no justice whatsoever. I mean, you know, around this area especially.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking before to Paul Mercurio. He's used to Strictly Ballroom. I need a bit more.
I'm dancing between the brake and the accelerator.
I saw a pirouette down there.
There's a couple of pirouettes
and
I am wiggling my rear end a bit.
Half yellow?
Oh, who's a pretty boy? We're out of here. Do I look all right in my suit? I am a sex god.
He's sexy, isn't he?
I am a sex god.
Yeah.
No, but
secretly, all the girls are lusting after you.
I
You
look-
know that?
The car's up my bum at the moment, and they're not happy that I'm here.
Don't you reckon I look sexy? I feel good in this. I'm staying in this for the week. I sleep in it, I get up in it, and I feel pretty good in this.
Ryan's up the house at the moment. Gary Lyon just threw me off the track.
I'm just here to put Gary Lyon into the wall.
It's got my name on there. Like, I've got a name for mine, but it's Little Elvis. I thought that's what that was for. I didn't know that actually it was meant to be your own name.
Come on, Joe. Right, we're going to go.
What does it entail when you are Bachelor of the Year for the year? What happens? Do chicks come up and throw themselves at you?
Not really. It's sort of, you get to open libraries and go to...
You get some open libraries. Oh, God. I want to be Bachelor of the Year.
Wow. Let's replace Murray with Jo Beth Taylor.
Oh, and just for your the lady you're going out with at the moment, he's got Kerry's phone number here. Who's Kerry?
And Richards.
And Richards.
There you go.
Yes, he likes it both ways.
Kerry.
I've got no hope of winning this race whatsoever.
I'm the noisiest guy I've ever seen.
I'm the noisiest guy you've ever seen. Well, if we could understand you, I wouldn't have to talk to you so much.
It's drawing a graph of the actual speed of the car. As you come onto the straight, you'll go through a corner, the speed will slow down to go through the corner.
He is the class clown. We have to have class every morning and do our lessons. And of course, it is Russell that's yelling out and saying sarcastic remarks to the teacher.
Yeah, but I'm always the one in trouble. If something goes wrong, they all yell out, "Russell did it." Yes. Could I go to the toilet, please? No. Yeah,
I mean, he's as good as driver as he is funny. So there you go. We all know that he's not very funny.
It's okay, I've already been to the toilet. How do you think you'll go in the race, Tim?
Losses?
What's that all about? Losses?
Losses?
I haven't worked out the system yet, how to close the door. But apart from that, everything else seems to be going okay. So, and tell me, one other thing, I just want to ask you. Do you reckon I look all right in my suit?
Russell, you look like a driving god.
There you have it, Lavinia Nixon. the race.
Mate, thank you.
And I'll see you in the fan track.
See you then.
Another thing. Oh, that's all I know. Thanks, darling. Turn off the camera.
Russell Gilbert having a lot of fun there, but can I just say, while they're hamming it up, they are deadly serious about winning. There's plenty of egos at stake there, and Richard Wilkins is the man on pole position. Russell Gilbert will have to come from 13th position. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the moment of truth for the celebrity field. We'll be back. Meanwhile, here's a reminder from previous years why BMW Australia should be feeling a little nervous right now.
And there's another one. Sam Newman's out. He's got it to the wall. Listen to the crowd. They'll give him plenty.
And she's going to... Oh, and there she has another go here.
Oh, touch. He's gone. Another. Oh, big tap up the backside. That was no. You're not going to tap me. I'll come back and get you.
Lisa Patrick here. Oh dear, Lisa, are you going to be all right?
Good.
Yes.
Oh, straight off. And he's hit it pretty hard, I'll tell you.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
CableMate replace, supply and manufacture
marine cables.
Good boy. Also
Industrial and gym cables.
Correct.
Farm cable applications.
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says
Chesterman Street, Moona.
Just listen to what people are saying about Stallard's fantastic Monday processing offer.
Well, I'm a professional photographer, but I also take a lot of snapshots of my family and my children when they're playing sport or at family functions or even just at home. My daughter has a camera now and she regularly takes photos, and I'm really happy that Stallard's use the high-quality Agfa Prestige paper. I think it's great value on a Monday at Stallard's because you get your photos twice the size and it's only $1 extra.
Does your mum eat Spider Week? Yep. Aren't it Spider Week? It's the 100% natural goodness that does it.
Everything has a story to tell, of times it has seen, of the places it's been, of the emotions it has experienced, of the lives it has shared. Every item has a story to tell, a story which you can be part of with a piece from Adelaide Exchange Jewellers Antique and Estate Jewellery. But if you want to start a new page, a fresh story, let Adelaide Exchange Jewellers help with a superb selection of excitingly designed and newly crafted pieces that give you the perfect opening paragraph. Make it a part of your life, a part of the story you write, whether you're continuing a moment in history or beginning a brand new chapter. Adelaide Exchange Jewellers, more than just a jewellery store. Cat and Fiddle Arcade, Hobart.
Hey, nice to be at your place wherever you're watching us right around Australia. It's celebrity race time. Let's go through the grid for you. Wilkins, Mercurio, they've been hard at it. Jimmy Owens there, Muster, Main, and as we go through, Daley Thompson, the great Olympian. What an athlete. Wow, something special. And we'll be talking to him. Russell Gilbert, one of the funniest guys in town. Christy Hins would like to be in the passenger seat there, let me tell you. John Stanley for the Sydney viewers from 2UE is there. And the great record man, the rock and roller, Michael Gudinski. So here's the lineup and racing now underway. Let's see what happens, because Up front, Richard Wilkins has been the fast man right through. Bridget DeClow, you're with me. You've been in this position before. You've raced in it.
I have been in this position, Darryl, but I've never been at the front of the grid, I've got to tell you. But apparently lots going on between Richard Wilkins and Thomas Muster. They want to win.
Bridget, I think Richard Wilkins may have jumped the start. I mean, I was looking very carefully at that, and to me it looked like he did jump the start. So it'll be interesting to see whether he gets a stop-go penalty.
One of the cars off there, and they're beautiful BMW cars, aren't they? Gorgeous. I mean, have a look at this. The money that's been turned out is just sensational. And all of the drivers have been told to be very, very careful of the BMW. But that's all right when they say,
you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah. So let's get into it, AJ. Now, obviously, they go through a couple of weeks of training to get to this level.
Yeah, they're taken out to Sandown and a couple of other circuits, and they're given a pretty comprehensive sort of a briefing and driving lesson, for want of a better word, by Jeffrey Brabham and Thomas Mazera and a few of those guys out there helping them. So they're fairly well briefed, and I think as far as looking after the cars are concerned, though, the red mist will be now hovering over the brain, and that'll all be out the window.
Now, Bridget, come on, fill us in on the goss. This is the time we can really get square with a lot of people.
There are a lot of comedians in this race, Darryl, and from what I've heard, they're trying to outdo each other with funny lines rather than trying to win this race. They are all competitive to get the jokes in. Christy Hinds, the glamour of the race, of course, the supermodel who's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. All the boys giving her a lot of help with her driving, funnily enough.
Now, listen, I believe Joe Beth has been getting a little extra tutoring.
Look, there's a bit of rumour that Joe Beth's car is parked next to Thomas Muster's, the former #1 tennis player. That's all I can tell you. In the garage, they are lined up.
Bridget, from what I can see, the only funny lines out there at the moment are the ones they're taking around the corner.
But one of the most popular of the celebrities this year is, of course, Anthony Field, the Wiggle. And at Government House the other night was seen trying to get into the fountain. So the Wiggle has been having lots of fun out there, I can tell you.
I've been dying to use the line. I was going to wait for a few laps, so I was getting a wriggle on.
Yeah, amazing story, the Wiggles, aren't they? And launching overseas too. Cars are coming around. We're going to talk to Lavinia Nixon very shortly. Lavinia's been here before. Remember, she had that big stack, real big stack. And let's hope we'll be talking to her shortly. We'll let her get through the first bit of this lap anyway. Here we go. And riding here with Lavinia now. So just watch this.
And that is Daley Thompson.
Doesn't look a bit like Lavinia Nixon. Lavinia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Darryl.
Okay, how are you feeling, darling?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit nervous, but I went out last night and practiced on Daytona, but I don't know if that helped because I was bouncing off walls and coming back onto the track.
Now, I want to know how many revs you're doing and what sort of speed. Have a quick look.
It looks really slow on the television at home, but we're actually banging it. We do about 180 down the straight, although I'm sure Richard Wilkins going a little bit faster. He clocked up 149 kilometres an hour as an average yesterday. So we're not all doing 60 and 70 kilometres an hour, it's just me.
Well, Lavinia, I don't care how fast you're going, you're looking fantastic, and I reckon that's all part of it.
Thanks, Bridge.
Get on with it, Lavinia. We'll come back to you a little later.
Okay.
Put the boot in, darling. Forget the brake pedal.
She's doing a great job. I know a lot of professionals that can't talk and drive as well as that.
My dad would be glad to hear you say that. Thanks, Darryl.
And no swearing, Lavinia.
Carry on. Now, Daley Thompson's in there too. One of the greatest athletes the world's ever produced. Jonesy come out with a good line if he breaks down.
Well, if he breaks down or, heaven forbid, goes into the fence, he won't have any problem sprinting back to the paddock.
Daley, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, that was Jones. He reckons if you have a problem, you won't have any trouble sprinting back.
Well, I hope I don't have too many problems. I had a pretty good start, and I'm just going down the back straight now, or some straight. I don't know. But anyway, I think I passed a couple of people.
Oh, no. Daley will leave you because Lavinia Nixon spun out. She's sitting in the gravel. Lavinia, talk to me.
No brakes. That was great advice.
A perfect racing driver. She's got the immediate excuse.
I told you not to use the brakes, but, well, not so much accelerator.
That's all right. I didn't finish last time. I didn't really expect to finish this time.
Whatever you do, Lavinia, do not drink champagne in the kiddie litter. I did that one year and got called up.
About you, Bridge.
Yeah, don't go near the champagne. They'll offer it to you, but say no.
Okay.
There she goes off. Well, for the second time, haven't finished, but there we go. Never mind, Parliament's always next to you.
Now, a very talented driver can actually get themselves out of the kiddie litter, can't they, AJ?
I don't know. I've never been in there, Bridget, so I really don't know much about it. But no, she certainly went into the corner quite quick, didn't she?
No trouble with that.
I'm sure the instructors must have been telling us slow in, quick out, not quick in, not out.
Well, let's go back to the race because Paul Mercurio is leading car 16. Now, Paul Mercurio has raced motorcycles before. Great talent, dancer, actor, and he's having a big go.
And I know they learnt heel-to-toe braking, and obviously his dancing has helped him there because he's right up the front of the race. Go, Paul.
wearing ballet shoes as he goes around.
He's dancing on those pedals, Des.
Wilkins, Mercurio, Jimmy Owen, Muster, Mine and Lion. That's the lineup for you. And Richard Wilkins has had the eyes on all week. He really has wanted to do it. I tell you what, he stopped the pit lane the other day with the young lady on his arm.
Well, we mustn't forget, Daz, that Sam Newman started his illustrious racing career as a celebrity driver.
I'm not sure where his career's gone.
We've got to say Richard Wilkins is, of course, dating former Price is Right model Anne-Marie Cooksley and has been showing her around the field.
Spin there, car 7. Tanya Zieta has come off. The beautiful Tanya has just had the big spin. Up go the arms. She said, what do I do now?
She looks like she's got some tyre marks on the right-hand side, so she may have very well been helped a little bit in that area.
Is she going backwards? Oh, no, she's back on. It's all right.
She'll be back off again if she doesn't keep her hand on the wheel. No, all by her own little self.
Here she goes now, and whoa, that's pretty scary when that happens.
She's, of course, Australia's action girl.
Yeah, well, she's lived up her reputation. Oh, have a look at that. How lucky was that?
You're joking.
How lucky was that?
Oh,
we'll take a break, come back with the celebs. Stay with us. Whoa.
Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now.
On Spin City Monday,
You kids just need to study, study, study.
has been put to the test.
Cross cheaters.
Will government aid be his only hope?
What's the first element on the periodic table?
Nitrogen. NutraSweet.
Spin City, 8 o'clock Monday on Win.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
Montal, your first choice.
Oi.
That car.
Buy an ice cold Mars and you could be cruising California for 14 days with 3 mates.
Charles Tauber, J. Bogan Son and DAP Computers present Killing Heidi. Friday, March 24 at the Saloon with 2 shows, licensed and all ages, tickets at the venue. And Hobart City Hall, Saturday, March 25 with an all ages area, tickets at Ellis and Hawker. Don't miss Australia's hottest act.
Welcome back to Albert Park. We're looking at the celebrities as they make their way round. And it's been a wonderful performance so far by Paul Mercurio. He's going very, very well indeed.
And lots of radio stars in this race today. Let's hope we don't see any crash for comments, because I reckon there's a big chance of that one. Steve Bedwell, Tim Smith, and of course John Stanley from Sydney.
And we do have a Jones in the commentary box. That could be deadly.
And Alan Jones.
Oh, stop it.
So what do you reckon, AJ? Is this a good race? Are they giving it a good go, these celebrities?
Well, it's starting to hot up a little bit now. I see that Wilkins is putting a lot of pressure on Paul Mercurio, and Daley Thompson, I think, is now up to 5th spot, and we might even be able to have a word with him in a minute.
Yeah, we'll be talking to him now.
Here's a replay.
Here's a replay coming up. This is Amanda Patterson and Steve Bowl from Triple M.
Steve Bedwell has given her an awful shunting.
Now, there's a rule in V8 Supercar that if you can see the guy out of the right-hand side in your peripheral vision, he actually has got the corner. I dare to say that she was about 4 car lengths past.
And I don't think they really follow the rules as well as they should, the celebs. I know we didn't in our year anyway.
So Richard Wilkins, Mercurio, they're having a good ding-dong battle. Here we come as they come screaming around here off the circuit. Car 17.
Santo Chilaro from the panel. He's good at burnouts. He's an Italian who grew up in Collingwood. He knows
he
all
didn't
about
learn to drive. He's done everything else but learn to drive.
I wonder who he wants to win the Formula One race today.
They tell me he's a great cook, though. All right, Daly Thompson. He's going okay. He's in 5th, Jonesy.
Daly, it's Alan Jones here.
I'm just in front of Joanne, which was my biggest thing today because some of the boys had bet me she was going to take me. So I was very fortunate enough to take her early and managing just to keep her at bay. I might have to stop talking to her for a second. Just about to take her right. This is the best set of corners because you try and do it without lifting too much. There we go. Anyway, these two up in front of me, they've been fighting a bit, so that slowed them down, and I'm just reeling them in just a little bit at a time.
Daly, you're up into 5th spot, so that's not too bad.
I wish you hadn't told me that.
Yeah, a bit more pressure for you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Daly, we'll let you get on with it. You're doing a good job.
Now, Joanne Main, of course, the RAAF roulette pilot, the only female in the world, Darryl. She's right up there in the top 5, and the boys say she is unbelievable.
Bit of huff and puff up the front there. Yeah, and amazing. Watched the roulettes as a youngster and said, I'm going to fly with the roulettes, and did that.
Isn't she great?
Hey, this is good stuff. Look at that. Richard's just given him a major touch-up, got in front of him, and now Paul's fighting back. This is going to be very interesting down into the next right-hander.
Yeah, and Paul moved over too. He's saying this is the last lap, so it's all on now. Mercurio and Wilkins there at it. This is what it's all about now. We've seen a few celebrity races turn into battle side by side. He's can't do it there. Can't do it there. Oh, no. How lucky was that? Oh, went off and came back and nearly T-boned him. Wow.
Uwe Hartmann from BMW just we'll call an ambulance for him.
Oh, I've got to see a replay of that. That was amazing. 10 years the other nearly did the same thing. Here we go. Look, watch this.
And he's coming. He's 10 years ahead. She's going backward. She's going forward. She doesn't know what she's doing at the moment. What about Richard Wilkins?
Whoa, that was dead set.
And Paul Mercurio. I think he's come out of it best, hasn't he?
Here we go.
Lots of things.
Watch this now. Here we go. Down side
a bit
by
of
side.
understeer there. Look. Understeer straight off. Little brave attempt trying to go around the outside, I must admit.
He's done beautifully trying to get out of that kitty litter, and I thought he was going to come back in here and hit him full on.
Well, see, on the grass he starts to accelerate. Look at this. He starts to accelerate. Richard, wow. Oh, the old hair. She'll be a bad hair day when it gets out now.
Oh, he'll have helmet head, won't he? This race has got everything they promised. I'm thrilled to bits with Richard Wilkins' performance so far. And look at Paul Mercurio.
Oh, he's the pro. I mean, he's raced on 2 wheels in motorbikes, and he's just said, look, throw everything you got at me, and I'm still there.
And son of Gus, he knows how to box on in a crisis, doesn't he?
Yeah, in case there's a bit of aggro afterwards.
And I'm sure there's going to be. So Paul Mercurio now winding around. Here we go. This is car 11. This is Christy Hines. Oh, the glamour. Don't get bruised.
Oh, look at Christy. Christy Hines, of course, the granddaughter of Russ, the Minister for Everything. And she's been a big favourite down there on the track.
He was Minister for good times.
He was indeed. Paul
And
Mercurio.
Christy has been the talk of pit lane too. There's been a few of the Ferrari boys have been out trying to help prepare the BMW. Round they come now.
Now, Michael Godinsky polled last, which was interesting. He hasn't driven a manual in 25 years, Darryl.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him.
I've got to say, that was fairly obvious yesterday.
Hasn't got a lot of idea about
I have
this
no
one.
idea who's second and third at this stage. Absolutely no idea.
Gary Lyon, I think, in the footy show car is looking pretty good. Is that Gary in the red?
Richard Wilkins. Oh! Off we go on the grass and another one behind. But Richard Wilkins has really got a foot in now. He knows that he could have won this, and he's wanted to win it all week. He's been really the fastest guy, and he really would be smarting badly about this, I can tell you. There it is, car number 9, Richard Wilkins. He's still in second place. He's thrown it around a bit.
Looks like he might be overheating the tyres a little bit, Daz. You're using him a bit too much and it's starting to get very loose on him.
Well, he's had plenty of practice.
Paul Mercurio over the line,
the
takes
checkered
a celebrity
flag.
race for Paul Mercurio. Well done now. Here we come for second. As they come through now, the checkered flag goes out, the arms go up. And I've got to say, it's a little bit difficult from the angle to pick up those numbers.
I think in third place, Gary
race
Lyon.
this year. There was a bit in it.
Gary Lyon came in third, Paul Mercurio first, I think Richard Wilkins second. And I'd like to know where our RAAF roulette pilot ended, Joanne Main, because she's been wonderful.
Well, Paul Mercurio's done a pretty good job, AJ.
Good job. I mean, he paced himself rather well. kept his head together going into the first right-hander past the start-finish line. Richard was on the outside of him. He took a tighter line, backed off a little bit. Richard paid the price, and he's going to get the trophy.
I think we've got to take our hats off to BMW to present so many cars in the way that they've done it and to provide all of the training. Just fantastic. Like the race is still going on. Oh, again. Oh, Tanya, action girl.
I hope this is not the slow down, lad.
I tell you what, she was, I think, a brunette when she started. She'll be stark grey. She'll have my hair when she gets out. That's 3 big ones.
I'll tell you one who's been driving conservatively is Paul Clitheroe from the Money Show. He knows the value of these cars, and there they are, Daryl. Paul Mercurio in first place, Richard Wilkins in second, Gary Lyon from the Footy Show in third, Jamoan, the Irish comedian, he went the right way around the track, which is a relief, in fourth, Daley Thompson fifth, and our girl, the RAAF pilot, Joanne Main, in sixth place.
So there you go. Well, terrific stuff. I can't believe Tanya's here. She's had more spins than anybody I've ever seen.
And I've got to ask AJ, did you dance to get yourself right for being in the cars? Because obviously it's helped Paul Mercurio.
I'm not a great dancer, Richard, I've got to tell you.
Okay, been a lot of fun as always. Thanks to BMW, thanks to all the celebrities. They've done a terrific job again. We'll take a break, come back. The racing gets a little bit more serious now, so stay with us.
Monday.
He's the guy.
Your every move is being watched.
I like Liz, Max, and I don't want you around her.
And tensions begin to overflow.
Stay away from her.
Another shock revelation on Roswell, 8:30 Monday.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 131901. The Army, the Edge.
Great party. Although I had no idea it was fancy dress. There's Lenny the Lion. Hi. Fantastic costume. And Susie the Hyena. However, there's no disguising the unique taste of Schweppes. Ah, perfection. Hello, dear. Care for a drink? It's me, George. Cleaner, crisper Schweppes. Just a little more bite.
At this price, we can only hold it till 3, Mrs. Harris.
No, I'll be there, thanks.
Okay.
Go for it, Liz. Yeah, I'll drop the kids round later. You're a pal.
Yes, we can move your appointment, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, good.
Because you make a lot of them, Telstra have introduced the 15-cent neighbourhood call.
Jane, you won't believe how much I saved today.
Numbers sharing the same exchange as yours are a neighbourhood call. Find your phone number prefix in the back of the White Pages directory.
It's beautiful.
Saab now introduce the Aero Series. Precision engineering delivering breathtaking performance. The Aero Series. Sedan, coupe, convertible, and estates.
At Pizza Haven, get 2 large pizzas, garlic bread and Coke for $19.95 delivered. That'll shock you. Thank goodness we know how to make great pizza.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix at Albert Park in Melbourne. And boy, have we had some action on the track so far. The supercars only went about 30 metres before they were smashing into each other. The celebrities went marginally longer. And Tanya Zayeda just showing that sometimes who dares loses. Paul Mercurio, our winner. Richard Wilkins from Channel 9 second. And for the second year on the trot, the Melbourne Footy Show, the AFL show, getting a podium finish with Gary Lyon. Let's go down to the winners and the losers with Anne-Marie Sparkman.
Paul Mercurio, pretty soon we're going to get Richard Wilkins and, of course, third, Gary Lyon. Congratulations. But you two, Hoons, what about the chicane? Tell us what happened.
Man, oh, man. Go on, you go first.
What can you say? We were having fun and we made a break, and I think we were kind of watching that we had a break, and then we started racing. Richard was a bit desperate on a couple of moves there, and
you had the line, Paul.
He did a couple of things around the back when no one was watching, and I knew it was serious down here, and I just thought, well, you know, it's serious, and it was good.
It was a brain snap, wasn't it, Richard?
Man, I've been staying on the track all week, and I went off about 5 or 6 times today. I couldn't believe I got back on in that kitty litter down there. I just went straight. Did you see that?
I tried not to watch, actually.
And tell me how exciting it was when you went off and came round. I thought you were going to T-bone him when you came round.
Came back off again, came back on again. And then he was next.
Gary Lyon came third. Now, Gaz, you've come back from 6th, I think, on the grid.
Good.
Good effort, though.
A good start, which I was bloody. I think I might have cheated.
And then you got ahead of the only chick in the race, too. There was a competition.
I reckon I could go back on the footy show. There, Sheila beat me. You're joking, aren't you?
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. You can come back on, even though he was able to beat the Sheila. But tell you what, the Sheila did very well as well. And that was, of course, Joanne Meehan, who finished, I think, in about 5th position. So well done to all our celebrities getting through in one piece. Well, they know very much about the old saying about all show and no go. And it certainly applies to Formula One racing. Not only must the cars go fast, they must look good as well, like our celebrities. Cos Cardone has been looking into the business of image and money on the Formula One grid.
A Formula One car has a few functions. Sure, it's got to be quick, but it's also got to provide the image, which in turn brings in the cash. So a car's livery is all about looks and loot. In pure sponsorship terms, Pit Lane is home to almost $1 billion in paint and stickers.
That's what you buy when you become a title sponsor of a Formula One team. You buy the colour of the car.
With 360 million TV viewers for every race, that kind of promotion and marketing doesn't come cheaply. The top teams would run on annual budgets of something like $100 million US.
The red of Ferrari, the yellow of Jordan, the blue of Prost. It's all up for grabs. And now there's the green of the new Jaguar. And like every team, forget the technical testing, countless hours were spent just running a bare car around a racetrack to see what looked good on television.
Endless testing, endless cars being painted and repainted, being taken to exposed racetracks in good days and bad days, rainy days and dry days. And cars going round, not necessarily the Formula One car, other racing cars, in order for us to come up with what we believe to be the right formula of green to satisfy all of our needs.
The result was that Jaguar had to forego the traditional British racing green it wanted because it was too dark. And money was enough for Ferrari to forget about the romance of its red.
The Ferrari is not Italian Ferrari red. It was changed to be Marlboro red because it had more orange in it and it came out better on television.
The biggest livery change this year is BAR, the worst performing team last year with what many, including its owner, reckon was the worst looking car.
Last year I don't think our car looked good at all and we didn't have any points, we didn't win anything. And I tell you, that was to me at the end of the season the ugliest car that you can ever have, and I'm trying to put that behind us.
This year, it's a cleaner, hopefully luckier, white image. The message, if you're going to finish last, at least look good doing it. And it's not all about colour, such is the lust for every fraction of speed, but the weight of the paint has a big bearing. So that's right, the paint is weighed to the last millilitre.
And the weight of it can be several kilos, and several kilos of weight on a Formula One car can cost you a couple of tenths a second per lap.
After the paint job comes the bit the marketing gurus love the most, putting on their loaded logos.
If you wanted to buy every logo on this car, you'd have to send us a check for about $80 million US for the season. Our biggest sponsor is spending around about $30 million US. If you've got something between $1.5 and $30 million, we're very happy to do business with you.
And even before a race is run, at many teams, business is already closed.
I've got nothing to sell you, and it breaks my heart to tell you that.
But if you think it breaks a sponsor's heart to see a car crash, think again. The reality is that the spectacular images are the ones replayed over and over again. It's a real case of getting bang for your bucks. And so if Formula One is a catwalk, which car is the pick of the models? Recent research shows the black and gold JPS Lotus of more than a decade ago is the best remembered look.
It was very rich, it was very exotic, and it was, I think, one of the best ever designs in Formula One.
It really was a classic and was way ahead of its time, I think.
But forget the teams of image makers and forget the millions they spend. There seems no such thing as an ugly winner.
The funny thing is, the car can look terrible, but if it wins races, it will look great.
Always go a little bit quicker, the red ones, don't they? But if you think there's a bit of hot air involved in that, what about what Jackie Stewart said earlier today? Last year, the Stewart Ford team sold $25,000 worth of merchandise over the 4 days of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. This year, with the new marque, Jaguar, with the beautiful green, British Racing green livery, they have sold already over $400,000 worth of merchandise going into today. So they'll probably top around $600,000. That is a lot of money for having a nice paint job. Okay, let's have a look at the celebrity presentation. These guys know what it's all about as far as image is concerned. In first place, Paul Mercurio. Have a look at him. Strictly ballroom, strictly enjoying himself up there at the moment with Richard Wilkins, the long-time Channel 9 identity. A great bloke too, Richard Wilkins. Congratulations to Richard. And my old mate Gary Lyon, who launches his book this week. Well, he's got another chapter to put in his second memoirs, of course, from the Channel 9 footy show, the AFL edition of it, and National 9 News doing his tips on a Friday night for the AFL season. And Gary, who had a debilitating back injury that put him out of football last year, certainly showing no signs of that. But the day belongs to this man, Paul Mercurio. His father, Gus Mercurio, of course, a great actor, but also a world boxing referee, and I reckon he needed a little bit of that boxing refereeing going on in that corner right there in the bottom of the screen when he put Richard Wilkins right out of business. So the year 2000 BMW Celebrity Challenge has been run and won. Paul Mercurio, Richard Wilkins and the great Gary Lyon. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we get down to real business at the Qantas Formula One Grand Prix at Albert Park, Melbourne.
Returning Monday with Claire Fanger.
What happened? I mixed your hair.
Mysteries.
All those sperm, how are you the fastest?
And new faces. All is revealed in the season premiere. Veronica's Closet, 10 o'clock Monday on Win.
The hum of the saw, the wail of the drill, the rhythm of the plane. If you love the music of woodworking, listen to this free TV offer. Introducing 101 Shop Tips for Woodworkers. It's filled with time-saving secrets from the pros, like a jig for routing evenly spaced dados, the trick to straightening out uneven edges, how to keep lacquers and thinners from splashing when closing the can. You'll discover clever shop-made jigs and tips that'll save you years in shop time. It's all in one handy resource, and you get it, stop the music, free. That's $10 value free when you order Cabinet Making, the first volume in the art of woodworking, for only $19.95. Call 1300 300 550 now. Packed with hundreds of full-colour photos and illustrations, Cabinet Making shows you how to master every cabinetry skill and get picture-perfect results. At a glance, you'll learn the secrets of frame and panel assembly, rock-solid joinery, adding decorative touches like moulding. You can preview future volumes with absolutely no commitment to buy. Call now, and for less than $20 you'll get Cabinet Making plus your free copy of 101 Shop Tips for Woodworkers. And there's more. Use your credit card and get this bonus video, Shop Secrets from Master Craftsman, free. This exclusive video gives you a wealth of expert advice and trade secrets from 4 master woodworkers. So call 1300 300 550 now to order cabinet making for just $19.95 and get 101 shop tips free. Use your credit card and get your shop secrets video. That's almost $70 value for only $19.95. If you love the sound of woodworking, then getting all this for less than $20 is music to your ears. Call 1300 300 550 and get your free 101 shop tips. Use your credit card and you'll receive your free shop secrets video. Almost $70 value for only $19.95. Call now.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million.
He's won $1 million!
You know the game, you know the jackpot. Enter now on 1902 554 649 and you could be a winner. Millionaire returns March 18.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix, and the shot from the Goodyear blimp over the course, looking back towards Melbourne, the CBD just on the left of screen there, and there is the Goodyear blimp providing magnificent pictures right around the course throughout the afternoon, and we've enjoyed them in the celebrity race so far. Now we're getting ready for the V8 Supercar Showdown, and yesterday here at Albert Park, Mark Scaife led the field home in a barnstorming Hot Wheels V8 Supercar Showdown. Today the battle between Holden and Ford is set for another round. And keep an eye out for car number 99 at the back of the field, my co-host on the Footy Show, Slamming Sam Newman. Daryl, this is the homegrown action that brings the Formula One teams out of the pits as the big V8s light up the park. And may I say, Daryl, congratulations, because I heard during the week Eddie Jordan, the head of the Jordan team, regard you and comment publicly that you are the best race caller in the world. So, mate, we've got the best in the business, calling the homegrown best in the business.
Thanks, Eddie. I had given him a few drinks up, well, that's part of the day. So.
Doesn't matter, mate. Never knock back a compliment.
Exactly. And you're talking about Holden versus Ford, of course, that's what it's all about. If you go through the years, there's been 32 races. That's including, as we look for the grid, as you read who's there and how they've lined up. I'll just give you some stats because they're very interesting. Holden have won 18 wins, Ford 10, and Nissan, of course, won 5 times when they were competing in this class. But Holden have won the last 14 races. The last Ford win was Glenn Seaton in race 1 of the 1996 first year in Melbourne. Now, also, there's 7 Formula Ford champions in this field. Tander, Bright, Richards, Lowndes, McConville, Ingle, Larkham. So when you have a look at it, that's been a wonderful proving ground for young talent. Now they've found their way into the V8s, which in a lot of cases, it's probably not what they want to do, but it is the premier racing, AJ, here in Australia.
It is the premier racing, Daz, and if you want to become a professional racing driver, i.e. earn a living out of racing cars, this is the top category to aspire to within Australia. And a lot of these guys that have done Formula Ford, Russell Ingall's been overseas, Larry Perkins has been overseas. A lot of the guys who've been overseas, come back to Australia to settle down, and now they are professional drivers in the true sense of the meaning in the V8 category.
John Watson, for viewers that weren't with us yesterday, I know you're a big fan. That's Paul Radisich there. He's getting set, and he's been driving very well, I've got to say, over the last couple of days. But you are a fan of these cars.
Yes, indeed, and particularly Paul Radisich and Trish, his wife, they've come back out to Australia, having been in Europe, and when I come out here for the Grand Prix and watch these cars, it is without doubt the most entertaining form of motor racing out in Australia.
You're connected with the small bore touring cars in England, and that's a very exciting series, but it's not as strong as this in this country.
No, it's not. Unfortunately, we've lost a number of manufacturers, whereas here in Australia you've got 2 manufacturers, but what you've got are grids full with 40 cars, and that is just something we would, well, just hold our breath for, to have in the UK a field like this. That's fantastic.
It's a good formula in as far as it's controlled as well. The cars weigh 1,350 kilos. They race a 5-litre engine, which is restricted to 7,500 revs, 10-to-1 compression ratio. So it's a fairly tight formula, so parity is there. And the only way these guys can gain an advantage is technically through shock absorbers and so forth.
Glenn Seaton all sitting up ready. He was the last Ford winner back all of those years ago now.
But just something, just picking up on what Alan was saying, you know, touring cars in England, a two-car team is looking at a budget of about £3.5 to £4 million a year for Super Tourers. These cars are substantially less than that, and they provide much closer and much more fun rotor racing.
All set now on the grid, waiting. Mark Scaife sitting on pole.
Scaife's got to do a good start here. If Paul does a better start and takes the inside line, I think we can see quite a few cars being held up for a while, which could even make for a better race.
Scaife on pole, and it's Raditz just beside him. Tander's been fantastic, really, for the last 2 days. He's been so quick. Got muscled and hustled out of it yesterday. Larry Perkins in behind him. Then Craig Lowndes. Watch for him. We'll be on board with him and Paul Radicic. Waiting for the start now. Scaife needs to make a beauty because Radicic has been red hot off the line. So it's Holden. Then it's Ford, Holden and Ford. So Holden at the moment. They've got the ascendancy. Up go the revs now. Get set for a start. Start to creep. Away they go.
Good start by Scaife. Excellent start. He got the revs absolutely spot on. Put all the power to the ground. Oh dear, one of the Kmart cars has gone off.
Off in pit lane. That's the second time we've seen that happen today. Up front there. Look at this. There's plenty of hustle and muscle up in the front of the pack. But most of them get through. But that was nasty off the line. We'll come back to that in a minute because at the moment it's Scaife. And he's doing a good job.
Yeah, see, a perfect start. Radicic had too much wheel spin, almost lost his second place, regained it, he muscled his way through turn one.
That was Steve Richards that went off in the Kmart Holden. He obviously got a little bit of a touch from behind. And his teammate, or number 12, which is the Greg Murphy, that's just exiting pit lane. So both Kmart cars out within the first lap.
Mark Scaife now winds the big VA up now. Look at Radicic. Here's Tander now. Tander comes inside with a great line there. He come round on the outside. Good bit of work.
Yeah, but Radicic's got it all wrong. He was on the grass coming out of 5. Tander got alongside him, got the pace into turn 6.
Tander's been fantastic down here. This place is not
Here's
intimidating. Look at this.
Look at this.
Radicic's up the inside now. Takes the line. Beautifully done. So he takes his spot back.
And that's horsepower. Paul Radicic just used the grunt of that Ford engine that pulled out and passed.
Well, the thing is, John, once you lose your momentum, you get a wheel on the dirt or something like that coming out of the corner, you lose that. Oh, look at that. Crompton and Craig. Oh, no, Craigie Lowndes and Crompton. Is it?
That's
no,
Todd
Kelly, young Todd Kelly.
That's the young Lions car.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I wouldn't be at all surprised now if they red flag this or at least put the pace car out.
So Radicic now, and look at this. There's been a big change up the front now because it's Radicic, then it's Tander, then it's Scaife as they go. Oh, another touch. And look at Larry's got involved now. Larry gets on the outside, tries to come down. Dart's dancing under brakes.
I think they have definitely forgotten that these cars are meant to be loaded up onto a trailer tomorrow to go across to Perth, to Barbagallo Raceway for round 2 of the championship.
This is certainly the most aggressive of all 3 rounds we've seen. Let's look at the start again.
Now watch this crash about
just a little
up.
bit of a jump start there.
Russell Ingall, I think that was.
Have a look. Here we go now. Watch the middle of the field here. And you'll see the Kmart car just go spearing off. Here we go. Watch it. Here we go.
Well, he was trying to force his way over onto the inside, and I think a lot of that might have been self-inflicted because we all try and get to the inside of the track to stop people passing us down the inside, but I think he tried to force the issue a little bit too much.
He certainly came across the front of the other car, but the tap could have been avoided.
Oh. There's been a yellow flag put out at the moment. Here we are. Tighter shot this time, John.
Yeah, again, just as Alan says, he did get tapped from the rear, but, you know, if you're going to pull across the front of a car, that's the penalty you might pay.
And see the fence move there too. Wow, you can see the momentum off the line.
1,350 kilos reversing into that.
Well, pace car is out now, so all lined up, and that's a shame because, gee, we were looking for a good scrap there. So it's Scaife, Radicic, Tander. Johnny Bowers up there too, which is good to see. Tony Longhurst's new car and the colour scheme for Caltex looks very good.
Yeah, I like it. It's unusual. A lot of the cars. Oh my God, a bit of fresh air going in there for him.
Air conditioning.
It looks like a Melbourne taxi, that one.
Well, only one difference, he knows where he's going.
Well, it's a shame this has happened. As you look down in this area, this is where it brought us undone. There's the touch. Bang into the wall. Whoa, that's a fair shunt for Glenn Seaton's had no luck, has he?
Well, Todd Kelly really had nowhere to go there. I mean, it was a situation where he was behind another car, a gap appeared, and when that appeared, Glenn was there. So a bad break for Todd.
Yeah, it was just one of those closing gaps. You go for it, hope you're going to get through. Sometimes you do, and some occasions here you didn't do it.
Well, it's only a 6-lapper, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to do here because, unfortunately, on a circuit like this, once you've had this sort of an accident, it's too dangerous to let them race in that situation, and it's going to take a while to get them off.
Yeah, I think you're right, Daz. I mean, we've got the Grand Prix sort of getting closer and closer. I would imagine now that by the time they get those cars off the circuit, they'll be pretty well close to deciding the race.
Yes, and of course, remember the FIA have to inspect the circuit. It's very important. They'll do that round about 1 o'clock or so, and if everything is okay, then they'll sanction the circuit for the Grand Prix.
Now, both of you fellas have been involved with Formula One at the highest level, the best level. If you're sitting in the garage of your motorhome and you see this sort of thing happen, I mean, does it annoy you because you've got to go out and race on a dirty racetrack?
Well, the track will be clean, but the only concern you'd have is that, there's tiny little bits of carbon fibre that can be just trapped in the cracks in the road, and a tyre going over that can just suddenly flick it up and cut down a tyre. That's always the concern. And with support races at a Grand Prix, they're there to entertain the public and give them something to watch prior to the Grand Prix.
He's off the line now.
This on board with Craig Lowndes. And now here we go. We can see Tander in front. Radish is over on the right-hand side. Good start from Tander. He's just moving across now to see what I mean about trying to get in front of Radish is there. So, and a good job he done to a little bit of it. Yeah, he's done it. So, very important to do what he did to stop Paul from getting it. But now Paul's gone, left the braking way late and taken that position back.
Yeah, really what Radishich was able to do is use the braking of Mark Scaife to slow Tander down. Radishich didn't have that car in front of him, so he just elbowed his way back in again. Tander, having done the good work to get ahead, suddenly found himself boxed out.
See the yellow flags waving now as they're telling the field just to keep their pace, keep their place as they bring them around. And Todd Kelly, an accident that he wasn't his doing, but he just got involved with it. Glenn Seaton, by gee, I don't know, since the last couple of seasons, he has had no luck going for him. He's had mechanical problems that we're not used to seeing him have. He's been involved in a number of accidents, and most of them haven't been his problem. Glenn Seaton.
I think it might have been Crompton then that we saw in the wall, Daz.
It must have been Neil Crompton, yes. It must have been Neil Crompton because he certainly wouldn't be driving that car that way.
He's a genius if he is. No, it must have been Neil Crompton that had that shunt. So glad to see that Glenn is still up and running and ready to go again.
Barguana's gone well, He started in 10th spot. He's now up to 5th. Let's hope we can see another lap or two of racing.
Well, always a big incentive when you've got your teammate up there on the front or second row of the grid and you're in the same team and you're down on the 4th or 5th row. It's a hell of a big carrot to dangle in front of you.
Well, they're just having to keep the tyres warm. They're weaving around on the circuit, and we don't know how many laps they're going to do under yellow. Hopefully this is the last when they can get all those bits and pieces of cars and the remaining cars clear off the track. That was on the exit of turn 6 to let this race become a race for the final half.
Of course, the other thing which will be going through their minds now is that are they going to add the amount of laps onto the race, or are they going to say, right, when the green flag comes out, we've only got literally one lap? And if that is the case, then the race face will come on. Yeah,
I mean, that to me is what will happen. They just don't have the time to allow this to go back to sort of the start of lap 1 again. They'll just run the race from the lap the green flag goes out to the finish, and it'll be a sprint to the finish, believe me.
Isn't that a great sight with the trees down here? I've got to say that was the crowd was just down slightly on Friday, but an absolute record crowd yesterday, and the people around here today in my trips back and forth have been enormous. Great crowd.
Darryl, I hope the people in Melbourne realise how fortunate they are to have a Grand Prix circuit in the city, because there's an atmosphere you get in a city race or a home race. Look at that. I mean, that is just outstanding. And I mean, there are so many cities around the world wish they had a park like Albert Park. The only one I know that's any bigger than Albert Park's in Dublin.
Timmy Sheridan, I believe he's with Stephen Richards.
Stephen, what happened at the start there? That was a fair shunt into the safety wall, wasn't it?
Yeah, tell me about it. The Kmart Racing VT Commodore was not looking too good, but no, I got a great start, and I just sort of veered across There's still plenty of room on the inside of me, and I got a tap from behind, so I'm honestly not sure where that come from.
Yeah, both of the cars in trouble at the start, bit disappointing.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, the object of the exercise was to stay out of trouble today, and that's really all we're doing. But no, yeah, we've got a fairly damaged Commodore.
Okay, Steve, thanks, mate. Good luck next time.
Thanks.
Back with Glenn Seaton, and he's just sitting on board the car there, and there's Craig Lowndes. Craig Lowndes hasn't looked so comfortable on this track so far. I mean, we know how fast he is, but he's just been slightly off the pace. But I mean, he's just such a talented driver. You give him half a sniff and he's there, but he's just seemed a little bit more relaxed this weekend than I've seen for a while.
Well, you know, it's not a championship race, so maybe he's just sort of holding it back a little bit. As you know, we've got Barbagallo next weekend where the championship starts again.
Timmy Sheridan's back in pit lane, Tim.
Yeah, Darryl, you guys were talking about the drivers trying to keep their cars in one piece for Perth. Cameron, it just didn't happen today.
No, not at all, Tim. There was a fair bit of carnage out there on the first lap. Unfortunately, Neil Crompton got turned around in front of me, and I just had absolutely nowhere to go. I jumped on the brakes, but you know, this is the result. Unfortunately, we've got Perth next week, as you said, so there's a bit of work to do.
So yeah, you sure have. It's been a lively race so far, hasn't it? You know, as you say, a lot of bump and grind.
I'm really surprised, I've got to be honest, because it's a 6-lap race. Everyone knows it's not for points in our championship. But, you know, I suppose it's a Grand Prix, isn't it? After all, the red light goes out and everyone has a real go.
Yeah, red light goes on, red veil comes down. Thanks, Cameron.
That's okay. Thanks, Tim.
On you, Timmy. Good job down there on pit lane. Well, the car is still out, as you can see, the pace car coming up the main straight now. And lights are still flashing, so still under yellow caution.
This is a real shame because the crowd, they just love this type of racing, and to have it finish under these circumstances is a real disappointment.
Well, I think, Alan, they'll try very hard to get this race to finish under green, and this is the end of lap 3, so we're almost halfway through the race, and those cars still by the side of the track. They haven't got them away.
No, but they've pulled them off on a better angle there. You can see where they've just pushed them in. I think they will race now. The drivers have been around enough times. They know where they are. They know the track is okay there.
They'll keep stationary yellows out there.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll not be allowed to overtake in that part of track, and it'll only be afterwards when the green flag comes out they can get back to racing.
So they've had a good look at where those two cars have parked, and they've parked them up against the fence as tight as they can. So I'm quite sure we will get at least 2 racing laps in. Let's hope. Anyway,
I would say, Daz, by the fact that those 2 cars are up against the wall, everything looks under control. I think we'll get a start next lap round.
The words just come through. Green on next lap. Green on next lap. So we will get a race in for a lap of 2 anyway. 2 racing laps will remain. So this will be a ding-dong battle now. It'll be on now.
I tell you what, if you can hold your breath for 2 laps, it's going to be a cracker, because I mean, nothing like putting a racing driver under pressure. Sometimes the best way to get a performance from a driver is to hold them back until those last moments.
The damage there too. Remember, as Jonesy said, the Shell Championships continue from West Australia next weekend, so there'll be some mechanics doing a lot of work. The cars were scheduled to go either tonight or tomorrow morning.
I think that a couple of them might be postponed a bit.
There's Tony Longhurst's car. Gee, I reckon that's a smart colour scheme. Looks really good, because he can now just concentrate on driving. He doesn't have to worry about running the team anymore.
That's right. The Stone brothers are responsible for the preparation of that car, so it allows Tony now literally just to turn up at the circuit with his helmet and jump in and concentrate on doing nothing but racing and a few other pastimes which he's very fond of.
Warming the tyres up as we go around then. You can see they're really pulling hard down on the wheel on board with Craig Lowndes, and he might just be, he's always very good on these sort of restarts, Craig Lowndes, so he'll be thinking to himself, if I can get the right slingshot off the line.
Well, the front 2 rows are intact, so it'll be that sprint once again down to turn 1, and I think the blood will be up even higher than it was when this race started.
The important thing here, John, is to really anticipate when that pace car is going to pull off and not let the guy in front of you be too far. It's a bit of an art in itself to be able to just judge that and get the right revs on and get a run at him.
Yes, it is, and Scaife, of course, has the advantage, but I suspect Lyons, with the grunt that he's got, and likewise Paul Radicic, are going to be on his case.
Great shot there, and you look down, the cars weaving and heating up their tyres, and here's the traffic beside them here at Albert Park. So a great contrast of people wanting to get on with the race, the other ones wanting to get on out of the traffic jam.
Paul Morris doing a good job too. He's in an older model Holden, and he's I think he's up there in about 7th or 8th position, so a good effort from him.
Big Kev looking after him, brand new sponsor to Motorsport too.
He's excited.
The lights are out, so the pace car's coming in.
All right, so we'll be ready now for a restart. So the lights have gone out. Here we go. Get set. Scaffold planted. Radishes will know that. They're racing again now as they come onto the straight. We'll get a couple of laps in here.
Now, see, Lowndes lost out there. See, he dropped back from Tander. And it's amazing to see the gap between the cars now. I mean, they knew that car was going to pull in. They should have been right up each other's backside.
Yeah, but look at Scaife really used his head. He got that little bit of advantage coming off the final turn, and look, he's just got a comfortable lead these last 2 laps.
Well, it becomes a 2-lap sprint now. So Mark Scaife out in front, Paul Radisich, then it's Garth Tander, then Lowndes. They're the top 4. And this car...
Oh, Larry under brakes, very twitchy. Looks like he's got a lot of bias to the back there, John. With a touring car, of course, it is always the more rear brakes that you can have, the better, because you've got all that weight up the front. And as your fuel load and what have you and the rear tyres go off, if you can stand a lot of rear brakes, it's better. But Larry really got it twitched up under brakes then.
Jason Bargwana in the Valvoline car too. He's done a terrific job to be up where he is now. And there's that Rexa. They've gone through there pretty safely. Only one more turn to go through there.
What surprised me, John, I noticed a green flag being waved before those cars, which I think is ridiculous. I think your idea of having a stationary yellow before and then a green after the cars would have been the way to go.
Yes, I do. I'm surprised they had a waved green at that point.
It's Mark Scaife out in front. Craig Lowndes trying desperately to stay in touch. Paul Radisich, his car has been so incredibly powerful, but it doesn't look like he's making up too much ground there as he really locks it up. He seems to have just dropped that little bit of horsepower because yesterday and the day before he was rushing up behind the field.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be doing it here this afternoon. Suddenly he's lost performance compared to the start of this race earlier.
Well, I tell you what, thank goodness for him, because without him there wouldn't be too many Ford flags flying.
Looking back now to... from Paul Radisich, that's Tander all over the back of him. That's Lowndes in behind him. And this Garth Tander, he's been amazing all over the weekend. He's been fast. And unfortunately got shuffled off the track, and that put him back a little bit. But you can see how competitive he is. I mean, and this car's got plenty of poke when it gets on a straight line. It's no slower than anybody else here.
No, they've always... Look at Craig Lowndes, though, just shaping up now. He's trying to get a draft. That's so Tander is braking there in front. And Lowndes, that will allow Lowndes, but now he's gone to the outside, so I don't doubt very much whether he'll do anything there.
Last lap now, last lap to go round for the big tourers here on the Grand Prix circuit. They're always a show, always a lot of accidents and crashes. The very nature of the place just dictates that. We're hoping for a real scream of a race today. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but at least the V8s have been seen here. The Europeans, as I've said, they love them. The Formula One mechanics all come out, all cheer. They just love the sound of these cars. Magnificent around here.
Watching Larry Perkins lost none of the old art of being a racing driver, applying the opposite lock, a lot of right foot. That doesn't get him any further up the field than 6th place.
That's a great shot, Daz, isn't it? Through the trees, heading up now with the boats on the right-hand side. People actually bring them in by truck and then just put them there so they can sit on the back of their boat and watch the cars.
Yeah, it's magnificent from the air. You really get the nice layout there, and you see the racing line. You can see that black strip of the racing line where over the last 3 days the cars have been trying to straight line the corners as much as they can, and the track's been getting better and better as the rubber gets laid down.
Yeah, well, I mean, as the heat and the rubber gets on the track, therefore the grip level goes up. Here we go. Oh, Paul. Oh, dear. Oh, well, let's see. Once there was Paul Romano bringing up the rear, and I think it was Ashby or
Steve Reed.
Steve Reed, that's right. He co-drives with Ashby in that car. And Paul had nowhere to go.
Brad Jones was involved in that too. He's brand new into a Ford this time round, and pretty paint job on the car. Looks terrific. Aussie male. And he's been trying hard. He said it's going to take him a while. It's only his 2nd race into the car, so he's got to settle it down. Up front, Mark Scaife, though, still doing a pretty good job. No problems here. Swings it around. Beautiful new paint job from the Holden Racing team. Basically gone all red this time round. And up he comes over the start-finish line. He'll take it. 2nd one. Lights go on. Flashes the lights. So Mark Scaife, Paul Radisich, Garth Tander, Craig Lowndes. That's how they finish 1, 2, 3 and 4 as the flames belch out the side of the Holden. And Holden now add to that tally again. They've just building and building on their record here at the Grand Prix circuits, both in Adelaide and both in Melbourne.
Well, disappointment that the race had to go under yellow flag for such distance, because it was potentially going to be, yet again, another cracker. But they're just on the last lap. And that's what happens when you run wide, get over those curbs, onto the grass, round the baby goes.
Trevor Ashby's been around a few times over the weekend, and spectacular looking paint job on the car, and be back to the panel beaters for a bit of a touch-up.
But I think, Daryl, the main thing is that Scaife, Radicic, Tander, Lyons, Bagwana, Perkins, they all go down to Perth without any trouble to their car.
So there we go. Mark Scaife takes it out, the third and final race of this series from Albert Park. Paul Radicic, good performance again. Garth Tander, 1, 2 and 3. Then it was Lowndes, Bargwanna with a great drive, and Larry Perkins was really on the money for most of the weekend. We'll take a break, come back. Remember, the big race is not too far away. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. I hope you're happy wherever you are watching us right around Australia.
Most of these extreme machines wouldn't be possible without space-age materials, especially titanium, with its incredible strength-to-mass ratio, high heat tolerance and low corrosion properties. Now, the new titanium-coated drill bit from Danos Direct will change your thinking about drill bits forever. First, the titanium drill bit is precision-made from the highest-grade machine alloys, then is heat-treated for ultimate toughness. And finally, the titanium bit is treated with a titanium carbide beta alloy for a surface strength of an incredible 200,000 psi. That's tough enough to promise a virtual lifetime of sharpness. In this durability test, we ran out of metal after over 400 drillings, yet the titanium-coated drill bit is still as sharp as ever. Of course, it whips through wood like a hot knife through butter. But where's it going now? This unique shaft tooth design can cut sideways as well. Now you can cut holes to any size, drill non-circular holes, cut simple shapes from wood, plastic and metal, cut grooves for cables and so much more. The shaft tooth titanium-coated drill bit turns your ordinary hand drill into a powerhouse of possibilities. Now you can do it all with a titanium-coated drill bit for $39.95, complete with a 30-day money-back guarantee from Danos Direct. Call now and we'll include this 19-piece professional drill bit set, each one titanium-coated for lifetime sharpness. Use them on wood, metal and plastic, and they're yours absolutely free. If you take advantage of this television-only offer, we'll also send you a 6-piece screwdriver set, complete with magnetic chuck adapter and carry case at no extra charge. Pay by credit card, and you'll also receive a 275-piece masonry plug and screw set, all 302 pieces for only $39.95 plus postage and handling, exclusive from Danos Direct. You won't find this in stores. Call Danos Direct on 1-800-808-938 now.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
Tuesday, an all-new time, an all-new headache for Drew.
I swear I didn't see her. You didn't see this?
Drew Carey, now the new time of 7:30 Tuesday before funniest home videos on Win.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Plenty of red of Ferrari in the crowd. Plenty of green of Jaguar as well, as we've heard. Over $400,000 worth of merchandise sold already going into today's big race. Beautiful scenes, great weather. We're all ready for a scorcher. And there's no hotter seat in Formula One than that of the number 2 driver at Ferrari. With Eddie Irvine's move to Jaguar, the opportunity arose for Rubens Barrichello to join the great Italian team. For the quiet Brazilian, there is a sense of destiny about his recruitment by Ferrari. Yesterday, he climbed the first hurdle with a solid 4th fastest in qualifying. As Tim Gilbert reports, the time is ripe for Rubens.
8 years after starting out in Formula One as a 20-year-old with Jordan, Rubens Barrichello believes it's his turn to shine.
It is time to win. It is time to... I'm ready for that. I mean, after 8 years, just competing and facing a lot of difficult stuff. Now is the time to have a real better chance to win.
Barrichello is now dressed in red. That means a drive with the most revered team in Formula One and everything else that comes with being the latest resident at Maranello, even if some of the promotional activities don't come naturally to a Brazilian.
Getting better all the time.
Well, there are two types of pressure in Formula One. There's normal pressure and there's driving for Ferrari pressure. Have you noted that?
Well, I think I'm noticing that yet. I mean, it's something that, the season will only start now, and I think the pressure will mount for sure. I mean, the second race is already Brazil, and then the pressure will be bigger again because it's Brazil, Italy, and the thing was just going to grow. I mean, I have to do the best job I can to keep the pressure at the normal level.
Maintaining that balance won't be easy. After 113 Formula One starts, Rubens is yet to notch his maiden victory, although it's a statistic most experts believe isn't a true reflection of his talent.
Rubens Barrichello, in my view, is a very skilled, talented driver with a great feel for a car. He doesn't overdrive a car. That's one of the most important things. Most people try too hard.
Jackie Stewart knows Barrichello well. The former world champion and now team boss had the Brazilian as his #1 driver for the past 3 seasons. He also knows how big the assignment is that lies ahead.
Whatever anybody says, what Michael says goes in Ferrari. But I think if Rubens can keep an even mind to the whole thing, he'll have to swallow some pride from time to time, but if he can do that, I think his driving can speak for itself.
Barrichello's first Formula One boss, Eddie Jordan, agrees. Driving alongside Michael Schumacher is Rubens' acid test.
Would I want to be there as a #2 driver? Ask Eddie Irvine, he'll tell you the answer to that in his opinion. But for Rubens, it was the right thing. You can't imagine the pressure he's under from Brazil because they've had such great champions in their time that Rubens really has to put his mark on it. If he can turn it around and beat Michael in a fair fight or out-qualify him, he's an all-time hero.
Although the driver himself sees the move to Ferrari as his big chance to reach the top of the podium, he knows his recruitment to the highest profile team of all brings its own set of pressures.
It is the real chance of my life. I mean, I don't fear driving alongside him. I know it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy at all. And I think it's going to be more of a mental thing than on my hands. So I really have to concentrate to be as calm as possible, in peace, and drive fast.
While Rubens is in awe of Michael Schumacher's ability, you get the distinct impression the newest member of Ferrari will be very welcome, just as long as he doesn't get in the way.
He's a nice bloke. Really get on well with him. Easygoing. And I just hope it continues like this. I just hope he's a few tenths slower than me, so I can remain my position. But if it is not going to be the case, then, well, times change. But yet I'm confident I can keep things as they used to be.
Imola 1994 and Rubens Barrichello's great escape. Just a broken nose and arm after this spectacular accident. But much more significant that weekend, the death of 2 drivers, Roland Ratzenberger and Brazil's favourite son, Ayrton Senna. Brazilians mourned, none more so than Rubens.
I was the next Senna, and I had to do something for them that Ayrton used to do, and I wasn't there to do. I mean, I didn't have the car, I didn't have the mental toughness to do. And but now I think they're happy for me to be driving for Ferrari.
The planets are now aligned for Rubens Barrichello. He has the experience, the talent and team. Now the masters at Maranello expect him to deliver.
I think I can say that I had two chances in Formula One. The first one was to learn, and the second one was a win one. A lot of victories, and that's what I hope I can do on this next phase.
Great story there from Tim Gilbert, getting inside the mind of Rubens Barrichello, who faces crunch time today in Melbourne. Next, we meet the British rookie taking the plunge into Formula One.
challenge. The biggest hill you've seen in years. The discovery. It's been a lot longer than you remember. Get a taste of Australia's funniest home video show at the new time of 8 o'clock Tuesday on Win.
If you have a passion for anything technical, the Army can offer you the job you've always wanted, only on a much larger scale. So get qualified and call 13 1901 today.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull. Hey!
After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
Brett Lee does 7 wheat picks. Imagine if he did 9. Real energy from real grain. Get real. Get wheat picks.
Saab now introduced the Aero Series. Precision engineering delivering breathtaking performance. The Aero Series. Sedan, coupe, convertible, and estates.
At Pizza Haven, we've always been great at making pizza, but our advertising guru said making great pizza is not enough. You've got to tackle the competition head on. Thank goodness we know how to make great pizza.
Great news from Radio Rentals. Rent anything from Radio Rentals and save 25% off the second appliance, same rate or less, and save 50% off the third appliance. Call Radio Rentals on 131 181 now. Rent a fridge for $9.50 a week. Save 25% off a big 51cm TV and save 50% off a VCR. A VCR for just $2.55 a week. Call 131 181 now. Exclusive to Radio Rentals. Call 131 181 and save a whopping 50%.
Theatre Royal subscription season on sale now. 6233 2299.
If you have a passion for anything technical, we can offer you the job you've always wanted, only on a much larger scale. So get qualified and call 13 1901 today.
Welcome back to the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Countdown mode now, just over an hour and 10 minutes. That's the Albert Park track. You can see the Central Business District of Melbourne on the top left-hand corner of screen. That's the Albert Park Golf Course on the top right-hand corner of green, all the trees through there. And of course, after the circus moves out, this returns to being the normal streets of Melbourne town. Well, will he be the next British racing hero or the boy blunder on today's Formula One grid? That's the question and the controversy that surrounds Williams' 20-year-old debutant Jenson Button. Despite the great expectations, the new kid on the grid has 2 simple ambitions: to be fast and to have fun. Anne-Marie Sparkman caught up with the rookie.
The name of our new driver who will join Ralph in the BMW Williams team this year is Jenson Button.
That was the announcement that would launch a tidal wave of typical Formula One controversy. To celebrate his 20th birthday, babyface Jenson Button, that is his real name, had just been handed the keys to F1 establishment.
I think I'm still on cloud 9 at the moment. The last 45 minutes has been, well, it's very difficult to explain because I've never experienced anything like it.
No, yeah, I did go out partying afterwards. As I'm 20 years old, I think you've got to do that as well. Just not so often.
Even before Button could blow out his birthday candles, insiders were quickly predicting the demise of the innocent. For example, from former driver Martin Brundle, it's too early for him, not just by a season, but by 2 or 3 years. Jacques Villeneuve said bluntly, no good, experienced driver would go to Williams in its rebuilding stage, while Miko Sala even questioned whether the boy wonder could turn out to be a health hazard. The youngster has taken it with the proverbial English stiff upper lip.
They don't really know me as a person or a driver, so it's quite difficult for them to say, but we'll see this weekend hopefully.
But can you have a giggle about it? Can you keep it in perspective, or do you think, hold on a minute fellas, I haven't even got out the track and you're telling me I can't do it?
No, it is a bit strange, but it's always those little things before the start of a season. But I'm sure we'll get on great. I haven't met most of them yet, but I'm sure we will when I actually meet them.
Ah, the naivety of youth. But it was more than a breath of fresh air to watch the sheer excitement and joy of Williams' new boy when he was the first to arrive at the Albert Park track, long before anything or anybody else had checked in. For Jensen, counting down the hours to his debut is a bit like a kid waiting for Christmas.
I'm sure I'm going to be very, very nervous on the first start and the first corner. But again, it's a part of racing, part of the adrenaline, and no, I really can't wait. I'm very relaxed now. In the next few days, I think it will be until I'm there on the grid.
And should age make any difference to what a Formula One driver is or does?
Definitely not. It's obviously if you're 10 or you're 80 years old, you can't really race in a Formula One car. But I think I'm at the right age now to move into Formula One, and I think I'm ready for Formula One now. So that's the most important thing.
Fortunately, not all his new neighbours in pit lane are opposed to the youth policy.
If you're quick, why not? I mean, I joined Formula One with 21, so it's just a year later. And I survived till today, so why not? And I'm sure, I mean, I personally never saw a race of him, so I can't say anything. I hope he's not too quick. I hope he's not making my life too difficult, and we'll see how it goes on.
You know, ignorance is bliss, so not knowing really what the pressure is, the demands, all those sort of things that are on you, that are ahead of you, means that you can't worry about them. So I actually think that he will be quite relaxed and just enjoying his little trip to Australia.
Whether you're 20 or maybe some other guys with older or more experience, they could lose their control as much as he can do.
Of course, this shunt into the wall during the third practice session in Melbourne was not helping Jensen's cause or confidence. Despite only 1 year in Formula Ford and 1 year in Formula 3, Button's new boss is predicting a glorious future.
He's certainly very promising. Yeah, he's just become 20. He still doesn't tidy his bedroom properly in the morning, his mother tells me. But he is extremely good in the car. He's really a natural, so I would expect he could be a world champion. I would think that's probably the case.
But Formula One is a brutal business, as Alex Zanardi discovered when he was flung from the Williams family after one unsuccessful year. Some believe the Button boy could be another sacrificial lamb if the team continues to struggle. For now, though, the rookie is happy to believe his fairy tale will end happily ever after.
Jensen's been racing, albeit that quite a bit of it is in karts, for well over 10 years. There's a lot of small-time jealousy that sometimes can come to the surface in this business, and sometimes people are keen to see other people trip up.
They haven't put any pressure on me for this year, so I think I'm going to have a good year with them, and obviously if I don't perform, I shouldn't be racing in Formula One, so we'll see what happens.
Jensen Button, a very interesting story there. 20 years of age. You've got to start sometime, I suppose, Alan.
Absolutely, and I mean, I tell you what, Frank Williams and Patrick Head have won a few Grand Prix.
Yeah, they're not mugs, are
they? They've been around for a while. They wouldn't put a dill in the car if they didn't think he could do the job. They can obviously see that he's got an enormous amount of talent, and they want to nurture him, and it's a good year for him to go then, because they're growing with BMW. Their expectations aren't really all that high for this year, and they can grow together. I mean, okay, fair enough, when Williams were riding the crest of a wave with the Renault engines in the heydays of 3 or 4 years ago, perhaps there would have been a bit more pressure on him than now, but I think it's an ideal opportunity for him to slip a young boy into the team as they grow with BMW and become more successful.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for Jensen Button. He hasn't had the best of things the last 2 days, but he's on the grid, and you're a better chance from the grid than you are in the grandstand, that's for sure. We'll take a break, come back with more at the Australian Formula One Grand Prix on Nine's Wide World of Sports.
Now.
it out now. Funk Soul Brother. Right about now. Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. Funk Soul Brother.
Send me water, please. Open up. A case of blackmail.
Sounds like Jack Christie really screwed up.
It's going from bad to worse. Jack Christie's nightmare continues.
Maybe you ought to consider yourself suspended.
Water Rats, Tuesday on Win.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
With easy access, fast connection, and the latest technology, 24-hour-a-day backup, support 7 days a week, and backed by the world's leading IP network, WinNet is the internet service provider that gives you the world. Call 1-300-139-949 and get online with WinNet. It's a big world.
All puppies are special, but they need a lot of help to become guide dogs. For each barcode they receive, Pedigree will donate 50 cents to the Guide Dog Association. So please help, and together we can really make a difference.
Janomi's biggest ever catalogue sale is on now. Check it out for massive savings on all Janome sewing machines and overlockers and Horn cabinets. 12 months interest free and you can win $1,000. Where? Only at the Elizabeth Sewing Centre on the Bathurst Street corner.
Does your mum eat Spider Week? Yep. Arnott's Spider Week. It's the 100% natural goodness that does it.
You know, you don't have to suffer the discomfort of sweat, rash and chafing when it gets hot. As a doctor, I know just how uncomfortable that can be for many people. Look, sweat rash often affects the skin between the legs, between the buttocks and below the breasts. So we developed Neat Effect 3B Cream. It prevents that problem before it even starts.
Neat Effect 3B Cream for sweat rash and chafing. Use it and you'll feel the difference.
The third annual Forth Valley Blues Festival is on at the Forth Recreation Ground on Saturday, March 25. There's a number of mainland, Tasmanian and international blues acts, including Dirty Kaiser and the Art Loop Ways Blues Band from Japan and Steppin' Out from New Zealand. The day will also feature other attractions, including a motorcycle show and shine competition, hot rod displays, stalls, plus a variety of foods and refreshments. Tickets are just $20 and available statewide through these outlets. The Forth Valley Blues Festival, a great day out for everyone, Saturday, March 25.
He was a very complete driver. By that I mean he was physically and mentally really strong and tough. He truly feared nobody else, including Jacques Villeneuve's father, Gilles, who was renowned for his courage. James Allen didn't fear him at all. On both dry and wet, difficult circuits, easy circuits, when he was in the car and around the car, he always gave 100% of his focus, which is what it takes to win.
The new millennium marks a special time in Australian motorsport history. It's 2 decades since Alan Jones took his Williams all the way to the top to take out the World Drivers' Championship in 1980. The Jones boy, aggressive, talented, and most of all, very Australian.
I remember one occasion where Nelson Piquet, who was a bit of a limp wrist at this stage in his career, accused Alan of tactics that were maybe, it's not very fair, No. And Nelson would lose his cool, and Alan just sort of laughed him in the face. And Nelson made some threats, and Alan said, "Okay, sunshine, you want to sort this out? We'll do it at the back." And Nelson was sort of, "Oh, no. So he had the best of both worlds. He was great on the track, and he had the physical and mental presence that when he was in the pit lane, you knew that Alan was a serious competitor, and you wouldn't mess with him.
He was tough, but always fair. He was, in my opinion, one of the best competitor because his mentality was good, was correct. He was really a sportman,
It was a bit disappointing that he gave up when he did, but he certainly showed he was a good, forceful driver, and he got the job done.
He didn't like the English winters too much and testing over there over the winter, and so I think the barbecues and living up in Queensland attracted him a bit earlier than, and it really shortened his Grand Prix career, and otherwise I think he'd have won a number of more championships.
There you go, the man himself, Alan Jones. Does it seem like 20 years ago?
Just while I'm not wearing headphones, wouldn't be able to fit them on. No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like 20 years ago, but what brings it home very quickly is when you talk to, say, a 23 or 24-year-old boy, and he was only 4 years old when you did it, and he has no idea who you are, except that you do some commentary on Channel 9 these days.
Exactly, aren't you the bloke off the telly?
Exactly.
Some pretty good people, though. Great testaments, but one thing that came through was that they all seem to think you pulled the pin a bit early.
Yeah, well, in hindsight, I probably did. But, you know, at the end of the day, you do things for a reason, and I was very competitive. I gave it 110% and perhaps burnt myself out a bit. And looking back, yes, I probably could have gone on for another 2 or 3 years, and Williams went on from strength to strength. But anyway, that's what I did, and no regrets.
No regrets. You won a world championship, mate. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
Alan Jones, the world
Everything's still
champion.
pointing in the right direction.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And that's why he's with us right throughout today. You're getting the best comments from the man who's been there before in Alan Jones. I suppose if there is one downside, Alan, at the moment with the Australian Formula One Grand Prix is the fact that there are no Australians in there. And Mark Webber is one man who's knocking on the door. He's testing with the Arrows team, and he joins us now from the pits. Mark, good afternoon to you. How close are you to maybe breaking in at last?
Well, I'm still quite a long way away, mate. I've got a lot of work to do this year, but obviously testing with Arrows and getting the experience I need with the high pressure of the Formula One, that's how it is now. So hopefully some of the other teams can also look at what I'm capable of, and it's not supposed to be handed to you on a plate. You've got to work very hard for it, and but this is basically as close as you can be.
Well, Mark, we've just saw a feature story on Jenson Button, who it seems has been handed on a plate, 20 years of age. Why Button, not Webber?
Well, I'm the wrong nationality to start with. I mean, I don't sell many Rover road cars because BMW own Rover in the UK. So he's absolutely very talented. I have no sour grapes at all. Jenson's come through. He's 20 years old, but he's 25, 26 between the years. So that's important in Formula One now. And, you know, he will go very well. He's had a rough weekend this weekend so far, but this is only the beginning for him. And I don't sell many road cars, and I don't have the pull that he does at the moment over there. But hopefully, if I get a good season underway this year, that things can turn around and the politics and the things can fall my way. I mean, I'm not the only guy trying to get into Formula One. There's endless guys trying to get into the grid, and there's only 2 or 3 seats become available at the end of each year. So the odds aren't very good, but you've got to do the results and keep getting the best results you can.
Mark, assuming that it's a level playing field, let's line you and 4 others up. You've got the same driving ability. What wins the day? The amount of money that you can bring to the team?
Well, that does help, because if you can bring financial support to a team, obviously that's going to potentially move them further up the grid, because they can put more into their resources, more testing and whatnot. So I can bring a free T-shirt to a team where the other guys can bring $5 million US. So I don't want to keep harping on about the money side of things. We've tried very hard in Australia now, and we're still trying. It's to even get free airtime in Australia, we can't even get that. So to show our races, so it's not easy, and we're not going to give up. We're going to make sure we still get in there and do it our best shot.
Well, that Foster's head's probably helping some way there, Alan.
Well, I was about to say, first of all, you're not the wrong nationality, you're the best nationality. And secondly, you mightn't sell any cars, but there might be the odd pint of beer flowing.
Yeah, well, Foster's are great. You know, they've just come on board on the weekend, helping me out personally, which helps keep me over there. And Yellow Pages have been there since day one, which is more companies need to do that with their young drivers, because that's what the other nationalities do with their young guys. That's why there's so many guys pushing other nationalities to get in this field.
Mark, your test program or situation with Arrows, is that concluded for the rest of the year, or do you have to find some more money to continue on with them?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, mate. I think I'm going to drive this car, actually Arrows' 4th chassis, which will be Verstappen's race car for the European leg of the championship. I'm going to shake that, well, not shake it down, do a proper test with it on the 28th and 29th at Silverstone. And Arrows are in a situation now where they've got a new big sponsor with Orange and coming on board, so they actually want to take 3 cars to some of the tests. So that'll be fulfilled hopefully spread out over the year, and I'll get some good experience. And obviously, we're still trying to find some major companies which will help me in that financial sort of edge to get over the next guy if we need it, if we come to that stage.
All right, Mark, well, good luck. You're already on a winner because you became a Collingwood Football Club member during the
That's
week.
right,
and
yeah.
Let's hope you can bring some luck to the Maggies as well.
I hope so, and hello to everyone at home. Hope you enjoy the Grand Prix, and it's the best one we have out here and best one in the world, so enjoy it.
Good on you, Mark, with the new Foster's sponsorship on his head there as well, and let's hope that Mark can take the next step with the Arrows team. When we come back, we have a look at one of the new teams. We'll take a good look at the Jaguars. That's next.
Tuesday on Third Watch.
Who did this? No.
There's a time to make a stand.
No more babies are going to die because of him.
And a time to hold back.
Something's not right.
Maternal cop pursues her own justice on Third Watch, 9:30 Tuesday.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
Will you all shut up? The bridge has collapsed. Beer truck can't get through.
You're bloody joking. Where you going, mate?
Hang on, lads. Won't be long.
Ford Courier Turbo Diesel. The most powerful turbo diesel in its class. Ford Trucks.
Jane, you won't believe how much I saved today.
At Telstra, we've introduced the 15-cent neighbourhood call. Numbers sharing the same exchange as yours are a neighbourhood call. Find your phone number prefix in the back of the White Pages directory.
Bye.
Cablemate replace, supply and manufacture...
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also...
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says...
Chesterman Street, Moona.
It's all you can eat at the China Diner. Soup, entrees, and a fantastic selection of Chinese and Australian dishes. Yes, a fantastic salad bar, plus a great selection of desserts and delicious soft serve ice cream. Remember, it's all you can eat. Just $7.50 for lunch and $8.50 for dinner, with takeaways from $4 with rice. For top value, it's the fully licensed China Diner, Main Road, Moona, next to McDonald's.
Wednesday, an amazing house that dares to be different. An English treat.
Why not a veal and ham pie, I said to myself.
Plus, a spray-on solution to a boring bathroom. And Shaw shows the way to a stylish space saver. Our House, Wednesday on Win.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. The shot from the Goodyear blimp overlooking pitch straight there. They're the flags of the nationalities of the drivers. Just before the break, we spoke to Mark Webber. Let's hope we have an Aussie flag out there in the not too distant future. And that's the Goodyear ship that you can see there, that we're picking up so many great shots right throughout the afternoon as we count down to the first race of the millennium in the Formula One year. Well, in recent motor racing history, nothing has generated as much interest as the arrival of Jaguar in Formula One. The Big Cat is one of the car world's most recognisable symbols, but until now, it's never stalked the pit lanes of the Grand Prix circuits. Tim Sheridan explores Jaguar's quantum leap into motor racing's biggest stage.
I think the great thing about it is that Jaguar has passion, and the only other name in Formula One that has passion is Ferrari.
If only looks could kill and publicity won races, then the Jaguar could be king of the Formula One jungle. But spooking that prancing stallion isn't likely, not yet.
We can't compete with the big boys, you know, like McLaren and Ferrari, because we're just not big enough, we're too new, and, you know, we haven't got the infrastructure, but it's good being we're an underdog really in effect, so it's good being an underdog, you know, punching up as opposed to punching down. It's fun.
So far, the R1's arrival has been lapped up like a royal tour. But the frightfully British Jaguar is of course owned by Ford, Jackie Stewart's partner last year. Ford beat off others to buy Jackie's team, brand it Jaguar and make him a director. The price, $162 million, but money isn't everything.
My brother drove for Jaguar cars as a race driver. We had a Jaguar dealership. My father had in a very small garage, and I'd raced Jaguars.
Dining out on history and hoping it might repeat itself, the Jaguar company has found 101 ways to flog its cats. At Calder this week, Eddie Irvine and Johnny Herbert were joyriding the media in two 1950s legends, the C and D type. At the time, Eddie had only done 18 continuous laps in the Formula One car, so 30-odd at Calder is a sign of what Jag are up to.
My problem is to get results on the track, you know, and it's for them then to use that to sell the cars, but it's just the history of Jaguar. It brings it all home today when you see the D-type and the C-type and the E-type, and, you know, they're pretty amazing cars, you know, and the Mark II over there is beautiful. Like, you know, Jaguar's it's a great market.
In the race, we get up to about 175 to 185 miles per hour.
A chatty Mike Hawthorne in a D-type around Le Mans in the 1950s, the first era of Jaguar racing. The big cats hunted the great circuit with impunity, winning 5 times before the decade was out, and then hibernating in the racing sense for 30 years.
They're built in England, in a town called Coventry.
That race breeding then showed in a series of glamorous road cars that captured hearts everywhere. 2 more Le Mans wins a decade ago updated the race image and fired up the fans, but it was a dabble compared to the plunge into Formula One. Once again, Jag fans are coming out of the walnut.
You know, being the owner of an older car, it's like all your Christmases come at once. It's great.
What Formula One helps us to do is get people to think again about Jaguar and to almost reappraise what Jaguar is. And that's part of why we're in Formula One, to get the technology that is embedded in our road cars understood by people.
A year ago, if you were going to take a lady out, you probably would have taken a Ferrari. Now you take a Jaguar. Do you think it'll work just as well?
I normally take a taxi, to be honest.
But Eddie Irvine in the Ferrari just wins the Australian. Keep going, Eddie, the line's there. That's it. Well done.
Under Michael Schumacher's thumb at Ferrari, Eddie Irvine still won 4 times. The irony is that now he's a lead driver, the car is more a worry than the contract.
For me, it's more important, I think, to be consistently battling away with Jordan so that, you know, we can maybe take this 3rd position in the championship off him. That there, if we can do that. You know, I prefer to finish 3rd in the World Championship than finish 4th and win 1 race. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more important to be consistently up there. It's a more true story of where you actually lie in performance than just maybe 1 win or 2 wins.
As the Jaguar team made sure of its media saturation during the week, the ambitions of Johnny Herbert were a talking point. He won for Jackie Stewart last year, and his vastly better paid new teammate is target number 1.
We've driven before together, it's 15 years ago in Formula Ford, and I was a lot quicker then, which was great. And when we raced, not together, but at the same time in Formula Nippon, I was always quicker there. So it's something that, yes, it's very easy to say, but what I've got to do, even though testing's gone very well for me, beating him in probably the majority of the tests, I've got to do it on the track.
So British Racing Green is back, And suddenly, Formula One is looking a bit more tribal. France and Prost in the blue corner. Silver along the colour of German-built Mercedes power. Italy has its flag-waving Tifosi. Now, meet the Jagosi. Jackie Stewart talks about the leaders slipping on a banana skin, and in the short term, wants his cats eating those canary yellow Jordans.
You know, everybody says, why aren't you saying you're going to win? And you're going to win the championship and so forth. I think that's naive. We've got to serve our time a little more before we can do that.
The R1s might purr or simply perspire. They might go like Ginger or run like Garfield. But England expects, and when the Jags won at Le Mans in 1953, Team Chief William Lyons, later Sir William, sent Buckingham Palace a cable.
The Jaguar team humbly present their loyal duty to Her Majesty and wish to advise her that in her coronation year, they have won for Britain the world's greatest international car race.
If and when Jaguar win a Grand Prix, are you going to send Her Majesty a telegram?
I'd like to do that. I'd love to get a telegram from the Queen, actually.
He's not quite 100 yet. You'll have to wait a little while, Jackie, to get the telegram. Sir Jackie Stewart has got a nice ring about it. What about these two drivers, Irvine and Herbert, the Irishman and Englishman? There's no love lost there, is there?
Well, I mean, there's really great rivalry between all teammates. I mean, you can socialise together, but really the first guy you've got to beat is your teammate. Because then you can always say to the team owner, well, the other car was quicker or so forth or so on. But if you've got your teammate, which is 4 or 5 rows up the grid in front of you, or half a second, he'll turn around and say, well, hang on, just concentrate on beating him before you start complaining about the car. So he's the first guy you've got to knock off. But these two guys have raced against each other over a number of years. And as Johnny Herbert said, he raced against Eddie in Formula Ford, Formula Nippon. So he sees Eddie coming into the team a lot higher paid than himself. So there's a real need to not knock him off.
Well, Eddie Irvine in 7th position today when we get underway. Johnny Herbert back in 20. And Jaguar's time may be a few seasons away just yet, but this year the cars most capable of giving the McLarens and Ferraris a fright are the brilliant yellow Jordans of Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Jarno Trulli. Darrell Eastlake took a look over Jordan, and what did he see? An outfit whose prospects are almost as bright as the paint job.
As a team boss, Eddie Jordan is the complete all-rounder. Manager, mentor, entrepreneur, wheeler-dealer, father figure and party animal. At Team Jordan, the buck definitely starts and stops with his charismatic Irishman. This year, the team that Eddie built is considered the best chance to leap out of the pack and challenge the dominance of McLaren and Ferrari. With prospects almost as bright as the Jordan's new paint job, the team boss is equally glowing about the qualities of his drivers, Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Jarno Trulli.
I think that Frentzen proved to everybody last year by finishing 3rd in the championship, winning a couple of races. And in actual fact, he was a contender right up close to the end. Coupled to that, Damon is retired, but we've got this absolute gem of a new driver called Jarno Trulli. He's done his apprenticeship in a couple of the other teams with Prost and Minardi. What I've seen in testing and in the general run-up to this particular race has been so exciting that I couldn't possibly have 2 better drivers in the team.
What did you do, if you did anything, to turn Heinz-Harald Frentzen around?
I'm not sure. Consciously, we did a lot. And our opinion was that I've known him in 1990. He was a teammate in Jordan with Eddie Irvine. And I could see not so much how fickle he was, but he was a very young driver. He needed encouragement. He needed, cajoling and so to speak, brought into the family, be cared and loved for. And I think nothing more than that was ever done. I do believe we gave him particularly engineers that were understanding. Sam Michael, for example, an Australian boy from up the road in Sydney, is his permanent race engineer, and they're a great partnership. So I think there was that kind of a link that made all the difference to Heinz and his, if you like, emergence again as a really potential champion.
When you look at last season's Jordan team report card, the numbers reach out and say the distinct yellow Buzz and Hornets are poised to strike. Whenever the race, whatever the conditions, Jordan unpack their gear and turn up ready to go. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, for instance, 6 podium finishes, including a win in France. One mistake from either McLaren or Ferrari and the likeable German will pounce.
Because this is a kind of a crux year for Jordan. We have a chance to fight for the championship, and I don't want anything getting in the way in that, whether it's a new engine or development of a new engine. I'd rather, if you like, another team is going to develop the current new engine, and we will have that next year. So we're actually in the best of both worlds, in our opinion, at this moment. I mean, Jordan, in many respects, probably wins the PR race, if there is a race for that, because I think people can associate, they can link themselves, they can see themselves being part of a Jordan.
Heinz-Harald Frentzen is very much the most important part of the team. As on-track leader, the likeable German is the linchpin to the podium.
I think the most also very important thing in future will be that we get a works engine, that we don't need to pay for the rent of the engine like most of the other teams have the advantage around us. So step by step we're getting there.
Jarno Trulli has been talked about on pit lane as a future champion since his arrival to Formula One. His signing to Jordan gives the team a genuine two-pronged attack.
I really feel confident that I can do well, and I know that I have a very good reputation, but this doesn't matter. Just need the results, and to get the good results you need to work really hard.
And the Jordan team behind McLaren and Ferrari on the grid today, coming up in 5th and 6th spot with Heinz-Harald Frentzen in 5th, Jarno Trulli in 6th spot. That noise is the FA-18 Hornet going over the top, based at the number 77 Squadron RAA base in Williamtown, New South Wales. The pilot is squadron leader Pete Spies from Donvale in Melbourne. So there you go, thrilling the crowds here at Albert Park. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we might ask Alan Jones about that near punch-up he had with Nelson Piquet back in 1980 and find out more about what's happening as we build up to this year's Formula One Grand Prix.
Monday on A Current Affair, bad debtors beware.
Sheriff's Office, if you're not paying your debts, I am the last person that you want to see on your doorstep.
On the trail with the sheriff.
Sergeant Cochran from the Sydney Sheriff's Office. You're Mr. Hooper, are you?
The lawman who won't take no for an answer.
We keep stacking up stock until we get the cash.
Plus Australia's fountain of youth.
Welcome to the river of life.
Promising to wind back the years.
I feel healthier, more alive.
Anti-aging breakthrough or costly quackery.
It's a waste of money.
Stay well clear.
When Nissan presents A Current Affair.
G'day! Bo's relaxed the rules around here for his birthday this year, so tune out and drop in for a top tyre bargain. Like Dunlop small car tyres save 20%, Olympic four-wheel drive tyres save 15%, and Olympic family car tyres save 20%. But Bo, your bike, the leathers, I thought...
You believe anything, Dave.
Bo's midlife crisis sale. Really cool deals on tyres. Call 132381 for your nearest store.
Bonus month at Harvey Norman. Get a great value bonus on selected appliance purchases. This Tefal Aquagliss iron is just $149 with bonus citrus juicer. Pay just $99 for a Sunbeam Pro blender with bonus 5-speed hand mixer. A Breville Whiz professional food processor just $229 with bonus 7-piece kitchen gadget set. Or this Sunbeam Cool Touch Bakehouse bread maker for $169 with a bonus kettle.
Ain't logical. That Wayne's getting to you, ain't he, with his 1,600 minimum trade?
There's no catches. Come in and I'll prove it. I'll give you $1,600 minimum trade-in for your old registered clunker.
Boom!
Everything has a story to tell, of times it has seen, of the places it's been, of the emotions it has experienced, of the lives it has shared. Every item has a story to tell, a story which you can be part of with a piece from Adelaide Exchange Jewellers' antique and estate jewellery. But if you want to start a new page, a fresh story, Let Adelaide Exchange Jewellers help with a superb selection of excitingly designed and newly crafted pieces that give you the perfect opening paragraph. Make it a part of your life, a part of the story you write, whether you're continuing a moment in history or beginning a brand new chapter. Adelaide Exchange Jewellers, more than just a jewellery store. Cat and Fiddle Arcade, Hobart.
Welcome back to the Australian Formula One Grand Prix, the FA18 Hornet. Impressing with speed and power and also with agility to go slowly. And Alan, you've been in one.
Yeah, Eddie, I was really lucky enough to have a ride in one about the second last or last Australian Grand Prix when it was in Adelaide. And they took me up and it was just unbelievable. I mean, there's certain things that you do during the course of your life that you don't forget, and believe me, that was one of them. You
feel some G-force in an F1 car, but boy, oh boy, nothing like that one.
Well, Channel 9 gave me a small camera and said, take it up and get some shots, but I couldn't lift it up to my face because the G-force was that much.
Well, I tell you, the record shows McLaren's Mika Häkkinen has won the past 2 World Championships. And yet, if you ask most Formula One fans, they'll tell you that Michael Schumacher is still the king. But after 5 years of frustration, will this finally be the year Ferrari and its superstar clinched the title? As Anne-Marie Sparkman discovered, Schumacher is determined to wear the crown at the end of season 2000.
He has never won an Australian Grand Prix. He captured his last world crown in '95, yet no driver commands the same respect and adulation as Michael Schumacher. Fans are fascinated by his skill and charismatic self-belief. This year, the German genius is determined to once again be the official king of Formula One.
Imagine for how many years Ferrari has suffered to achieve this. So now it's the best circumstance how we can achieve it. We're a very good car, we're very good prepared. I'm obviously more motivated than ever, so things seem to be right, and it's difficult to describe in words my kind of feelings that go through me, but they're very, very good.
It has been 21 years since the men from Maranello won a Drivers' Championship. Ferrari pays their star a king's ransom to make that dream come true. Last year, after a mesmerising win at Monaco, Schumacher was edging closer.
For Schumacher and Ferrari in 1999.
But at Silverstone, on the first lap, Michael's car and leg buckled.
Oh, and that's Schumacher.
He made it back in time for the last 2 rounds, helping Ferrari win the Constructors' Championship as he orchestrated a 1-2 finish in Malaysia. But at Japan, with his teammate Eddie Irvine in contention for the driver's title, Schumacher stalled on the grid. Häkkinen won the race and the title.
It was quite a disaster for me not to win this race. And, it would have been a perfect situation to make the Constructor and the Driver Championship both together at one moment. And if this would have happened, a big proportion would have gone into my pocket, in my view.
Would it have hurt you, though, if it had been Eddie to win that World Championship, not you for Ferrari?
For sure, it's a strange feeling, yes. I mean, you have to admit this. But on the other side, I mean, if he could have won that championship, everybody knows that I would have won it anyway, honestly. And you know, you work for the team, and I'm not selfish enough to stop that just because I cannot do it. The team pays me quite a lot of money to do the job, and
reasonable salary, Michael.
Yeah, and I'm, you know, Ferrari is not just a team for me. It's more. It's like a marriage, and it's something very special. And you really do everything you can for these guys. Imagine how hard they worked for me for 4.5 years. So then I should pull back just because of my own ego? That's not my style.
People still wonder, but they will never know. The Ferrari star is smooth, on skis, behind the wheel, as the consummate public relations machine for the dancing horse, amused by labels such as arrogant and aloof.
It's always interesting how people think into yourself, what they see in yourself. When you're in actual fact just a human, just trying to do the best you can, and that's it. And people always think there must be something more. There must be something which we can talk about, think about, but sometimes it's just as it is. And it's quite interesting to see that from my point of view.
Just a human, but a human with God-given talents on that black track. Do you believe you're the best Formula One driver in the world?
I'm not as arrogant to say that, honestly. No, First of all, I can't prove it. I don't know, honestly. I mean, I have not been next to Mika in the same car. I have been faster than my other teammates I have had, but that's all I can say.
It is the lethal charm, the mind games Michael plays so well that so often irritates the enemy, the McLaren camp. Their man has back-to-back titles, but Michael still possesses the crowd's hearts and passion. This week, Mika Häkkinen was asked about his nemesis. This was the response.
Just thought the driver, to be honest.
So you don't have any particular feelings towards him at all?
No.
One of Michael's strengths is he's a great communicator. One of Mika's weaknesses is that he's a poor communicator. But at the end of the day, that doesn't make a rat's difference when you're sat in a racing car trying to win the race.
Yesterday, Ron Dennis proved that with Mika number one on the grid. Ironically, it was the crash of the other McLaren driver, David Coulthard, that frustrated Schumacher's final desperate bid for pole position. Later, Michael made it clear a number 3 starting position is no setback.
This year we come here with thinking we're much better prepared, and we want to prove we are right, and I hope we are.
Well, there's no doubt about Michael Schumacher. He does tend to psych out the opponents. Mika Häkkinen obviously trying to block it out of his mind today, Alan.
Yeah, Mick is a man of few words on TV, but he actually possesses quite a good personality and a good character, which unfortunately doesn't come across on camera. But there's no doubt about it. In my mind, Michael Schumacher is the best driver at the moment, and he will probably go down as one of the legends. He has enormous talent. It doesn't matter what he puts his backside in, whether it be a go-kart or a Formula One. He's competitive and invariably wins.
We see some of the cars starting to come out onto the track now. We're warming up, and Jenson Button.
Very important race for this young guy because he's starting a lot lower down the grid than what he would like. He was actually very quick this morning in the warm-up, but this race will be invaluable for him. He'll go into the first corner with a group of his peers, and he'll be able to hopefully race wheel to wheel for 1 hour 45 minutes or whatever, and that will be the experience that he has to get.
Alan, let's just go through the top 6 or so. Häkkinen's only really had one decent lap. He was in the sheds most of in the garages yesterday. The day before he didn't have much of a go. Coulthard put his car into the fence. Schumacher was pretty fast a couple of times. He had the fastest time on the Friday, or on Saturday morning. Barrichello's been pretty good as well. Then Frentzen and Trulli in the Jordans. Irvine and Villeneuve, do they just need to sit back and just keep themselves neat until maybe the other 3 teams carve each other up along the early stages of this race?
Well, it was actually a fascinating qualification if you look at it, because Schumacher was on a lap which I believe may have got him onto the front row easily had it not been stopped by Coulthard. Likewise, Barrichello was on a ripper lap and he went in just a little bit hot with only 2 corners to go, and he looked like he could have just pinched pole position. Häkkinen didn't do as many laps as what he would have liked, so there's a lot of potential out there that we didn't actually see in qualifying, which may raise itself in the race.
Well, we're about 27 minutes away from ending all the theorising and finding out just what is going to happen this afternoon in the first Formula One race of the new millennium. It is happening here in Melbourne at Albert Park, and you'll be watching it after the break on Nine's Wide World of Sports.
Just nipping home early. Work's a bit quiet.
Yeah?
Into the dentist, eh?
Yeah.
I'm a dentist. Just down the hallway, actually. Did you have much done?
Crowned upper right 6.
It's a big job. Expensive.
All right.
How did you find Dr. Mackenzie?
I don't know.
Bye. Nice talking to you.
Thinking sportswear? Think Tasmanian. Thinking workwear? Think Tasmanian. Thinking corporate wear? Think Tasmanian. Thinking schoolwear? Think Tasmanian. Thinking jackets? Think Tasmanian. Thinking clothing of any sort? Think Tasmanian Clothing Company. A Tasmanian company making clothing for Tasmanians.
Go happy, you're on the
into Harvey Norman for a bonus $150 worth of linen with selected 4-piece bedroom suites. Choose from our huge range of bed linen when you purchase one of these suites, like the Avanti 4-piece bedroom suite for $51.99 with $150 of bonus bed linen, or the Luzanne 4-piece bedroom suite for $54.99 with $150 of bonus bed linen. What a deal! Bonus $150 of bed linen with selected 4-piece bedroom suites.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
You know, you don't have to suffer the discomfort of sweat rash and chafing when it gets hot. As a doctor, I know just how uncomfortable that can be for many people. Look, sweat rash often affects the skin between the legs, between the buttocks, and below the breasts. So we developed Neat Effect 3B Cream. It prevents that problem before it even starts.
Neat Effect 3B Cream for sweat rash and chafing. Use it and you'll feel the difference.
The Pokemon Frenzy.
It's not going away.
Driving parents crazy.
We all get sucked in.
Beware, there's more to come.
It's almost unstoppable.
And why Nick the Greek made a movie and a mozza.
Who's having the last laugh?
Tonight on 60 Minutes.
In Formula One, winning is everything. But for most of the 11 teams on today's grid in Melbourne, coming first is also out of the question. There'll be 26 championship points handed out after this race, and for some teams, collecting just one of them is a monumental achievement. Tim Sheridan explains why.
Finish 6th in a Grand Prix and win a point, and you won't even wet your lips with any of this. A point. Well, Ferrari galloped away with 128 of them last year. A single lonely point surely can't amount to much, not until you put it this way.
It's hard to describe it in one thing, but I would say getting on for $25 million a year, that 1 point. So that'll put it in the context of the frenzy that's associated with just doing well.
That's US dollars, by the way, Formula One's essential lubricant. 11 teams make the grid, and by definition, avoiding last place in the Constructors' Championship becomes a victory in itself.
It's really a 300-kilometre-an-hour game of musical chairs, and it's known as the Concord Agreement, the deal between the teams and the FIA that carves up the super-rich Formula One pie. It literally decides the addresses here along pit lane, so that when the last engine dies down at the end of the Formula One season, the team in the number 11 position finishes right down here, out in the cold.
For the top 10, the Concord can meet as much as 40% of total budget. All very well if spending more gets results.
And we get more of the television money. We get more of the video game money. We get travel money. We get all sorts of other financial issues which have to do with the number of World Championship points that we picked up last year to be 4th in the Constructors' World Championship. So it's vitally important.
BAR spent $370 million last year, 50 more than budget, all for a scoreboard donut.
Well, if we were 1 point further up the grid than we are this year, it would mean multi-million dollars. It's maybe into tens of millions.
Trinade losing it into the wall.
Even when it yields no money, a point can be a victory. Battling Minardi broke a 5-year drought last season, but once again finished the year 10th and so didn't get a pay rise.
It was worthwhile for a point of view of the image of the team. That was very, very important for us.
An $81 million point makes the America's Cup look cheap, but Italian steel magnate Gabriele Rumi keeps writing checks. After all, they beat BAR.
And I'm a fighter, and I'm aware that with few means we can't reach a success. But I am sure that with few means we can possibly reach our success.
How to put the right spin on 1 point. Once, it could have made Alain Prost greater than Fangio. Now, it's the lifeblood of his team.
In
know, I lost a championship for 1 point. I lost another championship for half a point. So it means a lot at the time for me as a driver. But for a team now, 1 point is unbelievably important. In '98, for me, 1 point was meaning a lot of money, position in the top 10.
So when we see teams celebrate like they've won the lottery, don't be confused. It's much better than that.
Mansell gets away beautifully.
We came to Australia and we got that all-important point in 1992 in Adelaide, and that point saved our skin. Had we not got that point, we wouldn't be here today. It's as simple as that, because the complications involved of not having the freight paid for not having different television bonus rights, having your position on the grid guaranteed, are enormous. But they were very painful times. I wouldn't want to be there going into the last race trying to get that 1 point, because the pressure, the anxiety and the pain is so immense. It's probably the most arduous thing that I've ever had to endure in my life.
Eddie Jordan just putting into perspective, and no wonder they look like they've won the lottery. They actually have. And, well, here's the live pictures now from the Formula One track. Let's go down to... We're going to go down to Darrell Eastlake in a few moments' time. Alan, at the moment, we've got the cars out on the track. That's Schumacher, of course. The Ferraris, the beautiful red cars that they are too. And, well, he doesn't have to worry about picking up points so much. We know he's going to be up there at the end of the day. But, gee, it is such a high... Or winning the lottery. He does it every time his contract comes up. We've got Darrell Eastlake on the line now. Let's go down to Darrell in the pits to tell us what's happening. Darrell.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Alan. Well, the energy that just comes out of this piece of road. I mean, to stand here and you hear the noise, you feel the buzz, you walk the walk, you talk the talk. I've just been watching Eddie Jordan and Ron Dennis together. The tension here, they're just patting each other on the back. You read strain all over the face. Just prior to the first race, of course, beside me here, Mika Hakkinen, two-time back-to-back world champion, and really sitting on the pole and pretty confident about the day. Let's take you back further on the grid. We'll take you for a walk in a minute, but John Watson, he's way back there with the tail enders are, John.
Darrell, thank you very much. I'm on the back of the grid. Gaston Mezzacani, he's 22nd and last. He's one of the two newcomers at the back of the grid. You got Jenson Button there as well. Now it's 180 metres from here to the red light. Takes them just about 3 seconds from a standing start to get down there, and they're doing about 200 kilometres per hour, and it's the first time both of them are starting in a Grand Prix. Tremendous responsibility. I tried to get Jenson Button to come and talk to me. He said, please, not now, not in my first Grand Prix, but maybe in the future I'll do it. But a big pressure on these two young guys in their first Grand Prix. Nick Heidfeld, who we spoke to earlier, he's a little bit further up, has a little bit more experience with 3,000 in Europe, but hopefully these two guys are going to have a clean start and will get past the start line on their first lap. Darrell.
Yeah, thank you, John. Well, I mean, we're just standing here now. There's people everywhere. Martin Brundle, who'll be part of the commentary team with Murray. Martin are standing here. It's always a very special time, Martin. I know you're just about to go on the air, but the excitement of coming into the first race of the season, just unreal.
Yeah, we really look forward to this event. Melbourne welcomes us a lot, and the track's exciting, and of course, we're dying to see how the cars are going to perform for the first race of the season.
Great call today. Martin Brundle, great driver, great commentator. All right, let's have a walk down here and let me show you the pack. Look at the scrum. There's people everywhere here from all around the world just trying to get a shot of Michael Schumacher's Ferrari. We'll try and bring it to you. The brilliant red uniforms, there they are there, and the pack that just swarms around him. We come down further, bright yellow colours here that we've got of Eddie Jordan's team. Just incredible. And just Eddie Jordan walking around just nice and relaxed. He's been walking around talking to other team managers. And, I mean, he's just got a wonderful feeling. Here comes Schumacher past us now as he comes up onto the grid. There he goes, putting the car on the slot. So the pack's been waiting for somebody that's not even there at the moment. And now there's people running. You cannot believe the energy that comes out of this place. You sit here. Here's the Jaguar team. Probably had more support in this country they ever dreamt about getting. Back to the British racing green of a sort. Not the traditional colour we knew about, but certainly a great colour scheme now, and we've already heard just how much time has gone into that. In fact, Paul Stewart is over here now. Paul will come over. Paul, the support you've had for Jaguar in Australia is just amazing.
Yeah, it's nice to see, and we were warned about it in advance, and it is nice to be here and representing Jaguar Racing in the way we are. We hope we can give a good result.
You're part of history today.
Well, that's nice. The first race for Jaguar in Formula One, so you're right, it is an important day.
Chookers, break a leg, as they say.
You're very kind.
Okay, there he is, Paul Stewart. And it's just an amazing feeling here. I mean, you look at photographers, you look at the money, you look at the colour. Let's go and have a look at Jacques Villeneuve's car here. Brand new colour scheme. You've seen a bit of that on the coverage today. There he is, young Jacques, hoping that we can get a better result for him and his team this year. Really did it tough last year. He looks nice and relaxed talking to his engineer now. And as you can see, a brand new colour scheme there. All right, that's about it as we see it here. And it's just a great place to be. And I tell you what, doesn't matter how many times you do it, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. Jonesy, I know you've sat in a car in here and used to drop everything off. I don't know how you did it. You're all geniuses as far as I'm concerned. But I feel very privileged to be just part of this grid. Back to you, fellas.
Good on you, Daryl. Daryl Eastlake getting pretty excited down there. I'm hoping he doesn't go up to Michael Schumacher and say break a leg. He might get a punch in the mouth or something like that on the way through. We're going to be back in a moment with more of the pre-race colour and excitement here at Albert Park, live on Nine's Wide Water Sports. We're counting it down.
Tonight, the adventure continues from Queensland's interior to the rugged White Mountains and onto the famous Gulf country.
There's nobody to annoy you.
Exploring all the country has to offer. Leyland's Australia, tonight on Win Television.
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
Are you dreaming of a caravanning holiday around Australia and you're not sure what you need? Camper van, motorhome, or caravan, or even what type of car? Then maybe I can help you. Norseman caravans are built on request to your own personal design, layout and colour scheme. So call in. I would love the opportunity to help you in any way that I can so that you can make the right decision and achieve your dream.
Supporting something you love. Supporting Tasmanian cricket. The David Boone Club, together with the Lord Taverners, are playing a positive part in Tasmania's cricketing future. And you can too by joining the David Boone Club. You'll enjoy many benefits of membership, including free admission to all Pura Milk Cup and Mercantile Mutual matches played in Tasmania. Receive prior notice of upcoming special events, great range of discounts from various businesses, and more. For details of individual or corporate membership, please contact the TCA.
Wipe out a plane load of hostages.
I'm losing control of the airplane.
Or 40 million civilians on the ground.
Stop the attack.
Kurt Russell, Steven Seagal, and Halle Berry.
We're not gonna make it! You are!
Executive decision, 8:30 tonight on Win.
Welcome back to Albert Park for the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. There's the circus right in front of us now. Just before the break, we would have seen a shot of Jean Alesi in the Prost in the garage. And we're just getting word through that he will be starting from pit lane. Alan, what do you think might have gone wrong?
Yeah, well, as I said to you at the time we saw the picture, it was very unusual to see a driver out of the car and the car still in the garage. So they've obviously struck some last-minute snag, and I wouldn't be at all surprised. We'll probably have that verified that he might even start in the T car, but he will have to start from the pit, exit, after the last car on the grid goes past.
So he has to sit, wait, watch them all go past, and then away he goes.
Then they'll open up the pit exit and off he goes.
I suppose it's not too bad. He's only two rows off the back anyway, as it was.
Yeah, I mean, it'd hurt a lot more if you're in the first couple of rows, that is for sure. And as I said, we've got the two new boys down the back. Well, I mean, really what they should do now is take off and not try and get too excited, let the field sort itself out. There might be one or two that go off in the first couple of corners and then they can take advantage of it.
Well, we saw Michael Schumacher do it last year. In fact, Rubens Barrichello as well. They were both off the back of the grid at the end when we finally got underway last year, and now their teammates sitting in the second row. We're going to go down now to the national anthem, and once we get that underway, of course, we'll be just moments away from starting the Australian Formula One Grand Prix for the year 2000 from Melbourne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the singing of the Australian National Anthem by Bachelor Girls, James Roche and Tanya Toko.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty.
Stirring sounds of the national anthem as we get set for the first Formula One Grand Prix of the millennium. Look at the colour there. In pit lane as we're almost ready to go, just on the left-hand side, and on the grid itself as the starting cars there. Let's take a break. When we come back, Alan Jones will go through the grid one more time, and then it's action stations here on Nine's Wide Water Sports.
Monday, 3 hot shows.
There is a heaven.
2 very cool hours. Just one channel to watch. 7:30 on Friends, Rachel and Monica say goodbye.
I have to live with a boy!
Then on Spin City, just who is the boss?
Billy don't want you here.
I really don't care.
8:30 on Roswell. A dynamite revelation.
You were the one person in the world that I really wanted to talk to.
Friends, Spin City, Roswell. Monday on Win.
Great party. Although I had no idea it was fancy dress. There's Lenny the Lion. Hi. Fantastic costume. And Susie the Hyena. However, there's no disguising the unique taste of Schweppes. Ah, perfection. Hello, dear. Care for a drink? It's me, George. Cleaner, crisper Schweppes. Just a little more bite.
The hum of the saw, the wail of the drill, the rhythm of the plane. If you love the music of woodworking, listen to this free TV offer. Introducing 101 Shop Tips for Woodworkers. It's filled with time-saving secrets from the pros, like a jig for routing evenly spaced dados, the trick to straightening out uneven edges, how to keep lacquers and thinners from splashing when closing the can. You'll discover clever shop-made jigs and tips that'll save you years in shop time. It's all in one handy resource, and you get it, stop the music, free. That's $10 value free when you order Cabinet Making the First Volume in the Art of Woodworking for only $19.95. Call 1300 300 550 now. Packed with hundreds of full-colour photos and illustrations, Cabinet Making shows you how to master every cabinetry skill and get picture-perfect results. At a glance, you'll learn the secrets of frame and panel assembly. Rock-solid joinery, adding decorative touches like moulding. You can preview future volumes with absolutely no commitment to buy. Call now, and for less than $20 you'll get cabinet making plus your free copy of 101 shop tips for woodworkers. And there's more. Use your credit card and get this bonus video, Shop Secrets from Master Craftsmen, free. This exclusive video gives you a wealth of expert advice and trade secrets from 4 master woodworkers. So call 1300 300 550 now to order cabinet making for just $19.95 and get 101 shop tips free. Use your credit card and get your Shop Secrets video. That's almost $70 value for only $19.95. If you love the sound of woodworking, then getting all this for less than $20 is music to your ears. Call 1300 300 550 and get your free 101 shop tips. Use your credit card and you'll receive your free Shop Secrets video. Almost $70 value for only $19.95. Call now.
I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down, tumbling down.
The Mazda Bravo is as comfortable as any passenger car, but still and reliable. So whether you're at work or at play, you'll feel the earth move in a Mazda Bravo Ute.
I feel the earth move.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Albert Park, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. And as you can see now, we're just moments away from getting underway. And let's go through the grid positions. Alan Jones.
Okay, well, Mika Häkkinen, pole position for him yet again. His teammate David Coulthard beside him. The 2 Ferrari boys, Michael Schumacher and Barrichello on the second row. The 2 Benson Hedges boys, Frentzen and Trulli on the third row. Eddie Irvine in the new Jaguar, great result for him. Jacques Villeneuve in the new Honda-powered BAR in 8th. Fisichella, Mika Salo, Rolf Schumacher in 11th. Pedro de la Rosa in 12th. Verstappen, Wirtz, Heidfeld, the new German newcomer, Zonta, Alesi, Genet, Deniz, Johnny Herbert well down there, Jenson Button, his first Grand Prix, and Mazepin, his first Grand Prix, bringing up the rear.
And as we know now, Jean Alesi starting from the pits right at the back there. Let's have a look inside the cars here, Alan. Just take us through it. It looks like a helmet. Once upon a time, it stopped your head from getting smashed. All those tubes going in, what are they?
Well, the tube going into Mika, most teams now have their own physio, their own fitness guy, and their own medico. Now, I wouldn't have been at all surprised if he's had a urine test and whatever else test this morning, considering that the weather is this hot and the ground temperature is so high. They will have mixed a formula to give him what he was deficient of at the time he had the test, so there could be anything in there.
So when he wants a drink, he hits a button and it just squirts into his mouth?
He just hits a button on the steering wheel and that electrically gets the fluid going into his helmet and consequently into his mouth and replenishes his fluid loss.
What about the actual steering wheel itself? We see a number of buttons on there as well. What does all that do?
Well, I mean, the steering wheel now is just unbelievable. I mean, they reckon the cost of a Ferrari wheel now is about $75,000.
So you don't throw it when you have a stack anymore?
Well, you might get into trouble with Jean Todt if you did. But no, they can pre-select a situation. If they're coming into a second gear corner, for instance, they can press the button, the car will go down to second gear in readiness for that particular corner. They can talk backwards and forwards to their pits. Obviously, they can put fluid in their helmet. They can seek out information digitally on the dashboard, how the engine is running in different bits and pieces. It's unbelievable. I quite frankly don't know how they remember it all and drive the car.
We saw a little strip across Barrichello's nose there just to keep the air passage open in the nose. A lot of the American gridiron players use that now. We see also the blankets on the tyres. What's all that about, Alan?
That's to keep the temperature of the tyres up. What they do is these tyres have got an optimum operating temperature, and what they do is they put their electric blankets, literally, and they put them on the tyre. They're heated up, and hopefully they will be the last things that are removed from the car, because when these cars have got reasonably cold tyres with 800 horsepower, they're extremely difficult to control. So they take those tyres off at the last possible minute, maintain the heat in the tyres, and hopefully they've got some grip from the word go. All
right, well, we've been talking about it long enough, Alan. Who's going to win?
Well, I think you'd probably have to say Häkkinen. I mean, the 2 Ferraris were knocking on the door speed-wise, and I'm sure that Schumacher would have been further up had that lap not been stopped. But looking at the cars and looking at the body language, I think they're doing it just that little bit tougher. The McLarens just seem to be doing it fairly easy. I think the Ferrari's got the speed, but I think the drivability of the car is a bit more difficult than the McLaren at this stage. On the other hand, a Jordan could spring a surprise because they're just quietly going about their business. They've got the reliability, they've got an engine from last year, there's no new engines. It's just mainly a development from last year, so they could be a surprise.
All right, so once again, it's Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard, the two McLaren drivers, on the front of the grid. Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello, the two Ferrari drivers, next. Then the two Jordans of Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Jarno Trulli, and then the two wildcards, if you like. On 7th position, Eddie Irvine, who won here last year driving the Jaguar in his debut performance, and then Jacques Villeneuve, who of course has won a world championship in the BAR team, now starting to be competitive finally. Well, it's the Arrows team there, plenty of orange across the top of them as well. There's the Williams team. We're going to be ready for a start in a few moments' time. Let's head down now to our international callers, Martin Brundle and the voice of Formula One, Mr. Murray Walker.
Of course, is the formation lap. Mika Häkkinen, David Coulthard, Michael Schumacher, and if anybody trots back incidentally or has a bad start, they are now allowed to take up position on the formation lap. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
Yes, they're all away nice and cleanly, and all of the cars on your right-hand side of the grid, the left of the grid from the driver's perspective, have an advantage. That is the racing line. That is going to be cleaner. Fortunately here, there's an awful lot of races through the 4-day period, and it does tend to even that grid up a little bit in terms of the level of grip. But still, Häkkinen's side of the grid, the odd numbers, will have more grip away.
Well, fingers crossed for a good start. It was aborted last year. Michael Schumacher stalled his engine and had to start from the back of the grid, and then the two stewards nearly burst into flames.
Interesting tactics here. Look how hard the two McLaren boys are taking that field round. That's very unusual. Normally, they'll have to back off in another couple of corners and bring the field together. Otherwise, they'll be standing at the front of the grid for the best part of a minute. They've got to hold the field up towards the end, but they really did scream away. Looked pretty much like a tactic to me.
This is the approach of turn 11 and turn 12, the right-hander there. They accelerate up to about 165 miles an hour as they go past the Powerhouse Exhibition Centre, the one with the white roof there. Then down, this is a 16-turn course. The lap is 3.27 miles.
Everybody, my understanding is everybody except Jenson Button on the softer tyres, and I'm also expecting very long first runs here, probably mid-30s in terms of laps before they come in. I think Ferrari were experimenting with two-stop fuel this morning, probably more to rattle the cage of McLaren than anything. I'm really fully expecting them all to one stop. And as the tyres appear to give more grip as they get older around here, for whatever reason, the compound has changed this year. It seems a bit more durable. We're expecting them really to try and stay on those tyres as long as they can. That means the cars are very heavy on the line, Murray.
Yep, and a credible thing in the warm-up this morning, Rubens Barrichello in the Ferrari was fastest. An amazing 1.6 seconds faster than anybody else. Quite what that means, I don't know.
What it means exactly is the difference between running a one-stop fuel load and a two-stop fuel load. That weight put into the computer equates exactly. And what it also means is there's very little in the pace between Ferrari and McLaren.
We'll see. There are the two McLarens. World champion Mika Häkkinen driving through the heat haze. David Coulthard peels off behind him. Michael Schumacher pulls up behind Häkkinen. Barrichello behind David Coulthard. There are the two yellow Jordans in their new brighter livery.
Yes, Coulthard and Frentzen have lined themselves up at a slight angle to try to get over on that cleaner line as soon as possible. And Alesi patiently waiting in what must seem a very quiet pit lane.
Well, he was starting 17th on the grid. He's now effectively starting 22nd. A big penalty, not as bad as it might have been, though. And just look at the heat. It's about 40 degrees on the track down here.
Lights are on, the red lights are on.
3 lights, 4 lights, 5. It'll go out and it will be go in Australia. Lovely start by Mika Häkkinen. David Coulthard's going well. Schumacher is third. And coming up very well is Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the yellow Jordan. He's past Rubens Barrichello. Rubens Barrichello goes down a place
race, and it looks to me as though everybody is through the first sequence of corners, and Mika Häkkinen has got David Coulthard riding behind him. There is Rubens Barrichello, a terrific long jam of cars. Are they all going to get round this corner? Yes, they do. Round the Sports Centre corner, and so it is McLaren leading as it was last year, McLaren second as it was last year. Michael Schumacher is third, Frentzen is fourth, Barrichello is fifth, Trulli is sixth, and in seventh position, well up, is Jacques Villeneuve in the BAR.
Yes, despite all of their practice and testing to get away, the Ferraris were both particularly tardy off the line. And fortunately, Michael Schumacher was able to stay ahead of the Jordans, but Rubens Barrichello dropping down to fifth place.
Well, I tell you, the Jenson Button is going through this field like a hot knife through butter. I saw the last five together, and he was not amongst them. Indeed, I believe he's up with his teammate Ralf Schumacher. We'll have to look down the field. He's up into 15th position. Jenson Button has moved up from 21st on the grid to 15th before the end of the first lap. Mika Häkkinen, there he is, from Finland in the McLaren. And now look, this is very different to last year. Last year, the two McLarens, Häkkinen and Coulthard, majestically strode away from Michael Schumacher. They're not doing it this time, but the first three are stretching away from the first Jordan. Lap one completed, look at the gap there. This is great stuff already, and we've got to have 58 laps of this. It's going to be a long, hard, tiring race. Hard on brakes. When are the fuel stops going to come? McLaren, Ferrari, Jordan, Ferrari. Marc Genet has gone into the pits already, and at the end of the first lap, Jenson Button is in 15th place. Behind Rubens Barrichello, Trulli is 6th, Villeneuve is 7th, Mika Salo is in 8th position. Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar has dropped down 2 places tonight.
And Herbert is out of the race. Johnny Herbert, who's had an appalling weekend, is already out of the race. He's at the end of the pit lane here, so he's past the white line, now in vision with you, and, well, no way they can recover that car, and there's no point in doing so anyway, and Johnny, well, what's he got to do? We say this every year, don't we?
We do. Well, Jaguar have got a very special oiling system, combining the oil in the engine and the gearbox. It's given a lot of trouble and is continuing to do so.
And I don't know what's going to happen here. It looks like, oh, and this is why Johnny's out of the race. Look, he was minding his own business, going around the outside, and a Sauber and probably a BAR on the inside touched and just ran into him, has clearly damaged his car.
Yeah, just looking to see where Herbert was at the time.
What's interesting here, Murray, is the McLarens are actually just stretching away gently. Look, it was 1.4 second lead that Häkkinen had over Schumacher at the end of the first lap. Let's see what it is this time round. 2.2, look, so he's a full 8/10 up. So Michael Schumacher not showing that blistering pace yet.
You heard what James Allen was saying, that it was sensible strategy, to a lot of people, to put Mika Häkkinen on a 2-stop strategy, David Coulthard on a 1-stop strategy between Häkkinen and Schumacher, which is where he is now. That would fit the circumstances at the present moment, with Mika Häkkinen definitely making the pace and a gap developing between Schumacher, who is third, and Frentzen, who is fourth. That gap, 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Häkkinen's on a 2-stopper, to be honest, because I think that means unless he can really skate off into the distance, at some point he would have to overtake at least one of the Ferraris. So I think Häkkinen is just blisteringly fast in these early stages, which almost Senna-esque he's tended to be in the last few years.
Yeah, Mika Häkkinen has got this incredible ability, which he demonstrated yesterday, to pull out something very, very special when it's needed. He did it for qualifying yesterday when he took that pole position for the 22nd time in his career. He's doing it again right now.
Well, both McLarens failed on Saturday morning, where Ron Dennis assures me they know exactly what the problem was and it can't reoccur. Remember, the Ferrari was far more bulletproof last year in the reliability stakes than McLaren could achieve. So Michael will be probably reasonably happy sitting there, slightly disappointed the McLarens are pulling away from him, but it seems like he's pegged it this time around.
Well, the thing that's interesting me at the moment is that I did not expect, the gap has increased very slightly to 2.4 seconds between Häkkinen and Schumacher. I did not expect Heinz-Harald Frentzen to get ahead of Rubens Barrichello in the Ferrari as quickly as he has, and to stay there. They're battling very closely on the track. We haven't seen them, but The Jordan is tucked right up under, and behind is Jarno Trulli in 6th position. So the two Jordans are 4th and 6th. Here are the leaders, McLaren, Ferrari, then Frentzen, then Barrichello, then Trulli.
Yes, I expect to see more of Barrichello later in this race. He's particularly good around this racetrack. Plus, he's been so mature all through the weekend and so calm. He seems to be completely under control. Louise is with Johnny Herbert.
Johnny, that was hardly worth doing your seatbelts up, was it?
Well, it's been a weekend like that, to be honest. It's been very difficult for everybody. We knew we had an engine sort of problem. We hoped we'd come here and obviously got rid of most of that, but we still haven't. So we've got to put ourselves together, obviously, regroup, really delve into it and find the problem, of course. We have a few other reliability issues as well we need to do. But, you know, generally it's we know the car, when it runs, is actually a capable car. But obviously it's just a bit frustrating, like today, where you get a good start. You're getting a little bit, all right, it was a bit I think Pedro got pushed by someone who got pushed into me. But then the clutch went directly after that, so I was already on my way out, which is, you know, it's just a shame because we need the mileage now.
Things can only get better.
Well, you're watching now the Jordan followed by the Ferrari. It's Frentzen and Barrichello. Just behind them in 6th position is Jarno Trulli. Where is Johnny Herbert's teammate Eddie Irvine in the other Jaguar? He started 7th. He's been passed by both the arrows of Verstappen and De La Rosa and Mika Salo's Sauber and Villeneuve's BAR. So Eddie Irvine, the man who won this race for Ferrari last year, is down in 11th place. And Mika Häkkinen has now just made another fastest lap of the race. He's really flying. 1 minute 33.9.
Well, Barrichello's got a job on to pass that Jordan, which is not too slow in any part of this racetrack. Barrichello's got the faster car at the moment, that's clear to see. But has he got enough of an advantage? There really are so few places around here. The braking and turn-in areas are short and very high-speed turn-ins, for example, into this chicane, and doesn't offer any overtaking opportunities. That's a Lacey trying to make up ground, trying to overtake the Sauber, and clearly locks the rear wheels, probably on downshift as he headed into the apex with a bit too much speed. And that's put him probably straight to the rear again.
Yeah, his dander is well and truly up. He had made his way up from last to 18th. As we look at Jacques Villeneuve now, 7th position in the BAR, and right behind him is Mika Salo in the Sauber, the man who drove for Ferrari and BAR last year. Salo in the Sauber with the Ferrari engine, and Jacques Villeneuve will be looking not just for another finish, he didn't have many of those last year, but for BAR's first point, as Pedro de la Rosa and Verstappen have a look at Mika Salo. The new orange arrows are going magnificently with the Supertech engine. They've got a brand new chassis, they've got two very tidy drivers, and one of them, Pedro de la Rosa, you can see in 10th position, is swarming about all over Salo, and behind the second one, Jos Verstappen, is Eddie Irvine in the Jag.
Yes, and I'm expecting that arrows to be quick through the entire race. Looking at it, remember I said in qualifying yesterday, it's very supple at the rear. It seems like it rides the track and the bumps and the curbs, and I think that'll pay dividends if they're doing very long stints to keep the tyres better intact. Running quite wide there, Verstappen, but the arrows seeming to be confirming their winter season pace. Salo doing very well there in 8th place too in his first race for Sauber.
Lap 6 out of 58. There's the leader, Mika Häkkinen. You can see how far he is ahead of David Coulthard. Look now for the Ferrari of Michael Schumacher. It's about 2.8 seconds down the road as Häkkinen comes through to complete his 6th lap. But Michael Schumacher is still very, very much in touch with the leaders. Frentzen is still 4th, then Barrichello and Trulli. Mika Häkkinen has just done another fastest lap, and Michael Schumacher goes quicker again. Michael Schumacher is piling on the pace. He's closing slightly. He's got it down to 2.7 seconds.
Yes, Schumacher's very fast in the last section of the racetrack, over half a second a lap faster than McLaren's, and that's where he's able to make it up. So Michael beginning his charge now. Barrichello still tucked up behind Frentzen by just 0.2 of a second. Button dropped back to 16th place. He's lapping about 2.5 seconds slower than the leaders per lap.
And that is nothing to be ashamed of in his first race Incidentally, it's the first race, of course, for the BMW V10 engine in the two Williams cars of Jenson Button and Ralf Schumacher, who is in 13th position, Ralf Schumacher. And David Coulthard is now taking up the attack. Fastest first sector this lap of 3.3 miles is split into 3 sectors. Eddie Irvine has spun, and it looks as though both Jaguars are likely to be able to shove off, says Eddie Irvine to the marshal.
Yeah, well, the engine stalled, so Eddie's just trying to manoeuvre it, 3-point turn it out of the way, and he wanted to decide which direction it was going in. So the safety car is standing by, we see from the computer here, but I think they'll clear that more than quickly.
Oh,
there's a wheel off there too, so whose wheel is that? Somebody else must have crashed in there too, you know, because Eddie Irvine had 4 wheels. Eddie Irvine had 4 wheels on his car. Look, there it is. So somebody else, not in our... Safety car is out. Safety car deployed. And we think it's De La Rosa has gone off into the wall.
Well, that makes sense because they were together in 10th and 11th places. And as in 1999, so in the year 2000, the safety car goes out, which gives Michael Schumacher the opportunity to close up on David Coulthard, and David Coulthard to close right up on the race leader, Mika Häkkinen. There they are, first, second and third.
What I suspect happened is De La Rosa's gone off and collected Irvine or distracted Irvine in the process, but we're waiting for a replay of that. Now let's have a look here. We're going to find out. De La Rosa running wide, look, and he's lost control there.
That's very strange.
Is that the same car? I think that's Verstappen.
That was Verstappen, not De La Rosa.
Yeah, and this is the look, a front suspension failure on Verstappen's car. I wonder if it was the same problem for De La Rosa. So both arrows off in the same lap.
Well, a bad opening Grand Prix for Jaguar with Johnny Herbert and Eddie Irvine both out by the 8th lap. Don't be too discouraged, though. There's a long and very steep climb in Formula One to reach the top. And Jaguar are right at the bottom of the ladder now, starting with what was the Stewart team, but there's a lot of new things in it and a completely new motor car. So we're now on lap 8 out of 58. The field will close right up while they remove the broken bits of motor car, and the race will effectively restart, but from a rolling start instead of a standing start.
Good news for Jenson, of course. That's moved him up to 13th place and enabled him to close back up to the leading pack. So at the moment he's tucked up. He was just 0.6 of a second behind Wirtz before the safety car came out.
Now, one of the problems in this sort of a situation is to make the safety car go fast enough. Well, we'll soon see, but whilst this temporary lull is happening, we're going to take a break.
This Monday, after 5 years together, they say goodbye.
You were so great. Now you have to leave. And I have to live with a boy!
Friends, Monday 7:30 before Spin City on Win.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
Relax. I'm a pro.
Light ice, mate. You better make that
Cablemate replace, supply and manufacture
marine cables.
Good boy. Also
Industrial and gym cables.
Correct.
Farm cable applications.
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says
Chesterman Street, Moona.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world.
In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
$7 billion craze that's obsessing kids and driving parents crazy. Pokemon.
I will be a Pokemon master.
Tonight's on 60 Minutes.
Into lap 10 of the 58-lap Australian Grand Prix. The safety car still out, and as I said, the race effectively restarting. Sprinting out from the pit lane comes Pedro Diniz in the Sauber, and bringing up the rear is Marc Genet there in the newly liveried Minardi, very much improved motorcar. And the news, incidentally, that the takeover by the Spanish Telefonica organisation is almost completed, and it's quite likely that it will have been by the time of the Brazilian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time, in which case the Minardi team will all move out to Spain from Italy. And the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. You know that when you see the lights go out on the roof, the safety car comes into the pit lane, and mark this very carefully, the drivers are not allowed to pass until they have crossed the line. And Eddie Irvine realised that very smartly last year by hanging back when Mika Häkkinen, the race leader, actually faltered. Eddie Irvine passed him after the line and took over the lead.
Well, they put Verstappen back out on the track. They have repaired that apparent suspension damage, so hopefully they can understand exactly what the failure was all about. But they're going around there now. Their tyres are going to be 60 degrees centigrade. They need to be about 90. Their brakes are going to be 300 to 400 centigrade. They need to be 600 to 700. So they have to be very careful when they start this new lap, because as the tyre temperatures go down, so do the pressures. They're running normally about 20, 21 PSI. They're probably 15 or 16 now, so the car runs lower, and now they've got to try and build up some kind of temperature as they lead into the restart. Häkkinen is in control. Once that safety car pulls off, Mika Häkkinen becomes the new safety car, and he has the control as to when to move over the line.
Häkkinen leading, Coulthard second, Schumacher third, fourth is Frentzen in the yellow car, fifth is Barrichello in the Ferrari, sixth is Trulli in the second Jordan, seventh is Jacques Villeneuve in the BAR, eighth is Mika Salo in the Sauber, ninth is Fisichella, 10th is Ralf Schumacher, and the safety car is in, and the Australian Grand Prix again is go! Häkkinen, Coulthard, Schumacher, and the gap between them 1.4 seconds.
I can never understand that, why they don't bury the nose of their cars under the gearbox of the one in front, why they allow the restart to take place without being as close as possible to the car in front. I know you have to a certain extent, react to when, for example, in this case, Häkkinen decides to pull away, but they don't, not like the IndyCar drivers, where they really seem to maximise this opportunity to overtake. The F1 drivers seem quite happy to go in line astern.
As they are now, there's the McLaren leading, McLaren second, Ferrari third, Jordan fourth, Ferrari fifth, Jordan sixth. The top three rows on the grid are the top six cars in the race, albeit in a slightly different order, because Frentzen is ahead of Barrichello. And in seventh position there's Villeneuve, right behind him is Salo, right behind him Fisichella and Ralf Schumacher in the leading BMW Williams. That is in 10th position. Jenson Button, by the way, is 13th in the race. Lap 11 out of 58. Here they come.
Michael Schumacher very close to David Coulthard this time around, not close enough to have a stab in the braking area, but he's certainly giving David something to look at in his mirrors, and Schumacher making a better fist of this early part of this restart when, as I said, all the temperatures are down, and Häkkinen, as ever, scampering away.
And Barrichello challenging the Jordan in front of him of Heinz-Harald Frentzen. In comes David Coulthard. Now, this is a very, very early stop. Good heavens. Whatever strategy he's on, I wouldn't have expected a two-stop strategy to come in before another 8 laps.
I wonder if he's got a puncture. There was a lot of debris on the track from the De La Rosa accident. I've got a feeling it's a left rear puncture for David Coulthard. It looked a little bit out of shape, that tyre. Bit of a guess on my part there, but I can only assume it's a puncture from Coulthard.
Well, it must be that, and Coulthard, of course, is losing place after place after place, and Michael Schumacher has now only got one McLaren in front of him, and it is the McLaren of reigning world champion Mika Häkkinen.
Mechanics are having a look at something else at the back there. David's obviously reported in, hey, I've got a funny handling, and what are they doing now? They're working on some kind of inlet on the side pod there, so they normally put some kind of electrical umbilical cord in there. He's got a fire in there, look. He's got a fire. James, can you see anything?
Yeah, huge amount of smoke coming out, as you say, from the left side pod, trying to clear something. I think he may have picked up some debris. It may well just be moisture. Mechanic's happy. Car is on its way. It wasn't a fire, it was just a precaution. A little bit of a blast of the carbon fire extinguisher just to keep the underside of the floor cool.
And of course, he is now very much last in the race. David Coulthard came in on lap 14 last year to retire with broken throttle assembly. Mika Häkkinen followed him later on during the race, and now Coulthard down last of all.
No, look, there's a lot of smoke coming out of there, Murray. Sorry to interrupt you, but a lot of smoke coming out of the back of Coulthard's car as he turned into that corner.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
there it is.
That's it. David Coulthard out of the race. Well, it's a brand new Mercedes engine produced by Ilmor over the winter.
Oil pouring out from underneath. I saw fluid dripping out from underneath, so the oil in the water jackets have been mixed up in the middle there somewhere, and a fairly terminal engine failure for Coulthard. He's about as lucky as Johnny Herbert, isn't he?
Lap 13, Häkkinen leads Schumacher by just over 2 seconds. Frentzen is up into third place, challenged by Rubens Barrichello. There is the leader. Fifth is Jarno Trulli, he's moved up a place. In the points is Jacques Villeneuve in the VAR, followed by Mika Salo. Fisichella is 8th, Schumacher is 9th, Jenson Button is up into 12th position.
I tell you, anybody can score points today. I think anybody has got a chance. As you see the engine letting on Coulthard's car, people have just got to stay on the racetrack this afternoon somehow, because look, we've already got how many cars left in the race?
Well,
just
Herbert
16,
is out,
I think, at the moment.
Yeah, Herbert is out, Irvine is out, De La Rosa is out, Coulthard is out, 22 started, so there are 18 left in the race. We're on lap 13. Michael Schumacher is speeding up. Mika Häkkinen, I can see him in his mirrors, and there is the Finn, the flying Finn as he calls himself.
Yes, and we're not even a quarter of the way through the race yet, so plenty of action to come, and reliability seeming a big issue.
Yeah, look at the side pods, incidentally, of that leading McLaren. There's a new design feature. You see, there's a kind of couple of trumpets sticking up out of the back. There they are, thank you very much. That is to get rid of the hot air from the radiators without affecting the airflow over the wings. If it works, the others will have it soon. If it doesn't, McLaren will drop it. But they've done a lot of testing, so it must work.
Häkkinen a full 0.6 of a second faster on that lap than Michael Schumacher. His lead up to 2.9. He's no longer got a rear gunner in the form of David Coulthard to help him out, so he's decided to pick up the pace.
Obviously very bad news for McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. The most points they can hope for now are 10 from Mika Häkkinen winning this race, and it's by no means certain he's going to do it. And Ferrari could score 10 points if they could get Rubens Barrichello behind Michael Schumacher up into third position. But that's speculation. There's a long, long way to go, and Häkkinen is now leading Schumacher by an increased margin of 2.9 seconds. Clear track behind Schumacher. Frentzen and Barrichello pretty close together. There they are, rounding turn 12 on their way to the golf course corner. And in 5th and 6th position, both the Jordans, incidentally, are doing well. Jarno Trulli is 5th.
Yes, Coulthard's car must have been incredibly hot, having had the safety car laps where they can tend to pick up a lot of engine temperature, not much air going through the side pods, and then that awfully long pit stop. And it doesn't surprise me at all. He had engine failure on the way out. Whether it was his reason for going in or not is another matter. Louise is down with Eddie Irvine.
Eddie, from the camera angles that we could see, it was a bit difficult to tell who collected who. Talk us through it.
No one collected anyone. De La Rosa just hit the wall and bounced out in the middle. I lifted to slow down. The car just spun the minute I lifted. It's a handling thing we've been talking about.
So there is Frentzen and behind him Barrichello. Now this is looking good for Jordan. I was talking to Mike Gascoigne, the designer, just before the race started, and he was very, very optimistic about their chances. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who joined Jordan last year and won 2 races for them, finished second here in Australia and showed how happy he was in his then new team. And he's now a completely rejuvenated driver, showing all the class and style that we always thought he'd got, keeping ahead of Rubens Barrichello in the Ferrari. Now we are with
You're on board Barrichello.
the Ferrari of Barrichello now in 4th position, looking at Frentzen ahead of us. What's he thinking, Martin?
He's thinking, I need to get past this Jordan in a hurry. I'm already 10 seconds behind the leader, and he's currently lapping 1.3, 1.4 slower than Michael Schumacher, his teammate. So that gives you a gauge of how much time it's costing him in the turbulent air coming off of the back of that Jordan. And there's a few areas of this racetrack where it's very difficult to follow another car and actually see your line too. So Rubens needs to really have quite a big stab anytime soon. And just to translate what Eddie Irvine said, basically, De La Rosa went off in front of him. He lifted the throttle in avoidance and spun off. So that's quite an alarming handling trait that Eddie referred to as having spoken about before this weekend.
Great to see that on-board stuff from the car, incidentally. We hope to show you a lot more of that this year. And Barrichello crowding Heinz-Harald Frentzen's Jordan with Trulli behind him. Trulli is another driver, of course, who has moved from the Prost team last year to Jordan, and news from James Allen.
I'm just looking at the situation the same as you guys, with Barrichello stuck behind Heinz-Harald Frentzen. It seems to me that Ferrari and McLaren are very much on the same pace, like lapping in the 132s, the 133s on roughly the same strategy, but I'm pretty sure that Jordan's got a lot of fuel on board. They did it a lot last year. Frentzen was strong with a heavy car. He was able to push it right to the limit, and of course that safety car period will really have helped him. He'll have been able to go longer into the race. We might even see him coming in around that 40, 45 even, with that fuel conservation he was able to do under the safety car. He is a player in this race because, of course, Ferrari and McLaren still have some question marks about their reliability.
We've just reached just over quarter distance of this race, Murray, and we've got a situation where Häkkinen 3.4 seconds ahead of Schumacher, who's a further 8 ahead of Frentzen, and Barrichello, as you can see, just 0.4 of a second behind.
Now, the race could be transformed by drivers being on different strategies. We don't know what the situation is. It's difficult to see, I think, Häkkinen and Schumacher being on different strategies to each other, but they might well be.
New fastest lap for Michael Schumacher, taking 0.3 of a second out of Häkkinen that time around on a 1:32.4.
Now, it's a pity we can't see it, because from 9th place down to 13th, there is a colossal battle going on between Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams, Zonta in the BAR, Wurz in the Benetton, Jenson Button is tucked up underneath his rear wing, and Jean Alesi is up there as well. But we look now at the Ferrari of Michael Schumacher. Now, where is he in really? You can see he's out of sight of Mika Häkkinen on this part of the course, but he's quicker. The gap between the two is now 3.2 seconds. The fastest lap we've had is Michael Schumacher, 1:32.47. Fastest lap we had last year was 0.3 of a second slower than that by Michael Schumacher himself. We're on lap 17. There's a long way to go. We're going to leave you, but be back soon.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull.
Oh, Ralph!
access, fast connection, and the latest technology. 24-hour-a-day backup, support 7 days a week, and backed by the world's leading IP network. WinNet is the internet service provider that gives you the world. Call 1300-139-949 and get online with WinNet. It's a big world.
The Mazda Bravo is as comfortable as any passenger car, but still tough and reliable. So whether you're at work or at play, you'll feel the earth move in a Mazda Bravo Ute.
I feel the earth move.
The Australian Rotary Health Research Fund has added to its research the critical area of mental illness, now affecting 1 in every 5 Australians. Support a Rotary Health project.
On Spin City Monday,
You kids just need to study, study, study.
mayor's being put to the test.
Cross cheaters.
Will government aid be his only hope?
What's the first element on the periodic table? Nitrogen. NutraSweet.
Spin City, 8 o'clock Monday on Win.
Here is the newly liveried VAR of Ricardo Zonta from Brazil.
Hakkinen out, Murray. I think that's Hakkinen slowing.
Mika Hakkinen out of the race. Both McLarens, as they were in 1999, retiring, and Michael Schumacher goes into the lead. And it looks as though if he can keep going, he's in a very strong position to do well in Australia, which is something he has never done before. Mustn't get too excited about the situation, but a very, very unhappy race for McLaren, as it was last year. Last year they had the fastest car, but they had problem after problem through the season. And there's no doubt about the fact that it was reliability that cost them the Constructors' World Championship. Schumacher leads. The flags are flying. There is the proof. Schumacher leads the Australian Grand Prix. Hakkinen is out of it. Coulthard is out of it. Frentzen, as he was last year, is in second place, but behind a different Ferrari. Last year it was Eddie Irvine's car. This year it is that man's car, Michael Schumacher. Rubens Barrichello is third in the second Ferrari, and James Allen is in the pits.
Well, Murray, I watched that drama unfold down here in the McLaren garage. Actually, it was just beginning to kick off, just before we went to the break. I had everything crossed that Mika Hakkinen wouldn't retire during a break, just thinking about all the legends we get. But basically, I think it's some form of power problem. The engineers started to sense there was some difficulties. They were looking at the computer screens. They had some batteries ready. On the lower left-hand side of the side pod, there was something that they were going to hopefully top up, or it was something to do with power, electricity, I feel. It's a problem that Hakkinen had, of course, yesterday morning. He only got about 4 or 5 laps in of the morning practice session. They had to change the whole back end of the car. I think it's the same problem, possibly revisited. Something to do with power failure anyway. McLaren mechanics, of course, completely gutted. Worked very hard this weekend. Thought they were onto something here. But again, once again, second year in a row, going home with nothing.
I suspect they were trying to recharge the air valve system, probably, James. And in that case, judging by the amount of smoke coming out of the back, may well be similar to Coulthard's car in that it was running out of compressed air for the valve system. And another retirement now. Dinitz in the Sauber. So that means we're going to be down to just 15 cars.
Only 8 finished last year. Mika Hakkinen adjusting his new hairstyle as he takes his helmet off. But Michael Schumacher, now with some 38 laps still to go, leads by a comfortable 17 seconds from Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Rubens Barrichello right behind Frentzen's Jordan. And I'm keeping an eye on Jenson Button for Britain, because he's now moved up into 11th position as a result of the disappearance of Mika Hakkinen. Just 1 place off the top 10.
And he's lapping within 0.3 of a second of Ralf Schumacher. So pretty impressive start to Jenson Button's career here in Melbourne.
Now, last year, as I was saying, just 8 cars finished the race. Now, I said earlier on that they've designed entirely new cars. Formula One is always changing them. They've tested. They've tested in Barcelona. They've tested in Jerez. Williams went out to South Africa, where it rained most of the time. But you can test until you're blue in the face or red in the face in the case of Ferrari, and you don't get the same pressure that you get in a race. Maybe we've had that proof here today with the two McLarens going up, and the pressure now is on Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the yellow Jordan. There is Rubens Barrichello third behind him. The next car you see is Jarno Trulli, who is in a fourth position. Now, there is only 1.3 seconds between that Jordan of Frentzen coming through to complete the lap and his teammate Jarno Trulli in the second Jordan, who is behind him in fourth position.
Ron Dennis said at a press conference this week that even if he didn't win the race, but having led by a lap or something, as they have done in the last couple of years here, he'd rather that than break down and not be well ahead. Well, he's got exactly that scenario. He didn't appear to have a pace advantage as they have in previous seasons, and I think Michael breaking his leg last year certainly helped them out in terms of making up for the lack of reliability they had. But I think they'll be concerned by, more so this season, by Ferrari's pace and their still apparent lack of reliability.
Yeah, there is no doubt about the fact that Ferrari is much closer to McLaren than it was last year. Last year, Häkkinen was 1.3 seconds faster than Schumacher on the starting grid. This year it was only half a second, and that is confused a bit by the fact that Michael Schumacher had a very quick lap at the end of qualifying, which he wasn't able to complete, which would have possibly given him pole position. So I would say that it's even Steven between the McLaren and the Ferrari this year so far. And Ferrari, of course, is fabled for its reliability.
Well, this is a curious lap from Barrichello. We just happened to go on board with him. He's done 2 green sections on the computer, his fastest 2 sections of the race so far, after 22 laps completed on their 23rd, coming towards the end of it now, and has suddenly zoomed right up to the back of Frentzen. Probably he's been told to pick the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, let's look at the constructors. Ferrari is leading this race. Jordan are in a very strong position, with Frentzen in second position and Trulli in fourth place. Ferrari, of course, have got Barrichello in third position. BAR are on target for at least 1 point at the present moment, because Jacques Villeneuve is in fifth position, and he's more likely to finish the race this year than he did last year. By this time last year, he was out with a broken rear wing, which brought the safety car out, and he's got the Honda engine this year in the BAR, and it's been very, very reliable all through testing. BAR are looking good at the moment for their first point, and Sauber are on a single World Championship point if they finish this race, which has still got 36 laps to run, because Mika Salo, the Finn, who joined them from Ferrari as a result of Michael Schumacher coming back for that absolutely sensational drive at Malaysia last year. Mika Salo is in the Sauber team. Now, 7th is Fisichella, 8th is Ralf Schumacher, 9th is Zonta, 10th is Alexander Wurz, 11th, Jenson Button.
We're watching Trulli in fourth place there, but remember, Salo could have and should have won. In Hockenheim last year, had to give the race up to teammate Eddie Irvine when he stood in for Michael Schumacher. And I have to say, Salo hasn't shown this kind or that kind of performance earlier on in his Grand Prix career, so Mika has clearly stepped up a gear somewhere.
22 started, 16 left, 6 retirements. Here they are in retirement order. Johnny Herbert out in the Jaguar, Eddie Irvine out in the Jaguar, De La Rosa out in the Arrows, David Coulthard out in the McLaren, Jos Verstappen out in the Arrows, Mika Häkkinen out in the McLaren. Both McLarens out of the Australian Grand Prix, both Arrows out of the Australian Grand Prix, and both Jaguars. 3 very unhappy teams with a lot to do. And leading still Michael Schumacher. Well, is this going to be the brilliant double world champion Michael Schumacher from Germany's race? It's his 127th Grand Prix, of which he has won an incredible 35.
I can see a Prost in the pit lane, stationary in the pit lane, Murray out of the window, so I can't see which driver it is from here, but it looks like we may have yet another. Hearing on the radio, it's Heidfeld, so we've got yet another retirement from this motor race.
Yes, I was talking earlier on and I think got distracted This is the first race of the year, and although testing is one thing, racing is another, particularly in this sort of heat. It's not nearly as hot as it was yesterday. The track temperature yesterday at one point nudged up to 50 degrees. It's 35 degrees now, but it's still mighty hot. And when David Coulthard and Nicky Hacken had got out of their cars at the end of qualifying, they looked like a couple of boiled lobsters in silver suits. James Allen, news?
Yeah, Murray, I'm just trying to get a little bit closer to the bottom of what happened to the two McLarens. It appears that both cars went out with the same problem, and it appears it's engine-based. They both had misfires. Coulthard came in to try and fix some form of misfire. The little flash of flame you saw under the car and the flash of the fire extinguisher was because the bodywork was getting hot, but the basic problem was to do with a misfire. The mechanic was working on the same area of the car that they were going to have to work on Hakkinen had he made it into the garages. So same failure, both cars engine related.
Thanks for that, James. Clearly a lot to do. And here is Schumacher coming up to Pedro Diniz, who is in 14th place. 15 cars left now. Nick Heidfeld out of his first Grand Prix for Prost, the Formula 3000 champion of last year. But I think he's, I've just had news that we think he's actually rejoined the race. Yes, he's out of the pits, I see on my screen in front of me. Nick Heidfeld has rejoined, so there are 16 runners still left. Michael Schumacher is leading Frentzen now. There is Frentzen by 20 seconds. There is Barrichello in third position, and Trulli very much in touch in the second yellow Jordan.
Yes, but we're seeing a performance similar to Michael Schumacher's, really, especially now the McLarens have disappeared off the scene, similar to last year in Malaysia, because he's been lapping a full 1.3 seconds faster than his pursuers. He's 20 seconds ahead of Frentzen. And Barrichello, I mean, Michael was quicker on that last lap, despite the traffic you saw him overtaking, and just setting a new fastest first sector of the race already as I'm speaking. And Michael just really in a league of his own at the moment.
Martin, your thoughts on the fact? No, not your thoughts on that, because with the news that on lap 26 it is still Schumacher, Frentzen, Barrichello, Trulli, Villeneuve and Salo in 6th position. We're going for a break.
Monday.
He's the guy.
Your every move is being watched.
I like Liz, Max, and I don't want you around her.
And tensions begin to overflow.
Stay away from her.
Another shock revelation on Roswell, 8:30 Monday.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorber, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull.
Oh, Ralph!
With over 70 stores Australia-wide, Battery World is there to keep your vehicle, marine craft or mobile phone running. It's the ultimate battery shop for sales, service and accessories. And if they haven't got it, they'll get it for you. There's batteries for cars, boats, mobile phones, computers, cameras, medical scooters and golf carts. Plus they have a 24-hour emergency delivery service. Phone 13 17 16. Call into your nearest Battery World. You'll find them at 7 Warwick Street, Hobart or 15 Lindsay Street, Launceston.
The Australian Rotary Health Research Fund has added to its research the critical area of mental illness, now affecting 1 in every 5 Australians. Support a Rotary Health project.
Tuesday, an all-new time, an all-new headache for Drew.
I swear I didn't see her. You didn't see this?
Drew Carey, now the new time of 7:30 Tuesday before funniest home videos on Win.
Lap 28 out of 56, which, unless I'm very much mistaken, is half the distance for the Australian Grand Prix. Track temperature 34 degrees, it's going down, and Louise Goodman is with Ron Dennis, the boss of McLaren.
Ron, I understand both cars have gone out of the race with an engine-related problem. What can you tell me about that?
Yes, that's quite correct. They suffered exactly the same failure, which was a pneumatic failure in the valve gear, which is exactly the problem we had with two engines in qualifying yesterday, or practice in the morning. What's obviously frustrating is that we complete thousands of miles testing to avoid these sorts of problems at a Grand Prix, and probably some spec changes occurred between the last test and the preparation of these engines, which has caused these failures to occur. On the positive side, they're all exactly the same. It is a small failure, and as such it will be technically very difficult to resolve, but when you're dominating a race and already in a situation where you're conserving fuel and dropping the pace, it's very frustrating. I think it was a comfortable result, and makes it a little bit more difficult to accept.
Thanks for talking to us.
New fastest lap of the race for Michael Schumacher. Strangely, pole position was slightly slower this year, and that's unusual, but the race pace is faster. Michael's still pulling out over a second a lap on his pursuers, and he's lapping best part of 2.5 seconds a lap faster than, for example, the Williams, the Benetton, and the midfield group that are running from 5th through down to Jenson Button in 11th place. 2.5 seconds a lap faster. James is with Mika Hakkinen.
Mika, you were driving so well there. You must be incredibly disappointed.
Yes, extremely. I am very disappointed, but luckily we have still as much races to go like it was total last year, so I think I still have a pretty good chance to score some points this year.
Last year, Ron said he'd like to lead this race. That's more important, even if you're retired. Do you still feel that way? Do you feel you have the edge over Ferrari from what you've seen this afternoon?
I think we are very competitive at the moment, very strong, and I'm happy with the speed of the car. I'm not happy to finish in the Grand Prix, and like you probably heard me yesterday saying, what is important here to come here and score some points. Top 6 for scoring points, I'm happy. That did not happen, so it doesn't feel very nice at the moment.
Thanks a lot, Mika.
Out of the race goes Jean Alesi, a very pragmatic Ron Dennis saying how it is, a very pragmatic Mika Hakkinen reflecting on the situation. And yes, I am very much mistaken. Twice 26 is not 58. We are not quite at the halfway point of the race. Well, we are now, actually, because we're on lap 29 out of 58. As you watch Michael Schumacher, he's lapping driver after driver. He's on his 30th lap. He's leading Heinz-Harald Frentzen by nearly 25 seconds. Frentzen has continued to have Barrichello glued to his gearbox, and Trulli is 5.5 seconds down the road in 4th place. Jacques Villeneuve in the BAR is still in a comfortable 5th position, with Mika Salo pressing him pretty hard. 7th is Fisichella, 8th is Schumacher, 9th is Zonta, 10th is Wurz, 11th is Jenson Button, and the Ferrari mechanics are out, presumably to bring in Michael Schumacher, the race leader. I wouldn't think, Martin, that they're bringing Barrichello in and hoping there's going to be a change between him and Frentzen as a result of a quicker Ferrari pit stop.
Well, they may have left Michael slightly lighter at the beginning of the race to give him a chance to pass the McLarens and still stay on a one-stopper. Or they could be thinking of, is Schumacher coming in the pits now? They could have been thinking of trying to get Barrichello past Frentzen by stopping him very early. In fact, they might be better off stopping him very late. As James said at the beginning of the show, Jordan traditionally have a big fuel tank. James is down at the Ferrari pit. Michael, with the new speed limit here for this year, just 50 miles an hour. It seems an eternity, and of course, as the world champions, they're right at the far end of the pit lane.
80 kilometres an hour, it seems so slow in comparison with last year. Really is going to have a huge effect on the pit stops this year. A set of used tyres, scrub tyres we call them, going on. The teams have found that they go really, really well. 12.2 completely normal, one-stop fuel load, slightly slow, but hey, they don't need to rush these guys. Now, of course, Ross Brawn has got to think very hard about how he gets Rubens Barrichello in front of Frentzen, given that Frentzen is obviously going to run long on this first stint?
Well, Michael Schumacher is joined just in front of Jarno Trulli, which means to say that Frentzen leads. Barrichello is in second place. Now, you saw the Ferrari mechanics frantically scrabbling about in the side pods of Schumacher's Ferrari. That is because the grass here at Melbourne has been cut. Some of it has not been collected. It has dried out, and you get an awful lot of grass in those side pods on the radiators. And the teams have fitted very, very tight mesh gauze strainers, and the grass piles up on that. They have to get it out, otherwise the engines are going to dramatically overheat.
Yes, and it's crucial for Schumacher to get out in front of Trulli, because even though he's got a heavier fuel load now, Trulli getting towards the end of his fuel. Michael tanked up, as we saw, on a 12.2 second stop. Roughly 12 litres per second goes in from the rig, and he now maintains track position whilst being in third place. His pit stop's out of the way, and that worked out just fine for him.
Well, now the interesting thing is how much longer is Heinz-Harald Frentzen going to stay out in the lead, with Rubens Barrichello pressing him very hard indeed. There is the Jordan crossing the line. Now let's see where the Ferrari is behind it. There is Rubens Barrichello, and you just saw the flash of Frentzen's wing, so it's a very close fight in the front for the lead. Now, if Frentzen can stay out quite a long time by having a heavier fuel load when this race started, it will mean to say that he'll have to take on less fuel when he stops, therefore take less time, and therefore be in a stronger position. But that again is speculation. Lap 32 out of 58, Frentzen leads. There's Barrichello behind him in second place. Frentzen was in second place last year. Barrichello drove an absolutely sensational race last year, because, as I said, after starting from the pit lane in the Stewart after that fire he'd had, he clawed his way up, and then he had a 10-second penalty because he passed Michael Schumacher on the line after the safety car went out, and Barrichello still finished in 5th position last year.
Mika Salo has pitted from 6th position. Presumably that was a regular pit stop, and that puts Button up in, Jensen Button up into 10. Salo currently running 11, but I think it was a scheduled stop.
Now, I thought I saw Trulli emerging. No, it was one of the Minardis. The liveries of the Jordans and the Minardis are very similar this year. It's a much brighter yellow, as you can see for yourself, for Jordan, partly to defer to Deutsche Post, which is one of their new sponsors, and a large amount of money is being put into the Jordan team. You'll see the trumpets on there they are on the airbox. New sponsors all round, because, as I said earlier on, there's a lot of high-tech money going into the teams, not the least of which is coming into the Arrows team from Orange.
Yes, Rubens will be ruining that poor start, won't he, with on the 33rd lap of the race. And, well, look how much it's cost him. He's still tucked up behind Frentzen, but I have to say, not exactly carrying him around every corner either. So Rubens appears to be pacing himself slow, but he needs to pick that pace up, because Michael in the sister car has been going significantly faster.
And as a result of the disappearance of Jean Alesi, Jensen Button in his first Grand Prix for BMW Williams is in 10th position. He is in the top 10. The Ferrari pit crew are getting ready again, and this time, of course, it will definitely be for Rubens Barrichello, as Heinz-Harald Frentzen is coming up to the traffic. Salo in front of him.
Yes, unless Frentzen, that's a Sauber, I think, in front, but unless Frentzen gets badly held up in the traffic, then, in fact, it's a Prost, then this is not going to work for Barrichello. Michael's gone out, and he's lapping some 2.5 seconds slower now with that extra fuel load. So clearly, pitting early is not going to help Barrichello at all. He just needs to hope that Frentzen gets caught up in some traffic, but so few cars on the road this afternoon, that's unlikely to happen.
So we're riding with Rubens Barrichello from 3rd position. He made a brave try to get past Heinz-Harald Frentzen as they were lapping Nick Heidfeld in the Prost. but comes up into the pit lane. Up on the jacks goes the Ferrari. Off come the old tyres and wheels. On go the new ones. Out comes the fuel filler. 9 seconds. Rather a slow start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a jerky getaway there for Rubens. He just seems so serene this weekend, almost too serene. He's been cruising around, happy to talk to anybody and driving really beautifully, but a bit tardy away there, and that certainly won't give him a chance to slingshot Frentzen, although I'm looking to see what kind of traffic Frentzen does have in his view.
So there is Rubens. You can tell the difference between the two Ferraris, incidentally, by the yellow flashes on the extremities of the front wing and on the roll bar over the air box, and you certainly need them. He's coming up to Jenson Button now. This is going to be interesting to see how the young Englishman in his first Grand Prix in the BMW Williams, it's their first Grand Prix together, copes with new boy at Ferrari, Rubens Barrichello. And Barrichello is in his 113th Grand Prix, despite his comparatively tender age of 27.
I think when it all shakes out, Button is ahead of Barrichello this time with the pit stop. Remember, with that safety car earlier in the race, it reformed the pack. So it's not a traditional situation where they make a regular stop and come back out in a predictable position on the racetrack. So I think you'll find Barrichello shakes out actually behind Jenson at this point in the race.
Jenson is going jolly well, but the important thing for him in this race is not so much position, but above everything else, to get some race mileage in. He's had comparatively little testing in the Williams because they've had a lot of development problems with the engine in particular. They had rain in South Africa when they went out to Kyle Army for a full week, and Jenson is definitely light on mileage. So the deeper into this race he can get, preferably to finish it, the better off he will be for the future events. And he's in 9th place now, as Martin has correctly pointed out. The Rubens Barrichello, as a result of that pit stop, is in 10th position. So Button moved up a place, and Rubens Barrichello has dropped from 3rd to 10th.
Yes, that's cost Rubens badly, that poor getaway. It's put him behind yet another car. James, what can you tell us about Barrichello?
Well, Martin, I'm just looking at this, and it's very strange because for one normal one-stop fuel load, you wouldn't get it away in 8 seconds, and that's really all that Rubens was stationary for. What I'm thinking has happened here, because we had the safety car 3 or 4 laps out there, they told Rubens to run the car really lean. He's stuck behind Frentzen. He doesn't seem to be able to get past him. He's been conserving fuel for the last 10 or 15 laps. So, of course, he comes in. They put in a very short fill, hoping to get him out early so he can put the hammer down. But, of course, he messed up the getaway. So it may well be, but, of course, it messes up his chances of getting ahead of Frentzen. Just a theory, but it might be the case.
Yeah, I guess you'd never choose a Ferrari as a getaway car necessarily. Attracts too much attention. But all jokes aside, Barrichello there certainly cost himself dearly. And let's see what times Jenson's doing. Low, 1 minute 34s. Ralf Schumacher, 33.4. So he's still lapping 36 laps into the race, within 6/10 of Ralf. So his fitness...
Off goes the Jordan, and it's Jarno Trulli from 3rd position. Now Button is actually running 7th at the moment, or he was. Now he's in 6th position. Jenson Button is in a position at the moment, and it's a long way still to go, to score a World Championship point in his first race. Jarno Trulli blows it in his first race for Jordan, disconsolately walks away from the car out of the gravel trap. Here it is.
I think it's going to be a mechanical failure, not a driving error though, Murray. Yeah, look, the engine's letting go and locking the rear wheels. You have to get the clutch buried very quickly, and then the hydraulic pressure fades away, and that's an oil fire at the back of the car there. As you know, it then quickly burns itself out, and in comes Frentzen for his stop. Frentzen from the lead of this Grand Prix. We're assuming now he was just 14 seconds ahead of Michael Schumacher, and it's about a 28-second total cost to come in the pit lane. So Michael Schumacher will regain the lead. The big story is, where will Barrichello end up? Will he end up in front of or behind Frentzen? My guess is behind. Let's see what sort of job Jordan can do there. Look, they've got a refueling problem. Look, the refueler's not gone on yet. It's not even on at all, so this plays beautifully into Barrichello's hands, and they're still shaking their heads. They can't get the refueler started. It looks like it may be putting fuel in now. The car must be getting so hot sitting there. 23 seconds, so disastrous stop for the Jordan team.
Hear this! Lap 37. Michael Schumacher leads. Jacques Villeneuve is in second position. Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams is third. And Jenson Button is in fourth position. Incredible! Rubens Barrichello is in fifth place. Frentzen, there he is, fighting hard to recover what was the lead and is now very, very much down the field for him. This race is getting red hot. Race leader.
Well, we've seen the other Jordan go out with a smoky engine, and certainly sitting there for that amount of time for Frentzen will not have done his engine any favours whatsoever. I wouldn't want to put any money on who's going to be on the podium this afternoon, Murray. Still such a long way to go and so many dramas.
Yeah, we've still got 22 laps to go, including the one that Michael Schumacher is concluding right now. Well, all you can say is, as I've said before, that Ferrari have up to now had reliability on their side. Michael Schumacher's now on his 38th lap, and it could be that Jacques Villeneuve is not only going to score his first points for BAR and BAR's first points after a terrible 1999, but he's going to be in no, he's not, because Ralf Schumacher is now up into second position as into the pits comes Villeneuve. There is the proof in front of you. And I saw one of the BMWs coming in. There is Jenson Button coming in for his race stop.
That's the first ever pit stop of his career. So a Grand Prix career, of course. In fact, I think it's probably the first racing pit stop of his in career full stop. And a good one it was too for the Williams team on 11 seconds dead. Jenson over the white line now. They can press the button, get rid of the speed limiter and accelerate towards the first corner.
New boots, take it easy, Jenson. Remember, the grip characteristics will be different in the car now from the older tyres that you just got rid of. But on lap 38, Michael Schumacher seems only to have to keep going to win the Australian Grand Prix for the first time. But I dare not make any prophecies. I hardly dare speculate, because, as I said, BMW, who are entirely new to Grand Prix racing since they left it so long ago when Nelson Piquet won with a Brabham BMW Turbo the World Championship in when was it? 3. But they're looking mighty good at the present moment as Ralf Schumacher follows his teammate Jenson Button in for a pit stop. He follows in from second position. Now that means that Barrichello will definitely move up into second place in the Ferrari. And we better just let this round of pit stops develop and the race calm down a bit so that we can see exactly how everything has settled. Oh, there's a lot of problems. I was wondering if it was a heat problem. But it's not all that hot. 24 degrees air temperature. Ralf Schumacher, who finished third last year, going well, and we've got news from Louise Goodman.
Yeah, disastrous couple of laps for the Jordan team there. As you rightly surmised, Martin, that was an engine problem for Trulli. And then, of course, Frentzen, the refuelling problem. That was a stuck nozzle. That's obviously a serious blow to Hip's hopes of repeating last year's result when it was all going so well for the team. Bad news for Jordan.
Thank you, Louise. That 11-second stop for Jenson worked out just fine. It's actually put him ahead of Zonta and particularly Salo. Salo must have had some kind of drama. So Jenson in 7th place. Ralf Schumacher, we haven't really seen. He's got to complete his outlap yet. I suspect that's going to put him down around 5th place.
Well, things have got to settle down, but quickly, here are the first 6 on lap 39. Schumacher leading Barrichello now. Ferrari first and second. Ralf Schumacher's been into the pits. Frentzen third, Villeneuve 4th, Fisichella in 5th position, and Jenson Button is in 6th place. Time for a break.
Returning Monday with cliffhanger.
What happened? I mixed your hair.
Mystery.
Monosperm, how are you the fastest?
And new faces. All is revealed in the season premiere. Veronica's Closet, 10 o'clock Monday on Win.
Welcome to our world.
Cruise the spectacular South Pacific aboard P&O's Fair Princess from $8.99, plus bonus $50 onboard shopping voucher only from Harvey World Travel. Call 132-757.
Travel professionals.
If you're looking for the real giant in cameras, see Stallard's Camera House.
Australia's top-selling Pentax MZ50. We've got it with a great range of Sigma lenses, and with a 28 to 80 macro, it's only $498. Plus, for only $1 extra, we'll give you this great snoot case and the Stallard's Camera House double warranty. So make no mistake.
See Stallard's Camera House now for a giant deal on Pentax.
Go Harvey Norman Best Buy Lounge Suites. The Hawthorn's available as a 3-piece suite or a 5-seater quarter unit for only $23.99. The Rhapsody features traditional sculpted styling with faux timber facings, only $22.99. Formal English styling with the sprung seat and back make the Baker 3-piece suite great value at $27.99. Sink into the big comfort of the Torino 3-piece lounge for $27.99.
CableMate replace, supply and manufacture
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says
Chesterman Street, Moona.
What are you doing with that magnifying glass, Mick? I'm looking for a loophole. There's got to be one. There's got to be.
There's no catch. I'll give you $1,600 minimum trade-in for your registered clunker in any of my 3 yards, and we're open 7 days a week.
A bomb on board, a rescue in progress, a continent in fear.
Control the airplane.
Kurt Russell, Steven Seagal, executive decision tonight.
Lap 41, 17 to go. Michael Schumacher has slowed down a lot. There is Frentzen. We think he is coming in to retire from the race. He slowed down so much. He's got a gearbox problem. That has been the Achilles heel of the Jordan car, this year's car, in testing, and it looks as though it struck again, if an Achilles heel can strike. Michael Schumacher, then Ferrari leads. Rubens Barrichello, Ferrari, 11 seconds behind him and speeding up to close the gap. Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams is third, Villeneuve is fourth, Fisichella is fifth, and the second BMW Williams of Jenson Button is in the points in sixth place. Ricardo Zonta is in 7th place ahead of Mika Salo. Wurz is 9th. Frentzen was 10th, but now Deniz will be. There are only 13 cars left with 17 laps to go out of the 22 who started. It is now a question of reliability.
Rubens Barrichello setting the fastest lap of the race on a 1:31.4, some 4 seconds faster than Michael Schumacher. Don't really understand why Michael's backing off quite so much. They do have a 40-second cushion back to the next runner, which is now Ralf Schumacher in the Williams. So I assume when Rubens gets up to the back of Michael, he won't be able to do anything about it. He'll have to follow him. But Michael's looking in his mirror there to see where he is, but why is he going quite so slowly?
Well, has he got a problem? You remember the last year when Irvine was number 2 in the Ferrari team, he was number 2. And if he was in front of Schumacher, he had to move over and let him through. Now, Rubens Barrichello has made great play out of the fact that he's not number 2, he's 1B. And he has not got to give way to Schumacher, but has Schumacher got to give way for him if Barrichello is in a faster car? I very much doubt it. Schumacher now on his 43rd lap, and Barrichello looks as though he's going to be making one of the quickest laps of the race. In fact, the gap is down to 4.8 seconds. If it continues at this rate, in about 3 or 4 laps' time, we're going to see the 2 Ferraris absolutely together, and that is going to raise a very, very interesting political situation.
Yes, Michael's pace is matching everybody else, plus a little bit on the racetrack, with the exception of Barrichello cruising up behind him in second place. Jenson just 0.6 of a second behind Fisichella and lapping faster, so there'll be a squabble there for 5th place quite soon. Behind Jenson, Zonta and a recovering Salo we didn't see, but he must have had a very poor pit stop. Salo, who was running so well, lost out quite badly in the stops. That's a Minardi cruising in the background.
That's Mazzacane, the Argentine driver, in his first race. He's in 11th position. Incidentally, he's been a heck of a lot better than anybody expected him to be. No one had ever heard of him. He'd had a very undistinguished career up to Formula One, but he was really outstandingly good in the practicing and qualifying sessions, and looked worthy of a position in the Formula One team in a very much improved Minardi. Now here is Rubens Barrichello, who is lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Michael Schumacher, with the gap now 4.8 seconds. In 2 laps, he's going to be with the boss. Schumacher is third, Ralf Schumacher. Villeneuve is fourth. BAR are going to get their first points. Fisichella in the new Benetton, designed by Tim Demcham, a much simpler car than last year's, running well in 5th position. 2 BMW Williams in the top 6, because Jenson Button is still 6th. Now here are the retirements again. Both Jaguars, Herbert and Irvine out. Both Arrows out, De La Rosa and Verstappen. Both McLarens out. Coulthard and Hakkinen. Lacey is out. Trulli is out. And, of course, Frentzen is out, so that's both Jordans.
Well, I'll be amazed if anything other happens than Barrichello just cruises to not much closer than that.
Here they are.
And then just holds station. I don't believe Michael's got a problem particularly. They've got such a cushion, and this is a McLaren game, really, pacing themselves at the front of a Grand Prix with an easy 1-2 apparently in their pocket. James, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Martin, still 15 laps to go in this race, of course, don't forget, so anything can happen in that situation. Down here in the Ferrari garage, they are absolutely calm, very sanguine. Michael, they say, has absolutely no problem at all. My gut feeling is I think Rubens is trying to do a bit of showboating. He wants to get as close as he can to Michael to show that he's on the pace, he's right there, he's with Michael Schumacher going into this championship, whereas perhaps Eddie Irvine in the past might have been 40 seconds back at the end of a race. Rubens is going to be right with him. Help with a safety car, of course, but nevertheless, it's it's Ferrari looking pretty comfortable at the front at the moment. But as I say, 15 laps to go yet.
Well, that 1:31.4 of Rubens certainly proved your point there, James. But I think Michael has got it pretty much under control in the front. Remember, this is a tough track on brakes, particularly. We've seen Frentzen was going to win this race in '97. Brakes exploded. So they've got no reason. I'm a bit surprised they let Rubens push quite so hard. They've got no reason, really, to go any faster than they are. And it does appear now that Barrichello has just positioned himself a reasonable distance behind Michael. The worst case scenario is Michael having a technical failure or a driving error and taking the pair of them out if they get too close.
And wouldn't they be popular with each other if that happened? Now let's ride with Barrichello and look at the master in the front. Michael Schumacher at work for Ferrari, seemingly on his way to his 36th Grand Prix victory out of the 127 Grand Prix he will have driven in by the conclusion of this one. Now, Barrichello, new to Ferrari, if he finishes second to Michael Schumacher, he can be very proud of himself. As I said earlier on, I understand that there's been a sellout at Sao Paulo for the Brazilian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. If Rubens Barrichello goes there, not only as Brazil's first Ferrari driver, but second in his first race only to Michael Schumacher, and he goes into the lead. That is, wow! I was going to say, I think they'll deify him. I think they certainly will now. Michael Schumacher must have a problem, because there was no hesitation then whatsoever.
No, hold on. He's got to stop again for gas. James was right.
Well
Didn't put enough fuel in it. They've got to let Rubens get down the road. He's probably got a bit of a quick stop at the end, a quick flash of fuel, and that's the only reason I can put on it.
Well spotted, James. Thank you, Martin. But
we'll see if it's right yet.
That's certainly a dramatic development, whichever way you slice it. On lap 46 out of 58. Ferrari leads, Ferrari second, but not in the order we expected. Yeah, Ferrari, I've just heard, in fact I can see them out of the window, the massed cohorts of Ferrari and it's Barrichello. I can see one of them carrying a board which has got Barrichello on it. So Rubino, as he is known not only in Brazil but everywhere else, and a very, very popular chap he is too, coming in for fuel. Now, Ralf Schumacher is 37 seconds behind him, so Barrichello will have plenty of time to take on a sort of splash and dash, come out into the track again in second position, and there he is coming into the pit lane. Are you there, James? No, he's not.
He's got a way to go yet. The white line going over now for the speed limiter, but they're well spotted there, James, on that short field. They obviously changed strategy halfway through the race to try and leapfrog him over Frentzen. He had a bad pit stop, but Frentzen had an even worse one. James is there now.
Yeah, I spoke to Rubens yesterday. I said, I bet you're looking forward to benefiting from one of those Ross Brawn race strategies. And he looked at me in the eye and he said, you betcha. Very, very short fill. 7.9, completely normal. Everybody here is absolutely as calm as you like. It was exactly part of the strategy to get Barrichello past Frentzen, and marvellous.
Well, Michael Schumacher has been saying all along prior to this race, it is absolutely essential for us at Ferrari, if we are to do well in the World Championship this year against a team as strong and as experienced and as successful as McLaren, with their driver partnership of Hakkinen and Coulthard, to get points early. We haven't done that in the past. We've suffered. We've caught McLaren in the latter parts of the season, but we need to be with them, if not ahead of them, at the beginning of the season. Well, at the present moment, on lap 47, with 11 to go, Ferrari are on a maximum 16 Constructors' Championship points. 10 for Schumacher, 6 for Barrichello, and of course, as out of the race goes Jenson Button. Well, that is whatever. But it looks to me as though it's not his fault. It's some sort of a problem. Look at the smoke from the back of the car. And he can say with enormous pride, that he was in the points for a lot of the race. There it is. There's the confirmation. You see, there is Villeneuve going through, and Villeneuve behind him, Fisichella. That's how close it was, because there is Zonta going past Jenson Button as he parks the Williams, and the rear wheels lock up. So definitely not Jenson's problem. I think there's a little hard work probably to do in Munich, unless in the very unlikely event of the gearbox locking up. Well done, Jenson Button.
Brilliant performance from Button, it has to be said. His pace was good. It didn't fade away as the race went on. He was mixing it with some more experienced drivers, and I have to say, a very, very impressive debut for Jenson Button.
Now that means that this is an embarrassment of riches for the BAR team. Not that I think they will be the least bit embarrassed by it after the appalling season they had last year, but both their drivers are now in the points, with Jacques Villeneuve in 4th position and Ricardo Zonta from Brazil in the second BAR in 6th position. And it means to say that there are only 10 cars left now, with Button out of the running. And they are on lap 48. There is the leader, Michael Schumacher. He's 26 seconds ahead of Rubens Barrichello after Rubens' second stop. Ralf Schumacher is 9 seconds behind Barrichello and lapping faster, but I think not fast enough to catch him in the remaining distance. Jacques Villeneuve is in 4th place, 16 seconds behind Ralf Schumacher. Fisichella looks as though he's going to score 2 points for Benetton, and he might even score 3, because he's right behind Jacques Villeneuve's BAR, and Ricardo Zonta is 6th. So there is Ralf Schumacher. He turns in, we disappear, but we will be back.
If you have a passion for anything technical, the Army can offer you the job you've always wanted, only on a much larger scale. So get qualified and call 13 1901 today.
ACDC. Stiff upper lip.
Shit from the hip, back at a stiff upper lip.
That new album, Stiff Upper Lip.
Hear the clarion call at Hobart Radio Clinic, City and Derwent Park, where you can experience the true sound of Clarion in-car audio. Clarion Car Audio and beyond at Hobart Radio Clinic, 141 Murray Street and Derwent Park.
Charles Talbot, J. Bogenson and DAP Computers present Killing Heidi. Friday, March 24 at the Saloon with 2 shows, licensed and all ages, tickets at the venue. And Hobart City Hall, Saturday, March 25 with an all ages area, tickets at Ellis and Hawker. Don't miss Australia's hottest act.
If you have a passion for anything technical, we can offer you the job you've always wanted, only on a much larger scale. So get qualified and call 13 19 01 today.
The Australian Rotary Health Research Fund has added to its research the critical area of mental illness, now affecting 1 in every 5 Australians. Support a Rotary Health project.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million.
He's won $1 million!
You know the game, you know the jackpot. Enter now on 1902 554 649 and you could be a winner. Millionaire returns March 18.
Lap 50, 8 to go, including the one they are on. Michael Schumacher, a commanding lead of just over 24 seconds from his teammate, Rubens Barrichello. Sadly, Jenson Button out of the race, which looked like an engine problem when he was about to score a point in his first World Championship race. He can feel very, very proud of himself. BMW can feel very, very proud of themselves, because I don't think even in their wildest moments they would have expected to score points.
Did you catch a load of that, Murray? Schumacher well out of shape in the first corner. Unbelievable. He's just having fun, I think, but I bet he won't do that again next time around. Look, gets on the throttle and has to give it a full half a turn on the steering wheel, which is a lot in a Formula 1 car, to put it so. I think he's just bored, probably.
Well, I was saying that BMW can feel very proud of themselves to be in the points, and they are, because although Button is out, Schumacher, Ralph, is very much in. Not only is he in, but he's lapping marginally faster than Rubens Barrichello in front of him. Although I'm pretty sure that's because Barrichello, knowing that there is a 9-second cushion between them, will not be pushing as hard as he could.
Here's that scrap, Murray, look. This is Villeneuve, Fisichella. Salo has now passed Zonta. Salo is up into 6th place. And this is the scrap. Villeneuve, Fisichella, Salo, Zonta and Wirtz. And they're covered by just 2 and a little bit seconds.
And Villeneuve there is 4th. There's Fisichella 5th. Salo 6th. Zonta is in 7th position and Wirtz behind him in 8th place. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars as quickly as you can say. It's battling for 4th position. Wonderful scrap, and this is the 51st lap of a 58-lap race.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replay of how Salo made it past Zonta, actually. We haven't seen too much overtaking this afternoon. Be interesting to see where and how he was able to do it. Good performance from Salo today. As I said, I think he lost out in the pit stop somewhere, but he's getting it back up into the points. And at the moment, BAR look like they could be in for their first ever World Championship point. Here we go, look, we have got a replay. Salo taking a dive up, I think that's into turn 9. Good move there, made it stick, kept his line, and off he goes.
Yeah, pretty experienced chap now, of course, Mika Salo. This is his 77th Grand Prix. He's driven for Tyrrell, he's driven for Lotus, he's driven for Ferrari, he's driven for BAR, now he's with Sauber, and he's not only pushing past Zonta as he has done, but he's closing up on Fisichella, looking for 2 points and not just 1, because Salo now in the Sauber with a very strong Ferrari engine has undoubtedly got more power than Fisichella, and he's looking for that place. There he is, number 17. There's Zonta, there is Wirtz. So both the Benettons are there, and Wirtz is just 2 places off a point. There's 2 other runners left in this race. Marc Genet is in 9th place in the Minardi, and Nick Heidfeld is still running in the Prost in his first Grand Prix, 10th and last. So there have been 12 retirements. Lap 52.
Mika Salo getting a little bit ragged through 3, 4 and 5 there, but he's clearly the man on the move in that pack. he'd like to get up behind his great friend Jacques Villeneuve, who's currently running in 4th place. Sparkling performance here from Mika Salo. Look at the dust pouring off of his front brakes as he nails the middle pedal and tries to dump some speed, turns in nicely. That car's handling well.
The thing that's interesting me is the situation that BMW have not got one of the very latest, very small, very light engines for their return to Formula One, and Honda have, and Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams is ahead of Villeneuve in 4th position. He's ahead of Zonta in 6th position. And it's not as though Jacques Villeneuve is a dusty driver. This is the world champion of 1997 that we're looking at leading this batch. There's Fisichella. Tim Jensen, who designed this car, can be very proud of himself.
Yes, and Villeneuve making a mistake there into turn 14 too. We saw him lock up a wheel, but still heading the pack up as they come over the line. There's 6/10 back to Fisichella, another half second back to Salo, Zonta, and then Wirtz. You can see in your picture now.
Now, this is why these Grand Prix drivers have to be so superlatively fit. This race has been running an hour and a half. The temperature is some 30 degrees. The cockpits are very hot indeed. They're wearing heavy, fireproof suits. They're cocooned in those cockpits. They've got an 800 horsepower, very, very, very hot engine behind them. And they've been working badly ever since the race began.
Yeah, first time we've seen Zonta looking like a Grand Prix driver, really. Had a poor year last year, didn't help by breaking his leg, of course, in Brazil. But he really looks, for the first time, even this weekend also, that he's actually with the car and not just one step behind it.
It was Ricardo Zonta went out of the Australian Grand Prix last year, as did his teammate Jacques Villeneuve, who broke a wing not so very far away from where he is at the moment. There it's the BAR of Villeneuve, the white car in 4th position. Then Fisichella's blue Benetton, Salo's dark blue Sauber Ferrari, a light blue Benetton of Wirtz, following the white car of Ricardo Zonta in 7th place. If Zonta could get past Salo, who's passed him, it would mean that both the BARs were in the points at the end of the race if they finish it.
Yes.
Michael Schumacher is on lap 54 out of 58, 23 seconds ahead of Barrichello, with Ralf Schumacher still 3rd.
I don't think that's going to happen because Salo's the one that just overtook Zonta, but Salo still very much on the move. There's a great helicam shot there as these guys move into the final stages of the Melbourne Grand Prix, and the gaps are still pretty consistent. Salo registered just 0.3 of a second behind Fisichella last time around.
Well, Jordan won't be ringing any joy bells, McLaren won't be ringing any joy bells, nor will Arrows. It's been a bad race for all those teams, an even worse one for Jaguar, but great things can have small beginnings, and I know that Jaguar and all the rest of them will be applying themselves in the next 2 weeks. There's only 2 weeks before Brazil. It was 5 weeks between Australia and Brazil last year. The pressure is on this season right from the beginning with 17 races, the extra one at Indianapolis in America.
All of these cars are on the lead lap. Of course, as I mentioned before, the safety car shuffled them back up around lap 15. But with Michael just cruising at the front, 2 McLarens out of the picture completely. Unusually, almost nobody's been lapped in this race, just Genet and Heidfeld, who've both had problems in 9th and 10th place, that have been lapped.
Well, this is great stuff, but interestingly, Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams is by far the fastest man on the track at the moment. He's lapping a second faster than Schumacher, a second faster than Barrichello. He's closed the gap to Barrichello to 8 seconds, but there are not enough laps left for him to catch him, never mind get past him. Villeneuve continues to hold that 4th position. Fisichella, there he is behind him in 5th position. Salo trying to get past. Zonta trying to get to grips with the Sauber in front of him. And Alexander Wirtz keeping a watching brief on all of them. These places could change in the twinkling of an eye. And there are 4 laps left, including the one they are on. I remind you that Michael Schumacher is still out there, still leading, looking good for 10 World Championship points. Rubens Barrichello looking good for 6 World Championship points in his first race for Ferrari. Ralf Schumacher, the first race for BMW Williams, looking good for 4 World Championship points and getting on the podium. That would be terrific. But this is terrific too.
Somebody running wide there and kicking up the dust, but no position change at the moment. This is where Salo is quick on the brakes, but he's not close enough. But still filling the mirrors of Fisichella's Benetton. I think Villeneuve and Fisichella will be very relieved to see the checkered flag at the end of this race. I suspect they're both just struggling a little bit.
Salo, Mika Salo, the Finn, the very, very cheerful Finn, is pushing mighty, mighty hard. He's certainly going to score a World Championship point in his first race for Sauber if he stays where he is in 6th position, but look how close it is, anything could happen. And now, Michael Schumacher out there in front for Ferrari. I said earlier on that he's had a great deal of bad luck, ill fortune in Australia. If he wins this one, it's not only going to be... Oh, and Zotta having a look. It's going to be Michael Schumacher's first race win in Australia if he wins. He's got 2 laps to go, each of 3.3 miles at the end of this one. He's on his 56th lap. But here, the attention, I mean, Genet is a lap down in the Minardi in 9th place. Heidfeld looks as though he's going to finish his first race for Prost in 10th position, 2 laps down.
Salo thinking, shall I risk a point? Shall I gamble 1 point if I get a sniff at the back of his gearbox? Shall I gamble 1 point for 2? And knowing Mick, he'll be saying, yeah, of course I will, I'll have a go. So I don't think Fisichella's at all safe, while Mika Salo appears to have the faster car.
Yeah, he's got that very powerful Ferrari engine from last year. Sauber have an arrangement with Ferrari that they will use last year's Ferrari Works engine, and we all know how good that was. Salo having a look. Wurtz trying to get through, but Jacques Villeneuve is going to be a mighty difficult man to pass. He's got all the experience. Meantime, Michael Schumacher and now the rest of them are on their 57th lap. That's the top 8 are on their 57th and the same lap. Marc Genet a lap down in 8th place. Nick Heidfeld 2 laps down in 10th position. But between the 1st and 8th places, there are just 58 seconds.
Interestingly, we're looking at a gaggle of cars there, as we switch to the Ferrari, that ran very early in the year 2000, Murray, and not surprising that there's a couple of each of them in that pack there, and 2 Ferraris running strongly at the front end that seem to have good reliability. So those teams that got their car out early are certainly getting some dividends today.
I was talking to Mike Gascoigne, the Jordan designer, just before this race began, and he said to me, Michael Schumacher will win this race, and I think Ferrari will win the Constructors' Championship, and Schumacher will win the Drivers' Championship. Well, we'll see, but it's a wonderful start.
But I liked Mika Häkkinen's positive mental attitude. He said, hey, listen, there's 16 races left yet, and that's what we normally have in a season before we start, and I think that's a very good approach to have.
Yeah. One race, one swallow does not make a summer. One race does not make a world championship. All that Ferrari can say is they've started extremely well. All that McLaren, Jaguar, Arrows and Jordan can say is they have started extremely badly. But there's still 16 races to make up the gap or to lose to your rivals. But Michael Schumacher will be very, very happy with this. He's been enormously confident all the way up to the start of this race, all through testing and all through qualifying, even though he started 3rd behind the 2 McLarens. He said, I'm not the least bit bothered. This is a long race. 3rd is a good place to start. And it looks as though, as is usually the case when Michael says something, he was absolutely right. The flags are flying, and Michael Schumacher is coming through to win for the first time the Australian Grand Prix in wonderful style. A great sight. Schumacher wins. Fist out. Victory salute. And a euphoric Ferrari team greet him home and look down to see Rubens Barrichello. There he is, finishing in 2nd place in his first race for Ferrari. Now, only 7 seconds further back, it should be Ralf Schumacher in the BMW Williams, and it is. Ralf Schumacher finishes third. A great finish for him and for the Williams team.
That chasing pack is some 27 seconds behind, but at the moment Villeneuve is heading it from Fisichella still. There he is now, coming through 14 into 15. No position change, it appears, in there. So BAR are going to take their first World Championship points, providing there's no scrutineering hiccups after the race. And over the line they go. Fisichella 2 points, Salo the extra point. We've got 2 Schumachers on the podium, Murray. Ferrari winning this race for the second consecutive year.
Yeah, I don't think they will be any happier than the BAR team, who've not only got both their cars home in the top 7, but one of them scoring points, and it's right that it should be Jacques Villeneuve, and the other nearly doing so in 7th position, Riccardo Zonta. But now the 2 Ferrari drivers go round in formation, saluting each other. But the man of the day, as we have seen so very often in the past, is the great double world champion Michael Schumacher, making a wonderful start for his attempt at a 3rd world championship in the year 2000 to achieve the goal that he has been fighting for ever since he left Benetton in 1958, to bring Ferrari back to the front, not just in the Constructors' Championship, which in a way was a consolation prize for them last year, but the vital Drivers' Championship, which was last won for them by Jody Scheckter as long ago as 1979. And the BMW Williams sandwiched between the 2 Ferraris. Ralf Schumacher has driven as meritorious a race, in my opinion, as his brother.
I think it was a solid drive from Ralf, actually, in the middle of the pack there. The pit stops worked out well for him, the reliability stakes worked out well for him, but a good, solid drive, as we saw so many times last year. Michael's going to be very, very happy, isn't he? Got his teammate beside him, his kid brother behind him. He leads the World Championship. He's got a good car underneath him with a lot of reliability. Well, what else could he ask for?
Well, the Drivers' Championship, of course, is as the finish in the race. Michael Schumacher leads with 10 points, Barrichello second on 6, Ralf Schumacher third on 4, Villeneuve fourth on 3, Fisichella fifth on 2, Mika Salo a fine 6th with 1 point. Ferrari lead the Constructors' Championship with a total of 16 points, the maximum they could score from 1st and 2nd. 12 points ahead of Williams, and who would have forecast that 2 hours ago? And James Allen is with Ferrari designer Ross Brawn.
Ross, a terrific win for Ferrari today, a 1-2. How do you stand, though, relative to McLaren, do you think, with the car? You think you're on a level?
It looked to me, performance-wise, we're pretty comparable. I mean, obviously Rubens got stuck, but Michael could respond when Häkkinen responded, but it's going to be very tough. I mean, it looks to me as though they're very, very similar. And it's got the makings of a great year. But at least we're starting here competitive. Last year we were a bit desperate. So I'm really, really happy with today.
I spoke to Rubens yesterday. I said, are you looking forward to benefiting from one of those famous Ross Brawn strategies? And he said to me, you betcha. And you switched it for him today, didn't you?
Yeah, it was again a no-loss strategy, really, because when it became clear Frentzen was going to go longer, we took a chance and it worked out. Heinz Harrell had a problem, so I'm not sure what would have come from that, but no, we were pleased with that.
Well done, Ross.
Thanks.
Pleased? I should think he's pleased. He goes back to Maranello, a top man, and I haven't mentioned, I said he was the Ferrari designer. Ross Brawn, of course, is the Ferrari technical director. Let's give the credit where it's due for the design of that car to South African Rory Byrne. Well done, Rory, you are a star. And so is Michael Schumacher, and so is Rubens Barrichello, as Ralf Schumacher looking cool, calm and collected as ever. Embraces his brother. Oh, there's never been 2 brothers like this in Formula One. We've had them in the past, of course, the Rodriguez brothers and various others, not all that many of them, but this is the most successful brother partnership of all time in Formula One. Ralf on the right, Michael on the right, on the left, showing again that when he's happy, he is very, very happy.
A walk in Albert Park for Michael Schumacher this afternoon, and Jean Todt, their sporting director of Ferrari, pretty pleased with himself and the entire team. It was faultless, really, wasn't it? McLaren getting away at the start of the race and leading with a 1-2 there, but Ferrari coming through at the end, and it was just so easy for Michael.
I've never made any secret of my admiration for Michael Schumacher, and one of the many things I like about him is his uninhibited joy when he does well. I mean, he's not a grey man who doesn't show any emotions at all. If he wins, he's happy, and he shows it. And I bet you, when he gets on that podium, he's going to do the famous Michael Schumacher leap high up in the air to say, I am there, I am number one, I am a very happy man. And Melbourne, as ever, has seen a superb race. The Australians are a wonderfully enthusiastic lot.
The first thing they have to do is go and be weighed. They stand on some scales holding their crash helmet to make sure that they match the weight that has been allocated to them pre the race, and there's no shenanigans going on there. There's Michael when he got out of shape towards the end of the race while he was just playing around, but as soon as they get off that off the scales, they zoom up a tunnel, a passageway behind and up onto the podium, and when they look out, you can see the crowd that Michael's going to look out onto, and they've got lots of red hats and red t-shirts and Ferrari flags to wave at him.
And they're a lovely crowd. They won't come over the barriers and attempt to spoil things. They're just here to show their enthusiasm. Incidentally, the new Premier of Victoria, the state of Victoria, in which we are situated here at Melbourne, the Honourable Steve Bracks, will be presenting the trophy to Michael Schumacher as a winner. And then James Strong, who's the chief executive of Qantas, who've done so much for this race, is going to be giving the Constructors' Championship trophy to, I expect, Jean Todt. It's normally him, or he might ask Ross Broad to go up. Ron Walker, who's chairman of the Australian Grand Prix Corporation, and probably more than anyone else is responsible for the success of this race here at Melbourne, will be giving the second prize to Rubens Barrichello. And then John Osborne of CAMS, which is the governing body of motorsport in Australia, is going to give Ralf Schumacher his trophy. Enormously happy Ferrari team, of course. They all work hard. Arrows work hard, Jordan work hard, Minardi work hard, Williams work hard. Some get the success and the rewards, some don't. And they certainly going to Ferrari, and just listen to the crowd. And there's Michael. Is he happy? Yes, of course he is. So is Ralph on the right. Rubens Barrichello on the podium in the scarlet Ferrari overalls for the first time, and it won't be the last. And there is Steve Bracks on the left, the Honourable Steve Bracks, the Premier of Victoria, in the dark suit, and he'll be making a mighty fast getaway when those champagne bottles spray and the German national anthem sounds out for Michael Schumacher.
Well, great scenes on the podium here as the Premier of Victoria, the Honourable Steve Prex, presents Michael Schumacher with his first win in Australia. Back-to-back wins for Ferrari. Last year it was Eddie Irvine. This year it's Michael Schumacher, and what a fantastic start it's made, Alan Jones, for Michael Schumacher's hopes of winning back his World Championship, as we see Ron Walker now presenting the second prize to Rubens Barrichello. And what a great result for Rubens. His first drive for Ferrari, he couldn't have dreamt of it being any better, really.
Absolute dream start. I mean, what a great scenario. To bring two new Ferraris down to Australia, finish first and second, consolidate Rubens' position in the team. He'll get a lot of support. Not that he didn't have it before, but the Italians love somebody that gives 101%. He's proven he can do that now. He will have cemented his place in the team, and I'll make for a very, very strong combination. John Osborne presenting Ralph Schumacher with the third prize. Ron Walker beating a hasty retreat there as well. And James Strong from Qantas presenting the Ferrari team with the Constructors' prize today as well. But this is magnificent. This is only the second time the Schumacher boys have been on the podium together. The last time Monza 98, and they're certainly celebrating, Alan. Wonderful trophies too. If you have a look at them, they represent the wooden steering wheel, and they're made here, I think, in Bacchus Marsh, and they're beautiful trophies. So a credit to the gentleman that does them. But a great result for BMW Williams too, because they really have finished. They're finished in third spot. They've got some valuable championship points, and for them to be on the podium in their first back in Formula One is a great result. Well, he's had a few ordinary trips to Australia, Michael Schumacher. This has got to be a stellar day for him. Not only has he got his teammate next to him, meaning his Ferrari team pick up the maximum constructors' points, but his younger brother next to him as well, and it just couldn't get any better. Yeah, I think the schnapps will be flying tonight. They'll be drinking schnapps down in Lygon Street, I think, in Melbourne tonight. Let's have a look at the results now. Alan, let's go through Michael Schumacher, Ferrari, Rubens Barrichello, Ferrari. They were 3 and 4 on the grid. The McLarens fell over pretty early, and from there it was all red car. Yeah, and his brother Rolf in third. Great result for Jacques Villeneuve too, because, I mean, after a very unreliable and very poor season last year, I believe the BARs are going to show well this year with the new Honda engines. Fisichella doing well for Benetton, and Mika Salo with the old Ferrari engine from last year, picking up a point as well. Zonta, Wirtz, as you say, going right through the ranks there. So a tremendous performance today by the Schumacher brothers, by Ferrari. But let's go through the teams. On the downside, McLaren. Out they went. First of all, Coulthard, and then Mika Häkkinen, who had the lead and seemed to be in a pretty good position. Well, they've got the speed, there's no doubt about that, and they've got the drivers. I believe that David probably makes just a few little mistakes more than what he should of a driver of that experience, but they've just got to address that reliability problem, and I think if they do that, we're going to see an unbelievable tussle this year between them and Ferrari. Jordan, in the space of one lap, Frentzen, pit stop was terrible, then Trulli just blew his car up, and then Frentzen had gearbox trouble and they were out of business. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the ironic part about it. I thought if anyone was going to have no reliability problems, it would have been Jordan, because they did stick to an older proven package to concentrate on reliability, and of course they went out. You know, it's motorsport. I mean, you get teams spending hundreds of millions of dollars in the off-season. They come all the way out to Australia and can't last 1 hour and 45 minutes. All right, well, we'll come back and analyse all the teams, the good, the bad and the ugly. But what we have here is a wonderful sport, and the Melbourne crowd do it again. Look at that, all the different nationalities in there, the different support for the different teams, and all great fun. But today is Schumacher Day and Ferrari Day. Michael Schumacher wins the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix from his teammate Rubens Barrichello and his brother Ralf Schumacher in the Williams. We'll come back and analyse the entire afternoon when we return on Nine's Wide World of Sports.
The challenge, the biggest hill you've seen in years. The discovery. It's been a lot longer than you remember. Get a taste of Australia's funniest home video show at the new time of 8 o'clock Tuesday on Win.
This is the end. This is...
After 18 months at the Royal Military College, Duntrue, you'll have all it takes to be a true leader. Today's army is looking for tomorrow's leaders. So call 13 1901. The Army, the Edge.
might surprise you to know that the best-selling beer in London today is Foster's. It's also Duncan McGregor's favourite beer, but I wonder what the Scotsman would say if he knew that every time he enjoyed a Foster's, he'd be helping our Australian athletes beat Britain at the Sydney 2000 Olympics.
Oi! What's the beer out of the plastic box you from?
I think he said, come on, Ozzy.
Cablemate replace, supply and manufacture...
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also...
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says...
Chesterman Street, Moona.
It's bonus month at Harvey Norman. Get a $100 Harvey Norman gift voucher on selected top brand name refrigerators. LG's 245-litre frost-free now a low $6.49 plus a $100 Harvey Norman gift voucher. This 390-litre frost-free Westinghouse is $8.99 plus a $100 Harvey Norman gift voucher. Fisher & Paykel's huge family-size 521-litre fridge is reduced to $13.99 plus a $100 Harvey Norman gift voucher.
Does your mum eat spider weed? Yep. Aren't it spider weed? It's the 100% natural goodness that does it.
Enjoy your stay at Delaney Park Holiday Villas, Turners Beach. Each two-bedroom unit is fully self-contained with its own lounge and dining area. From just $60 per double per night, you can afford a holiday at Delaney Park Holiday Villas, Turners Beach.
Have you ever swung a cricket bat, smashed a mighty six, or pulled a maiden over, or set ablaze a pitch? Well, there's a hard Aussie game that lets you do it all. Every second's packed with action. Indoor cricket's what it's called. So have a ball.
Have a ball and discover all the fun, fitness and friendship at your local indoor cricket centre.
Welcome back. The year 2000 Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix has been run and won by Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari, Rubens Barrichello in the Ferrari second, and Ralf Schumacher in the Williams in third place. Jacques Villeneuve did very well in the BAR team, picking up their first points, 3 points. Giancarlo Fisichella in the Benetton and Mika Salo in the Sabre, the other points getters today. And just fantastic scenes down there, Alan. We've just got word through. We can go down to the interviews now with the first 3 place getters, the 2 Schumacher brothers, and also Rubens Barrichello.
Welcome to the top 3 finishing drivers of the 2000 Australian Grand Prix. Michael Schumacher, Rubens Barrichello and Ralf Schumacher. Michael, this must be the perfect start to the season for you. A 1-2 for Ferrari, first for you, your first win in 10 attempts here in Australia, no points in McLaren. You must be delighted.
Yes, certainly. I mean, delighted is probably the wrong word. I mean, imagine how long we're in Ferrari. It's the fifth times we try to win this Australian Grand Prix and be competitive from the beginning of the season. But somehow when I went into my new car, I immediately felt this is the car I'm going to doing with and I'm going to fight really from the beginning of the championship with. And obviously there was a little bit of disappointment yesterday because we didn't get the full potential out. And myself, I wasn't too worried. And I believe I proved this today that I was right. And thanks really to the guys. They have done a fantastic job. I mean, not just the car is reliable, but it's so bloody fast, this car. I'm really, really delighted to drive this car.
Now, even at the start, when you were in third place behind the 2 McLarens, you just seemed totally in control. Was that the case?
Yeah, I was already from the beginning basically driving pretty easy, saving my tyres, saving my fuel, just for the final moment when pit stops would have come to attack. That was my strategy, and it worked fine. Unfortunately, the 2 guys in front of me broke down. I would have wished to have a race until the end to prove really how good we are. But I think we will have plenty of opportunities to do this year.
Now, talking about that, when you saw David retire, did you then consciously pick up the pace to perhaps force Mika into also having a similar problem?
I mean, I saw David slowing down, and I was wondering what's going on, whether he had a problem or whether his team told him to do certain things. I wasn't sure. So I was worried for a moment what is really going on. Luckily, I saw him going into the pits and I knew what is going on. So it was just a matter of being calm, cool, putting pressure on Mika that we wait till the pit stop and see what happens. That was my strategy. I wasn't thinking he would break down as well.
Thank you, Michael. Rubens, your first race with Ferrari equalled your best ever finish. But at the start, when you were behind Heinz Harald and the others were getting away, what were your thoughts at that moment?
It was really hard because, like Michael said, this car is unbelievable. This car is really, really good. So, unfortunately, in Melbourne, there's not a lot of places to overtake unless the car in front is really slow. Heinz Harald was trying to keep his pace, and at a certain point, he was going really fast, but that took a long time. So the guys in front were going away. So, you know, I was trying to work the tactics with Ross, and everybody says he's the maestro, and he really is. I mean, he changed my strategy. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to Frentzen, but I think we would have done him anyway. But he did a fantastic job, and the whole team did.
How close to that first stop did you actually make the decision that you were going to go for a second one?
He was on that lap, I would say. He was pretty much on that lap when we saw that Heinz Harald was going for a long first stint. We chose to go for two, so it was on that lap.
Thanks, Rubens. Ralph, the day didn't start very well when you had to take the spare car. I mean, how surprised you to finish, let alone finish on the podium?
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean, we came here again like last year with having had no race distances in a test, but the team did a fantastic job. The car was really great to drive. It was the best car I've ever had. And, you know, speaking about the engine, BMW did a great job. I mean, it did its job as drivable as an ICE engine, and it was reliable, you know, and we finished third. I mean, I thought that if we finished, that we finish in the points, but I never thought about finishing third. It was a great day for us.
Now, in the race, you were battling quite closely with a number of other drivers. Did you have a good, fair fight?
Well, it's actually a little bit boring here because the only thing you can do is following cars and wait till they pit and then be quicker, and that's what we did. We went into the pits very late, I think nearly the latest, and that made us overtaking the other cars.
Thanks, Ralph. Michael, we go on now to Brazil, where I think it's fair to say the last few years Ferrari have struggled in the anti-clockwise and over the bumps. Do you feel you can carry on this good form with this new car?
Certainly, yes. I mean, this car is a faster car than it has ever been. It has been competitive. It is reliable, as we have seen. So I'm really looking forward now for all the season. I believe we will be able to be competitive everywhere. Not only the car is fast, we have already very good ideas how to develop it. And so everything looks to be a very good year for Ferrari.
Certainly looks like that at the moment, Ellen. And what about Rubens Barrichello? He goes there, the first Brazilian Ferrari driver, and now with a podium finish as well, second place here in
they'll
Australia.
go berserk over there. They really will go berserk. I think they're the largest, or second largest Italian population outside of Italy. And like the Australians, they love their Ferrari, but he won't be able to move from the time he gets there.
Michael, very relaxed. As he said yesterday, he finished in third position going into the grid. No worries, he wasn't overly concerned yesterday and just drove a nice tactical race. It was almost as if he was waiting for the McLarens to fall over.
Well, I honestly believe that had that session not been stopped because of Coulthard's accident, he probably would have been on the front row, if not pole. So as a driver, you get to know how your car feels and how it's going. So he thought, well, third place, it's a long way. He was obviously very comfortable about it.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll find out just what happened to Jaguar today with Jackie Stewart. But before we go to the break, the attendance today, a magnificent 124,300 people, the second highest ever at the Australian Formula One Grand Prix, and a total over the 4 days of 359,500, which is more than 14,000 more than last year. So all round a magnificent day. 124,300 attending Albert Park today here for the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix. When we come back, we'll put Jackie Stewart on the griller and find out what happened to that beautiful green beast of his, the Jaguars. That's next on Wide World of Sports.
Detective Jack Christie, Detective Alex St. Clair, Detective Michael Riley. The dynamic new team's first big test. To work together.
Send me water, please. Open up.
To clear Jack's name.
Don't you try talking to me again. I've had enough of you.
He's going to need all the help he can find.
Sounds like Jack Christie really screwed up.
We got to get out of here. We got no cover.
The new series of Water Rats.
The witness has identified number 3.
Maybe you ought to consider yourself suspended.
Tuesday 8:30 on Win.
My Zinger Fillet Tower Combo has a whole fillet of chicken breast with my special Zinger coating. Ooh, just as well there's a Pepsi to cool you down. When you're hot, you're hot. Woo!
With easy access, fast connection, and the latest technology, 24-hour-a-day backup, support 7 days a week, and backed by the world's leading IP network, WinNet is the internet service provider that gives you the world. Call 1-300-139-949 and get online with WinNet. It's a big world.
Tank World tanks are like magic. All you have to do is add the water. When it comes to large capacity water storage, Tank World offer a 3,500 gallon tank delivered to your door with a Navy XP 350p pressure pump, gate valve and all fittings for just $1,580. All you need to do is just add water. If you're thinking of large capacity water storage without the mess or fuss, you can't go past this offer delivered to your site. It's Tank World magic. Just add water. Ring Tank World now.
Introducing the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, one of the safest cars in the world. In a crash test, the engine was driven back and down without intruding on passenger space. Of course, a car equipped with ABS, brake assist, and ESP knows that collisions are always best avoided.
Be one of the pioneers at Hobart Radio Clinic, City and Derwent Park, where you can experience the top quality sound of Pioneer car audio. Pioneer, leaders in sound at Hobart Radio Clinic, 141 Murray Street and corner of Sunderland Street and Derwent Park Road.
Petters, straight advice, specialists you understand, and no bull.
Hey! After 50 years engineering products to help Aussie cars ride, handle, perform and tow better, you can trust Petters to establish what you really need. It's made us #1 in shock absorbers, steering and suspension. So insist on the Red Bull. It ensures it's better at Petters.
And don't forget, no bull. Oh, Ralph!
Cablemate replace, supply and manufacture
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says
Chesterman Street, Moona.
The cane and vegetable combos, the perfect combination for creative cuisine.
Mate, you've done it again.
Don't forget to add the sauce. Ah, McCain, you've done it again.
Welcome back to the Qantas Australian Formula One Grand Prix, the Goodyear blimp, giving us magnificent pictures right throughout the day. Beautiful blue sky today in Melbourne, perfect conditions at Albert Park. There's a shot of the CBD, looking up Queen's Road there, and just a magnificent day's activity. Well, we've had a look at the Ferraris. They obviously had a magnificent day, first and second, Schumacher, Barrichello. The Williams did pretty well with Ralf Schumacher. Now let's have a post-mortem examination of those who didn't do too flash. The first one was the big name going in today. $400,000 worth of merchandise being spent on Jaguar today by the supporters coming out in force to get behind the Ford team. Jackie Stewart is in the pits. Jackie, disappointing for you though, nevertheless. Great support, but not so much result on the track.
Well, Eddie, we had a couple of problems, big problems in fact. Johnny Herbert on the very first lap, he was fairly heavily hit at one point by another car. In fact, there's good evidence of it here. The car's right here. The barge board came off it, the aerodynamic thing came apart. And then you can see down here, if you look slightly to the right, the cameraman's looking at it now, that's a tyre that's been in contact with a side pod fairly heavily. But the breakage here on this aerodynamic aid that slides right round the side there, it even took off the rear view mirror. So I think that the problem that Eddie had in restarting really was incidental. I don't think he would have been able to continue around the racetrack and perform. He did have a clutch problem as well, as it turns out, but I don't think that would have changed the outcome, because I think, frankly, the amount of impact and damage that was done was too much. In the case of Eddie Irvine, He in fact got involved totally innocently because De La Rosa in the Arrows made a very big error and hit the wall very hard, and in fact an immense amount of damage was done to his car, a lot of debris on the racetrack. Eddie Irvine was right behind him, tried to avoid the debris and the spinning car of De La Rosa, and when he spun, he stalled the engine and the engine would not restart, which is quite normal at these temperatures. So really it was a day of mechanical disruption, if you like, through accident, not so much mechanically in the internals of the car. But nevertheless, it was a race of attrition. The Ferraris went like clockwork. I think BMW should be very happy that the way they went. And then, of course, McLaren had such a lot of trouble at the beginning of the season, first race, as did Jordan. It's not unusual, as Alan Jones knows.
Jackie, it's only a couple of weeks now for the next Grand Prix. Where do you go from here? What's the priority?
Well, right now we'll be testing back in England on Wednesday and Thursday with both our race drivers as well as our test drivers, so we're really into it very big time. We've learned a lot from riding down here in the heat and so forth. We did have engine problems and gearbox problems. We think most of them through circulation of the lubricants that have caused us a lot of inconvenience this weekend. We want to cure that. I think the cars are competitive. We have already demonstrated that. And I think today we could have been hotly competitive if we had had reliability. But as you know better than I, there's no ifs in this business. You've got to deliver.
And Jackie, on a positive note, $400,000 worth of merchandise. It just shows what a great mark the Jaguar is.
Oh, Jaguar have created an immense amount of excitement around here. I'm just looking out in front of the pits. There was somebody, 3 or 4 of them with big Jaguar flags running around there. They're really enthusiastic about it. When we do well for them, I think we're going to have an immense following.
All right, well, Jackie, as you said, you're a bit stiff today. A couple of unforeseen incidents putting out your two drivers there, Eddie Irvine and, of course, Johnny Herbert, who just had a horror 4 days, really, Johnny Herbert. He'll be hoping for better in Brazil in 2 weeks.
Well, he had a terrible weekend. It wasn't his fault. You couldn't even call it bad luck. He just was. He really lucked out badly in every day that we were here with regards to being on the track. But you've got to take these things. These days do come up, and we all know them, and we've just got to swallow it and get on with it.
Jackie, as always, thank you very much for all your time and being part of Whitewater Sports coverage of this year's Australian Formula One Grand Prix.
Always nice to be part of your team.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Jackie
you.
Stewart, one of the all-time greats of motor racing. Okay, well, the Jordan team seemed to be sitting pretty there for a while once the McLarens were out of business, and they were going along nicely for a little while. Then suddenly, within the space of one lap, Trulli was out, and that spelt the end of him. And then Heinz Harold Frentzen also bit the dust. Let's go down to John Watson now, speaking with Eddie Jordan.
Eddie Jordan, on a day that promised so much, what went wrong?
A number of little things, which were very costly in the end. One, we believe the exhaust broke and caused an overheating to one side of the bank of the engine on Jarno Trulli's car. And then that was followed very soon afterwards with a pot failure, which is part of the electronic systems that sends the message to the engine or to the gearbox to select the various different gears. So very niggly and very upsetting, but we have some speed, but we must make sure we have the reliability also.
The pace is very good, but what you've got now are 2 drivers who can run at the front as well.
Well, I think Jarno has settled into the team very well. Already Heinz Harold has made it very clear what he intends to do for the rest of this season, and I think he led for a number of laps, I'm not sure how many, and was pulling a lot of time against Michael and those particular at that particular time. So I was encouraged, I have to say, but right this moment I'm bitterly disappointed.
Eddie, Frentzen had a problem with the pit stop, the refueling. What was that all about?
Well, the refueling on the system at the moment is that unless you come in exactly square up to the fuel rig, it's that bit more difficult to actually get it on, and with the new side fins that are there for the safety of the driver's head, where the fuel tank is, and to try and get it in, it is that bit more difficult to actually get the big heavy hose on. Here in the place where you're doing one stop, there was a very significant number of kilos of fuel that had to go in, and as a result this is hanging over it, one of the mechanics' head, and as they place it inside the engine, it is very difficult to move it, and in other words, we didn't do it right.
Yep, that was the bottom line. They didn't do it right, and it cost them dearly at that stage. However, mechanical problems did put Heinz Harold Frentzen out of business at the end of the day. However, the Jordans certainly had a bit of speed, and there's no doubt they'll play a big part in season 2000. Alan, let's go back to the very start again. We'll roll the tape and go back to the start of this race. And it was the McLarens at the front. We're in the car of Jean Alesi. Of Rubens Barrichello, in fact. So Rubens Barrichello there in the Ferrari.
Well, Mika did a fantastic start, and the two Jordans did a really good start as well. You can actually see Frentzen coming up now just to chop in front of Rubens. So that was a blinding start by him, but Mika really got it all right. He had the right amount of revs on, got the traction on the ground at the right time, and took off like a scolded cat. But thankfully, they all got through the first couple of corners clean, and that's the main thing. So you can just see them snapping out now. Tyres still aren't up to optimum operating temperature, and of course this is when you've got to be really careful, because you've got guys snapping at your backside, you're trying to get in front of guys in front of you, and there is always that little tendency to put your foot on the accelerator a little earlier than what you should, and the cars move around quite a lot in the first half a dozen corners.
Rubens Barrichello, not overly concerned earlier in the race, was quite happy to sit behind the Jordans for a while there. Was it again a situation where the Ferraris have just gone out and really very confident that their car was going to get through the 58 laps?
I think both drivers were very confident. I don't think for one moment he would have liked the Jordan to have got in front of him. I think he probably could have been a lot closer to his team leader had he not been held up by the Jordan for that long. But this team now looking very, very strong indeed. It's great to see the hands on the steering wheel. You can see just the index finger moving up and down. You just saw it then. That's changing gears. These cars are quite incredible now. They're only in first, second, third and fourth gear, something like 1.2 seconds.
Yes.
The straights now are lasting only 5 seconds. So you can actually see them going up and down the gearbox. You can see his finger now. He's going through there. You'll see him flipping away at the paddle. There he goes. And if he's in third gear, for instance, he's now. You watch. Now there's 3 gears. So he's just changed 4 gears in about as many seconds.
And then round he goes again.
Quite incredible.
Rubens Barrichello, who ultimately got past the Jordan and finished in second spot behind Michael Schumacher. All right, Alan, I think it's getting a bit warm in here. We'll take a break, come back and wrap up on the Qantas Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix for the year 2000. We'll be back to finish up after this.
Most of these extreme machines wouldn't be possible without space-age materials, especially titanium, with its incredible strength-to-mass ratio, high heat tolerance and low corrosion properties. Now, the new titanium-coated drill bit from Danos Direct will change your thinking about drill bits forever. First, the titanium drill bit is precision-made from the highest-grade machine alloys, then is heat-treated for ultimate toughness. And finally, the titanium bit is treated with a titanium carbide beta alloy for a surface strength of an incredible 200,000 psi. That's tough enough to promise a virtual lifetime of sharpness. In this durability test, we ran out of metal after over 400 drillings, yet the titanium-coated drill bit is still as sharp as ever. Of course, it whips through wood like a hot knife through butter. But where's it going now? This unique shaft tooth design can cut sideways as well. Now you can cut holes to any size, drill non-circular holes, cut simple shapes from wood, plastic and metal, cut grooves for cables and so much more. The shaft tooth titanium coated drill bit turns your ordinary hand drill into a powerhouse of possibilities. Now you can do it all with a titanium coated drill bit for $39.95, complete with a 30-day money-back guarantee from Danos Direct. Call now and we'll include this 19-piece professional drill bit set, each one titanium coated for lifetime sharpness. Use them on wood, metal and plastic, and they're yours absolutely free. If you take advantage of this television-only offer, we'll also send you a 6-piece screwdriver set, complete with magnetic chuck adapter and carry case at no extra charge. Pay by credit card, and you'll also receive a 275-piece masonry plug and screw set, all 302 pieces for only $39.95 plus postage and handling, exclusive from Danos Direct. You won't find this in stores. Call Danos Direct on 1-800-808-938 now.
Friday Night Footy kickstarts another huge weekend on Wide World of Sports when NRL leaders Brisbane meet the red-hot Canberra Raiders at ANZ Stadium. Plenty of fun and sun coming your way on Saturday and Sunday at the 2000 Carlton and United Australian Surf Life Saving Championships from Kurrawa Beach on the Gold Coast. And the aquatic action continues when we splash down in Athens with 4 nights of coverage from the World Short Course Swimming Championships. On Sunday morning, the weekend footy show teams pack down for the first time this year. And in the afternoon, Sunday Rugby League returns with the Penrith Panthers at home to Newcastle. The action continues into April with the US Masters Golf, the Anzac Rugby League Test, the AAMI Golden Slipper, and the richest day in Southern Hemisphere racing, the $8 million San Miguel Derby Doncaster meeting. And make a big diary entry for the month of May, when we'll be kicking off State of Origin Rugby League. Plus, we'll take you poolside at the Sydney International Aquatic Centre for our swimmers' first and final chance to make the Games team at the Telstra 2000 Selection Trials. As forecast, it's a record autumn harvest right here this season on the one and only Wide World of Sports.
There's plenty happening on Nine's Wide World of Sport. Well, earlier today, the big question was Jenson Button, prodigy or would he be a tragedy? Well, they came out today. He lasted right up to the 11th lap. He was in the points. He was driving magnificently before his Williams Honda blew an engine. But boy, he showed that he has got plenty of talent. And he caught up with John Watson for his thoughts after today's race.
You obviously didn't want to talk in the grid, but Jenson Button, I think he did a great job in the race, and I think that smile says a lot about how you feel as well.
No, definitely. Especially after yesterday, we had some big problems, especially with me with my accident and a few other little niggly problems. We didn't really get the position we deserved in qualifying.
But you must almost, in a sense, be delighted to get the accident out of the way, because you've done that now, you can move on.
Know how it feels, yeah. But starting 21st, obviously, there was no pressures on me, and the team didn't put any pressures on me, so I just enjoyed the race, and I think it was 4th position I actually got up to in the race. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, you kept moving up and up and up, and you seemed to get stronger and faster as the race went on, as sort of a confidence thing.
Also, I think it's a bit more experience because I haven't been able to do that many laps around here, so I think every lap I do is learning, really. So it's been a good race, and I'm looking forward to Brazil.
You're racing with some pretty hard nuts out there. How did it feel, and what was it like?
It's great. It's really, really good to be racing with not just the best drivers in the world, but they're very fair in the way they drive. And
you managed to you overtake them, because I mean most drivers say it's hard to overtake, but you went past.
Only a couple. It is very difficult to overtake. It's very for me, I think, just coming into it. You catch 2 cars in front, and if you find it very difficult to overtake, as a couple of other people found out. But anyway, it's been a good race, and just wish we could have finished.
Yeah, it's a pity he didn't finish, but Alan, what a start.
He acquitted himself really well. I mean, there's a lot of the critics now must be sort of running for the nearest corner. He didn't put a foot wrong, and that's the hard part, the racing, the qualifying and all the rest of it. When you're out there by yourself, that's one thing, but when you're mixing it and rubbing wheels with the other guys, and he didn't put a foot wrong, it was the car that let him down.
And it wasn't just the fact that it was a race of attrition. From the very start, he started on 20th position, with Alessi being in the pits. He was up in 15th by the first corner.
He did a blinding start. In fact, he was only 3 or 4 car lengths behind his teammate following lot of the time. No, I think Frank Williams and Patrick Head will be very pleased.
Yeah, into the points before the engine blew up too, with 11 laps to go. So, I think everybody's pretty pleased with Jenson Button. Okay, another man who's very pleased. He might have impressed his future in-laws too. Danny Minogue's parents, who live here in Melbourne. I speak of Jacques Villeneuve, who finished in 4th position, picking up 3 points today for his BAR team. He is with Tim Sheridan.
Sharks, congratulations. You don't score a point last year. You come to Melbourne and you nail 3. That must feel fantastic.
Oh, it feels great. I've always loved this track, this venue, so it's good to start the season here with points. It's a lot better than last year.
And you get the other car home as well. It's a great thing for the team, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. We know the 2 cars are reliable now. Just need to push, be aggressive, and find some speed.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on you too from Mika behind you.
Yeah, Mika was very quick during this race, and the whole first part of the race he was stuck in my gearbox and gave me a hard time.
Yeah. Jacques, the reliability of the car must be so encouraging to get 2 of them to finish the race here when so many other teams haven't got it right for the first race.
Yeah, that's good. We had the car very early out already in December, and the emphasis this year was put on having a reliable car and getting some points home, and that's happened already, so now we can start getting the car more competitive.
What about race speed? Can you see room for improvement there?
Well, definitely, because we weren't quick today, so there's definitely room for improvement.
Yeah. And say the future now for the rest of the season. Can you project and look forward now and say, well, 3 here, maybe more elsewhere?
Definitely more elsewhere. That's the plan. Today we got beaten by Ralph during the pit stop, so we got to fix that.
Tell me, Jacques, Jenson Button, there were so many people who doubted him before today. He went all right, didn't he?
I have no idea. I was minding my own race. I don't know what happened with him.
Well, he went a good 2/3 of it and did okay. Obviously there were those who thought that he may not be quite old enough, but many others went out.
Yeah, but on the other token, his teammate finished 3rd, so you have to compare the result to that as well.
Party tonight?
I don't know, maybe a little bit quiet.
Okay, congratulations and good luck in Brazil and for the rest of the season.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jacques.
Jacques not giving too much away there at all, Alan. Wasn't giving Jenson any head start, that's for sure. Last year, BAR, they came here to Melbourne, the brand new team, all the American tobacco money thrown into it, a shocking car as far as the livery was concerned. Turned out to be a shocking car as well as the reliability. No points for the season. We've seen a 4th place by Villeneuve today, and Zonta finished 7th.
Exactly. I mean, he scored more points today than the whole of last year. Yeah. So at least it's a better start. The money that's rumoured to have been spent by them is sort of $300 million. It's pretty extraordinary. But I think with this new engine, and I've always had a bit of faith in the people that they've got around them. Their engineer or designer is an Aussie guy, Osler, and I still got faith in them. I think they'll come good, and particularly with that new engine that they've got now, I think they'll be... I don't think today was really representative of what we're going to see in the season. It was certainly representative in terms of Ferrari's reliability and speed, McLaren's obvious speed. They've got to get their reliability a bit, but I still think we're going to see a few dark horses come to the fore as the next couple of races go on.
Well, I suppose the bad were McLaren, but we saw signs there, and they've got the 2 great drivers as well. They're not going to be too far out of it. Jordan, well, they just had a horror race, and you'd think they'd be back in town in the next couple of races.
Sure.
Jaguar had their problems, but they had their reasons as well. Arrows were a bit disappointing today, though.
Arrows were disappointing in terms of their outright result, but I was reasonably impressed with their qualifying speed and where they ended up by qualifying. That was a vast improvement of what they were doing last year. They've got substantial backing now from some large Dutch companies, so I think we can probably see some better things from them.
BAR, fantastic. Williams, you'd give them a tick. Benetton and